Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, December 8th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order and ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Shack.
Here.
Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Rameli.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda. I believe we have an addendum. Mr. Funk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We have 3 addenda items for your consideration. The first one is related to item 14A, which is the 2026 operating budget and property tax levies. There's been public comment received after the distribution of the packet since last Thursday. Those are included for your consideration. The second addenda item is then related to item 14B, which is a resolution for the Excelsior Boulevard Improvement Project. Again, we had public comment received after the distribution of the packet last Thursday. Again, that correspondence is included for your consideration. And then last, item 14C is a resolution for the Cedar Lake Road and Ridgedale Drive Improvement Project. Again, public comment was received after distribution of the packet from last Thursday. Those comments have been included for your consideration. With that, Mayor and Council, turn it back over to you for your consideration and staff's recommendation to approve the agenda as amended. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council, any comments or a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
And is there a second? Councilmember Rameli.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes. Only one set tonight. That is the November 24, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Any comments or a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the November 24th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
And a second. Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is reports from city manager and council members. And Mr. Funk, I'll let you you take that. Or, excuse me, special matters. Excuse me, I always do that. Item 6 is special matters. And we have, thank you for keeping me on track. Appreciate it. So we have a recognition of the 2025 photo contest winners. And first of all, I want to just comment and say that we have some very talented photographers in our city, and the photos that were submitted this year and the winners are really pretty spectacular. So I'm going to recognize each of 3 individuals for their contributions, and each won in a different category. So we recognize the winners of the 2025 Minnetonka Annual Photo Contest. The winners were selected in each of 3 categories: animals, landscape, and uniquely Minnetonka. So that's landscape and third, uniquely Minnetonka. The almost 100 photo submissions were narrowed down to the top 10 based on overall impact, originality, creativity, composition, photographic quality, and technical skills. More than 790 people participated in voting to help select this year's winners. So I will ask, as each person is recognized, come forward to be recognized. And let's see, the first winner in the animals category is Mr. Corey Mondale. And with the photo is titled, "Do Birds Need Pants?" And which is kind of a rhetorical question, but certainly certainly an interesting photo. Now, Corey could not be here tonight, but please join me in giving a round of applause for his outstanding work. And so, sorry that Corey couldn't be here, but we will be sure that he does get his recognition. Then the winner in the Uniquely Minnetonka category is Katie Rachert with Autumn Reflections. And I recognize that location, but what a great view. And Katie, if you would like to come forward, we'll congratulate you, and you can bring your kids too if you'd like. Welcome. Congratulations, nice to see you. All right. Good job. Did you know your mom was so talented? And the third winner is in the landscape category, and another recognizable place in Minnetonka, is Chris Smith with Sunrise Over the Minnehaha Headwaters. And Katie was the only person who could make here today. Chris is not able to join us either. But again, let's give him a round of applause for the excellent work. And a video of this meeting is available, so each of our winners can go back and look and see that they were indeed recognized. So again, I just want to thank all of the people who participated, everyone who voted on their favorite photographs. I mean, there were many great photographs, but it just goes to show Minnetonka is a beautiful place, and we have some talented photographers who are able to capture that and share it with us. So thank you all. Now, we will move on to the reports from the city manager and council members. So, Mr. Funk, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you again, Mayor, City Council. Good evening, and also to our guests. 4 things for you here this evening. First is the Minnetonka Historical Society has a couple of upcoming open house opportunities at the Burwell House. So on Sunday, December 7th, and again on Sunday, December 14th, from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m., there's free admission and tours. So exciting event. We appreciate the Historical Society and their partnership with the city on having the Burwell House open for the holidays. Also then want to mention members of our Minnetonka Police Department. We know how great of work that they do in our community, along with many of our other staff members. But recently, a number of members of our Minnetonka Police Department volunteered at feeding our starving children. So really appreciate the work of our staff, really reaching out in the community and helping those in need by serving lunches or packing up lunches. And then also want to mention the first Winter's Farmer Market is on the horizon. So I know it's that time of year and fall is far in the rearview mirror. But with our first event, it's on Saturday, December 13th from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the community center. And so we do have a couple more after that, but our first one is coming up here next week. And then last, I just want to acknowledge our staff in community development. Minnetonka was viewed as a national leader in permitting processes. I know it's always challenging. There was a ranking done by Labris 2025 Red Tape Index, and they evaluate over 500 U.S. cities with a population of 50,000 or greater. The things that they look at is measuring for speed, transparency, and year-over-year improvement in our permitting processes. So to Ms. Wishnak and our team, Minnetonka stands out of 4 cities in the top 10, and we ranked number 8 out of 500. So really appreciate our staff in the work that they do in working with our residents and all those applicants. So with that, Mayor and Council, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you. First, let's, well done, staff. I'm going to give you make us all look good. We appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Funk, for your report. And council members, anything that you would like to report on? Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wanting to report on this. This weekend I had a couple calls from residents. I had one call in regards to a protest that happened back on September 17th. I know that everyone received an email because I asked them to go ahead and send an email to all the council members and the mayor. but this particular person had called me and talked about feeling like their freedom of speech was being impeached upon, and that they felt like they could not honk their horns and, protest peacefully. And, I know he's talked to city staff. There's been conversations, and I spoke with him and just told him I would encourage him to continue to have the conversation with staff, and I would bring it up because, I think it's important that residents know that we're listening and that we do care about, their concerns, and that we are willing to bring it to city staff, and we're willing to talk about it publicly. And so if, I know staff is following up with him, but if someone could continue to follow up and maybe come to a resolution with this particular person, because he feels like that he's not being heard, and he really wanted someone to really listen to him and to make sure that that residents do have are able to rally and have free speech, and to be able to honk their horns if they like. I told him I don't know if there's an ordinance or anything that prohibits that, but I definitely would bring it to the attention of staff, because I have honked my horn when they say honk your horn, and I do quite frequently. So I just want to bring that up. And then also I received another call from a resident who stays in one of our apartments in Minnetonka, Hollander Apartments. I really don't even know where that's at, but they did talk to me about receiving an email from their city, from their manager, housing manager, stating that ICE was in their building, and that they were warning folks in the building that to be careful, to be aware. And so I just been watching things that's happening on Facebook, watching things that's happening on the news, watching things that's happening across the state. And I know that we had a resident who came to our city and talked about Kevin. He came in a couple Mondays back, talked about a person in our city being deported or arrested. And I'm not for sure if he was deported, but at least arrested. And I know there was that conversation, but it was kind of like one and done. And so it's really been heavy on my heart because we haven't really talked about it. And I would like for us to talk about it as a city, as a, with the staff and council, maybe put it on a study session, because we see that it's happening in St. Paul, it's happening in Minneapolis, it's happening in Richfield, where residents are afraid. And I have reached out to a resident that I know that lives in Minnetonka Heights apartment, and I didn't get any response, but I really would like for us to discuss it and just bringing it to staff attention, because I just really feel like it's time for our city to at least put something out, do something to let our residents know that we do support them. And so so I just want to bring that to our attention.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Other comments from anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been talking about what Councilmember Coakley has brought up, because I just think it's important for everyone in the community to understand what we can and cannot do as a city, and what our residents can do and what they cannot do. And in terms of honking horns, that's the most dangerous intersection in the city. I think it's hard to balance public safety and free speech. It's just it's a dangerous intersection. So I'm anxious. I got the same email. I will be talking with that resident when I get a chance. But I know that our police officers do a wonderful job, and that there have been, no significant incidents on that corner. So in terms of protesting, so there's that. But with that, we are entering the holiday season, and there's a lot going on in the world, and I just want to wish everyone peace on earth and goodwill to men. And also, Hanukkah comes up a week from yesterday, and so just happy Hanukkah to everyone that celebrates, and happy holidays to everyone, because we may not be meeting as a full council before the holidays are upon us. And I just hope that everyone finds it in their hearts to be charitable to their neighbors. We have a lot of neighbors that are hurting. Give to the food shelf, give to Resource West, give to the organizations that give to others, give of your time, and be kind to others. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. I'll reiterate what my colleagues have said. You know, we're engaged on things that are going on around the community. I certainly want to reiterate, which is in our mission and vision, that we want Minnetonka to be a safe and welcoming place for all. And that's really important to me. And I think that's conversations that we're having with staff, and that's a fluid situation. On much lighter note, I have two short reports. One, I've received several emails actually regarding the marsh, and people expressing their gratitude that they can still remain as a Blue Cross insurance carrier members of Silver Sneakers at the marsh, and I hadn't even thought about that. And so if you're somebody who was formerly going to the Y or to Lifetime and can't do that anymore, you can still go to the marsh and to Williston. So that's cool. The other thing is, one of our colleagues has some wonderful news, as she's a new grandma, and so we're so excited for Deb, and the birth of her new grandchild last week. And so congratulations, Councilmember Calvert.
And then Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on some things that have been said, first of all, on the lighter note, Silver Sneakers, I really want to commend staff on that. You know, this is something that is really important to our residents, those who are on fixed incomes, to be able to come in and use their Silver Sneakers after they were, you know, cut off from being able to go to the Y and to Lifetime and use that benefit. So, you know, it's not without sacrifice, and so I really appreciate that we are making that sacrifice to keep that available, so fitness can be something that can be enjoyed by our seniors who otherwise might now not be able to do so. Regarding the protester, I'm somebody who's probably fairly personally familiar with what goes on there, and I want to again thank staff, because it has been nothing but smooth, and we have had nothing but you know, for the most part, positive interactions with the Minnetonka Police Department. They have not impeded, and on the other hand, the organizers of that protest are very respectful and have done a great job as well, making sure that things, you know, stay friendly, peaceful, and so forth. And that has not been a problem at that corner. And I thank those who are organizing it, as well as the MPD for doing such a terrific job in that. I was over at the Ridgedale Commons lighting on Saturday. So that was a terrific. Councilmember Calvert and I were both there. It was a good time by all, some great activities, bonfires, fantastic hot chocolate. So again, thanks to the staff and the Recreation Department for putting that together, and for everybody who came out. And if you didn't, don't miss it next year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Rameli. Councilmember Wilburn.
Just briefly, I wanted to mention, so Councilmember Foster Bolton had mentioned at our last meeting the ICA bagging for tips, and Councilmember Calvert and I were able to attend and do that the next day. We had a very good turnout, and just if you are able, there's a lot of people in need, and especially over the holidays, so monetary donations are always useful for our food shelves. ICA volunteer opportunities abound, so if you're able to help out, I would encourage you to do so.
Very good. Is there anyone else? I've got a couple of comments. I've been in contact with a number of West Metro mayors, and there's been quite a bit of conversation about the ICE activity in the Twin Cities, and people have reached out and expressed concern. Some cities have put out statements on that, and thus far we have not, but we've had quite a bit of conversation because as you may or may not know, our strategic plan, we have got 6 pillars, and one of our pillars is that we are an inclusive and welcoming community. And that is indeed what we are. And with this ICE activity, people are saying, well, what is the city going to do about it? And, that's a challenging question to answer because our police department does not get involved in immigration enforcement. That's not their job, and they don't do it. But they don't get in the way of it either. And there's a federal agency. ICE is a federal agency, Immigration and Naturalization. They have worked with all administrations, not just the current administration, in terms of managing this issue. And so when enforcement takes place in Minnetonka, and we haven't heard of much activity in that area recently, but we know that it does take place. And we will not interfere with that. But sometimes protesters show up, and our officers may be involved if in crowd control and so forth, but we are not involved in immigration enforcement. We leave that to other jurisdictions, and they have the right to operate in our city. So it's a challenging issue. We want to be supportive of our residents, but we also believe in the rule of law. So it's these other agencies and other levels of government may be operating in our city, and they have the right to do that. And we will not interfere with that, but we expect that due process and people's rights will be respected. So that's where we are. I don't have anything to add to that, but it is a challenging issue because we do have residents who may be immigrants who are concerned. And we want to be a resource to them, but at the same time, I think laws will be enforced by the appropriate jurisdiction. So I don't have anything to add. Mr. Funk, do you have anything to add to that? All right. So with that, I'll just move on. Next item on the agenda is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is an open mic opportunity. Now tonight we are going to be looking at our budget. That is on the agenda, so that if you're concerned about talking about the budget or your concerns about taxes, this is not the time for that. But this is an open mic opportunity. If there's anything that you would like the council to know about, come forward, state your name and address, be brief, and tell us what's on your mind. We will not take any action tonight. We will turn that over to staff and follow up at another time. But is there anyone who would like to make any comments to the council tonight? Is there anyone? If you'd like to come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you want us to know.
So where do I go? Oh, sorry.
Pardon me? Yeah, come up here.
Hi, I'm Michael Hoffer. I live on Cedar Lake Road.
Yeah.
I understand what you just said, Mayor, in regards to ICE, but I'm also concerned that we say something about the behavior that's coming from there, and it doesn't unite us. It divides us as millions and millions of people think, and I'm wondering if the city of Minnetonka can say something about that. I understand that you might not want to, and I realize you're all pretty moderate, but there's something wrong with what's going on coming from the Trump administration, in my view. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your opinion. Yes, if you'd like to come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you'd like us to know.
My name is Catherine Johnson. I live on Williston Road. You're not hearing me?
No, you're fine. I can hear you.
Okay. I want to address a similar topic. I live in Minnetonka. I'm concerned about the federal raids around the country. The activities in these raids are often dangerous. They're hurting bystanders and observers and include abductions of citizens and legal residents and visitors. I would like to see the city provide a statement to answer the questions, what the city's role is, so that we protect the citizens during those federal raids from any unlawful activities. And also, how will the city protect citizens from people who are masquerading as federal agents? How do we alert city officials and citizens if something is going on that's suspected to be not lawful? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dwayne Stobie, 3181 Lakeshore.
Yes.
I came in on the bike issue with the safety on Cedar Lake Road. Am I too soon for this?
That's on the agenda, so
Okay.
you'll have an
All right.
opportunity later.
I just wanted to make sure it was.
Right, very good. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss something not on the agenda? If not, we will move on. Thank you. So next item on the agenda is bids and purchases, and we have none of those tonight. So then that takes us to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is items that are typically routine. So the way we operate with those is they will be read into the record. And pay attention, if there's something that you would like to have discussed further, indicate that, and we will pull that item for further consideration. Then we will vote on all of the items that have not been pulled, and then we'll take that action. And then we'll return to the ones that have been pulled for whatever comments anyone wants to make, either a council member or somebody from the audience. We'll vote on those, and then we'll move on to the next agenda items. So, item 10A is a general services agreements with consulting engineering firms for the period of 2026 through 2028. Item 10B is an amendment to an existing conservation easement at 11919 Live Oak Drive and 12020 Cambridge Court. And item 10C is a revocation of an on-sale wine and on-sale 3.2 malt liquor license for Mega Pickleball and Pong Minnetonka LLC at 17585 Highway 7. And item 10D is an ordinance amending section 150.010 relating to the appointment of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion DEI Commission members, expanding young adult member age parameters. And item 10E is a resolution for the radio equipment shelter lease renewal at the Ridgedale Water Tower with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. And item 10F is a resolution delegating authority for electronic fund transfers. And item 10G is a resolution designating a change in polling place locations for the 2026 state primary. And item 10H is an assignment of TIF note related to the Shady Oak Crossing development. And finally, 10I is an ordinance amending the city code section 710.005 regarding certain fees. So council or anyone, would anyone like to pull any of those items for separate consideration? All right, seeing no one, is there a motion from council members? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the consent agenda items 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, 10E, 10F, 10G, 10H, and 10I.
And is there a second? Councilmember Coakley.
A second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Coakley and a second we have a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is consent agenda items requiring 5 votes. The same rules apply here. They will be read into the record. If anyone wants to pull an item, please indicate that. Otherwise, we will vote on all of them at the same time. So item 11A is applications for renewed liquor licenses for 2026. Item 11B is regarding grant award and funding agreement for Minnesota Housing Local Housing Trust Grant Program. And item 11C is the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Foundation Community Partnership Grant. And 11D is a resolution accepting gifts, donations, and sponsorships given to the city during 2025. So would anyone like to pull any of those? Or a motion? Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution. Oh goodness, accepting gifts, donations, and sponsorships given to the city during 2025, as well as, and it's not on the screen,
How about just say 10, 11A, B, C,
11A, B, C,
and D?
and D. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Glad to help out. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I second, and I just want to give a shout out to about the 2 grants that are in the 4 consent agenda items.
Very good. So we've got a motion from Councilmember Rameli and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So item 12 is introduction of ordinances, and we have 2 introductions tonight. 12A is an ordinance amending the city charter, establishing the number of members of the Charter Commission. And our city attorney, Mr. Nilsson, I believe you have that report.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Charter Commission held its annual meeting on November 18th and is forwarding 2 recommendations for charter amendments to the City Council. And as the staff liaison to the Charter Commission, I'm bringing those to you tonight. The requested action for both is the same. It's just to introduce the ordinance and schedule the public hearing for January 12th, 2026. I describe both of these amendments more in the nature of technical amendments, sort of housekeeping amendments. This first one establishes the number of Charter Commission members in the charter consistent with historic past practice, which has been 9 members. The city charter is currently silent on the composition of the Charter Commission. There's one provision in our charter currently that says that no more than 1 sitting council member can serve on the commission at any one time. That has, my understanding, that has historically been the mayor who has served on the Charter Commission, but the charter would allow any sitting council member. The express desire of the Charter Commission for this amendment was to have a fixed number consistent with the framework established by state law, which is not less than 7 nor more than 15 at the discretion of the Chief Judge of Hennepin County. And so the amendment before you that we are seeking introduction on would establish the membership composition at 9, but allowing for the flexibility to expand to 10 with the addition of a sitting council member. And then it defines narrowly the definition of when a vacancy would occur, so that it would not occur when a current member's term simply was when they were up for renewal, essentially. So with that, I would stand for any questions on this first amendment.
All right, Mr. Nelson, thank you very much. Council, any questions on this? So establishing the number of Charter Commission members at 9, unless one of them is not a sitting council member, or more likely the mayor, then it can go to 10. So, and this is an introduction, so we'll get another bite at the apple. I think it will come back to us January 12th, or it will come back to the remaining council members on January 12th. Some of us won't be here. But, let's see, motion? Councilor Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to introduce the ordinance and schedule the public hearing for January 12th, 2026.
Very good. And a second, Councilmember Shack?
I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. And then another introduction, 12B, is an ordinance amending the city charter to reflect state law requirements regarding resident signature petitions. And again, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This next recommended charter amendment from the Charter Commission is a clarification amendment. It does not, I was clear in the staff report that it does not make any substantive changes to the law or the process in this area. Minnetonka provides for initiative and referendum in the charter, and those are two types of direct democracy where a resident signature petition would be required to place an ordinance on the ballot. State law has very specific requirements for the composition of a signature petition, and the city charter does address at some level the petition requirements and includes form petitions in the appendix to the charter, but it does not include all of the detail that's required by state law. There is a safety valve that's built into the process that is in the charter where a group that would be seeking to initiate an initiative or referendum petition must have the petition reviewed by the city clerk before they obtain signatures. And so at that point, the city clerk and myself would be able to look at the form of the petition and verify that it meets both the charter requirements and the statutory requirements. So the intent of this amendment is simply to provide greater clarification in the charter about those requirements, and by doing so to achieve better alignment with state law. One thing I'll just mention process-wise for a charter amendment by ordinance, which is what both of these are, because these would not go to the ballot, there's a very regimented procedure to accomplish these amendments. This first step tonight is introduction, which is 4 votes. We will be doing a publication notice that's required before the public hearing. And then assuming the council votes at the public hearing to adopt these amendments, it does require a unanimous consent of the council, full vote, and changes to the ordinance drafts cannot be made at that point. They would be effective 90 days after adoption because state law provides for a 60-day period where residents that might object to either could submit a referendum petition within the 60-day period. So just to note the process going forward, we're just at this first point today with introduction and scheduling the public hearing. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any questions for our city attorney on these charter amendments? All right, then is there a motion? Councilmember Wilburn.
I move introduction of the ordinance and scheduling of the public hearing for January 12th, 2026.
And is there a second? Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Ramey,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is public hearings, and we have one public hearing tonight, and that is on the 2026 utility rates and related items. And Mr. Nelson, excuse me.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson is there, Mr. Nelson is there, so.
Thank you, Mayor, council members.
Thank you.
Yes, correct. Tonight is the public hearing for our 2026 utility rates and other related items. So we will have a public hearing. So our staff recommendation is to have a public hearing. And we'll have there's 5 resolutions in your packet for tonight, so we will look to have those adopted, setting the various utility rates and deferred interest rates. And we will need 4 votes for those resolutions. As the utility rates relate to the strategic plan, this relates to infrastructure and asset management, providing necessary funding for utilities aids in achieving the desired outcome of improving the reliability and efficiency of utility systems. And obviously there's a financial impact as well too. Our 2026 utility rates are built into the proposed 2026 budget and are built into our enterprise funds for our water, sewer, stormwater, recycling fund, so forth. So before you tonight, there are a number of items that we're going to look at. So we're going to look at the water and sanitary sewer rates, the stormwater fees, environmental recycling fees, our water and sewer connection, the municipal water and sewer connection fees, along with our interest rate for our deferral program for the SAC, the sewer access charges by Met Council, and our city municipal water and sewer charges on that program. The city of Minnetonka has long held a policy of making decisions with the long term in mind. Each spring and summer, the staff and council analyze the operating infrastructure needs of the city's water, sewer, recycling, and stormwater utilities. This is done during the development of our CIP, or Capital Improvement Program, which includes cost estimates and revenue estimates over at least the next 5 years. The first of these 5 years is then codified into the upcoming budget, which would be 2026 for this year. Any changes in the utility user rates and fees needed to enact the budget are further discussed at tonight's public hearing, and these rate changes would be effective for the following year, with billings in January. So back on October 27th, the City Council had a study session where the council reviewed the citywide asset management and renewal replacement program along with a utility rate study. And so this asset management renewal plan review, it has been a year-plus long study looking at all the assets of the city, not just water and sewer, but stormwater, looking at our parks, trails, our streets, our facilities, all of the assets of the city to understand really what we own and really the shape of it needs to be in, and making sure that we have sufficient resources to maintain those assets. That asset management plan indicated a steep spike in infrastructure needs starting in 2040. The spike is a direct result of substantial infrastructure that was installed in the city in the 1970s. And a vast majority of these assets are going to be up for replacement here coming up during the decade of the 2040s and then out in the 2070s as well too. And I'll show you this graph here where it shows our water main age. And we have a similar graph for our sewer, and they're kind of pretty much similar. You can kind of see the development of the city. Kind of started in the 50s, a little bit in the 60s, and then the 70s is where we put in almost 1 million feet of water main throughout the city. And so when you think in the 1970s, it's getting to be further and further away from us at this point in time. And so we know we're going to have to address this and make sure that we maintain this asset of the city along with, and this is the same scenario for our sewer pipes as well. And so here's the anticipated expiration of those assets. So you can see during the 2040s, upcoming here in 15 to 25 years, we have about a third of that 1 million feet of pipe that needs to be replaced. And then out in 2070, we'll have another big spike in that as well. But you can see that we'll need to start ramping up for that increase in infrastructure replacement coming up here shortly on that end of it. So it's crucial that we continue investing in our capital assets to reduce that risk of catastrophic breaks and backups with our water and sewer utilities. We actually have, if you look at that graph from the previous page, and that big spike coming up in the 2040s, I'll go back to there, you can see it goes up to 343,000 feet of pipe that needs to be replaced. Over the next 12 years, we have $135 million of water and sewer infrastructure projects. And so that's not even leading up to that 2040 time on that end of it. So we have lots of costs that we need to stay on top of, and we need to plan for and staying on top of that at this point in time moving forward. So currently we've been paying for a replacement of our water and sewer utilities through a combination of current and future users. So we pay for it with our cash reserves that we have on hand along with our bonding. And so when you pay for it with cash on hand, that's known as pay-as-you-go financing. And so users that are paying for infrastructure replacement now are benefiting from that infrastructure that's being replaced, but future users are also benefiting from that current replacement if we're using just cash only. And so really what it makes sense to do when you have assets that are 30, 40, 50, 70 years old, it makes sense to kind of have a mix of pay-as-you-go and pay-as-you-use pieces of that. So users that are currently on the system and users that will be on the system 20 years from now should be paying for that infrastructure that gets replaced today. And so they do that through debt financing. And so we'd like to use a combination of that. Obviously, there's a cost to debt with interest and those types of things as well, but there's kind of a fairness piece of it as well, too, of trying to make sure you have a nice combination of pay-as-you-use and pay-as-you-go financing on that. And it should be noted as well, too, is that we do not special assess for any of our utility infrastructure replacements or our street infrastructure. We're not talking streets tonight or at this public hearing, but we do not special assess for any of these types of projects. So they're either built into the utility rates or the property taxes with the street reconstruction pieces of that. So we look at our utility rates. We did a rate restructure about a decade ago. It might have been 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago on that end of it. We did that restructure to align with kind of some utility infrastructure planning that was being done at the time, and that was really focusing on our vertical utility infrastructure. So really our water towers, our treatment plants, those types of things that are kind of the up and down and not necessarily the lateral piece of it. This current assessment that Public Works worked on included everything. So all of our laterals, that's where we saw the water main graphs there. Those are our lateral pipes, sewer pipes, the same thing on that end of it. So it's really encompassing entirely encompassing on this rate study here. And so the engineering firm that we worked with is AE2S, and so we worked with them on the rate study as well. And since they had a good understanding of the infrastructure that the city has, we piggybacked off of that with a utility rate study. And when they had a couple recommendations, and then as we did as well, kind of seeing over the years of what causes concerns from our customers or our residents when they call in with utility billing questions and concerns. The first one is our infrastructure fee. That it often causes confusion amongst our ratepayers. On the bill, it just says infrastructure fee. It doesn't necessarily say anything else. And so when they call, we try to explain to them, this is kind of for our water and our sewer side of our fixed infrastructure, our capital outlay, those types of costs on that end of it and such. And so we thought this would be a good opportunity to kind of restructure that and really put in like a water, really split it between a water infrastructure fee or a charge and a sewer infrastructure fee or charge. Not that it's a whole lot clearer, but at least it puts a little bit more language in the utility bill to help dedicate exactly what those charges and fees are for. And so for next year, we're proposing a $63 a quarter water infrastructure fee and then a $31.50 sewer infrastructure fee. So along with that infrastructure fee change, we're also looking to request a change in the tiers. Right now, we currently have 4 tiers, and we're looking to reduce that from 4 to 3. And along with reducing the tiers, we're looking to adjust the gallons within those tiers. What we're seeing over the years is that actually water consumption by individuals is actually decreasing over time. And so that's really due to conservation efforts, more efficient appliances, just water conservation efforts by individuals themselves as well too. So really we're seeing an average family or an average household of 4 is using 5,000 gallons a month compared to 15, 20 years ago where it was 6,000 gallons or so on that end of it. So that reduces our revenue on that end of it. That's why we need to rely upon the fixed fee as well to cover some of those costs. We're really looking to make that first tier kind of that very need-based. That's where your needs water is based on that end of it. And so we're looking to put that tier at 15,000 gallons a quarter or 5,000 gallons a month. And that tier would actually drop down to $3.50 per thousand from the current rate of $3.69. And then the second tier would be from 15,000 to 30,000 gallons, and that would be at $4.73. And then our highest tier is at 30,000 gallons plus, and this would be at $7.50. So that's a tier where a lot of that water is being used for irrigation type of things on that end of it, and really trying to promote conservation on that tier as well too. That's why the charge is higher on that end of it, trying to promote the conservation of the natural resource there. So looking at the rates as well too, the rates we are projecting to stabilize after 2026 as well. They should be more in that 3 to 5% range looking forward over the next 4 to 5 years. And I'll have a chart here at the end too that kind of summarizes all the fees and things like that, so you can kind of see it on one bill and what it looks like. But moving on to the stormwater fees, the stormwater fund or that utility was established back in 2003. So it's a lot newer than our water and sewer utility, which was established decades and decades and decades ago on that end of it. So we had never done a formal rate study on the stormwater utility fund, so we thought this was a time, since the asset management plan was looking at all this infrastructure, we would look at the stormwater fund as well. AE2S did perform an analysis on it. They deemed our rate structure was adequate, and that that the fees generated right now are sufficient for operations and capital needs. With one caveat there is that we are expecting capital needs to probably increase in the future with the stormwater related enterprise, but for now it does what it needs to do on that end of it. So we're looking to just increase the stormwater fund by about 3% for next year on that end of it. And we will likely look at, we've never bonded within the stormwater fund either. And those assets within the stormwater fund are very similar to that of the water and sewer fund. They're long-term assets, 50 years, 75-year long-term assets. And so there's probably a benefit there to look at some of the debt financing to make some of those pay-as-you-use comparisons with the water and sewer fund as well too. So we'll look at that as we move into the future with some of our bigger projects. So there again, staff is recommending a 3% increase for 2026. So moving on to environmental recycling. The city entered into a 3-year extension with Republic Services last year to provide both traditional and organic recycling services to all single household properties. The organic recycling, it was or is based off a sliding scale depending on the number of participants. And so our costs increase as the number of participants increase as well too, because it costs more for the hauler to collect that organic waste and to dispose of it, and for transportation costs, those types of things on that end of it. So when we initially initiated this program last year, the base rate was an additional $3.10 to the utility bill. And those were phased in at the beginning part, kind of the first, second quarter of last year of your utility bills. We phased those in from April through June-ish, I think, on that end of it. Since that time, the city participation has jumped 2 tiers, so we're now in the 15 to 20% participation compared to our 0 to 10% participation initially on that end of it. So the rate that Republic Services is now charging us is $4.10, and so every month for every utility billing customer, we're losing $1 per account at this point in time, which is fine because we can go back and we can adjust our rates coming up here in the beginning of this year to catch back up a little bit over time on that end of it. So, and we are anticipating moving to that next tier pretty soon. We're already getting close to maxing out on that third tier that we're at right now. So, which is all good news from the organic recycling process, because that's what the intent of the program was, to get more people to participate in that. So with that, staff is recommending the recycling charge for traditional organic recycling be increased to $12.90 per month, or $38.70 per quarter. This rate would include a 4.6% increase from the Public Services contract, so their contractual increase that's in the contract, that's 4.6%. The charge for the organic recycling at the next tier, which is that 20 to 25% tier, so charging customers, we're not quite in that tier, but we will be in that tier shortly, and since we hadn't been charging enough to begin with, moving us up to that next tier. And then cost to operate the leaf and brush drop-off site, so we obviously have that site available during the spring and fall and summer for residents to drop off debris on that end of it, and then we have special recycling events as well too that get paid for out of this fund. So the new rate represents an increase of $2.09 per month, or about $6.27 per quarter. And it should be noted too that when we did the organic collection, when we did the organized collection, residents were paying their haulers already for organic recycling, and so we took that charge off of their bill, and so they're, in theory, they should still be paying now in 2026. They should still be paying less than what they would have been paying if they had maintained their services with their current hauler. Excuse me. Moving on to the municipal water and sanitary sewer connection fees. This fee is directed by City Council Policy 12.4, which references an index, which is from the Engineering News Record for our annual inflationary charge here. And so the increase on this is pretty substantial for this year. From November 2024 to November 2025, the index indicates a 15.2% increase for our water and sewer municipal connection charges. So that would bring the charge up to $24.73 for water and $1,393 for sewer. And this would be for new connections, new homes, new businesses being built in the city on that end of it. And last year's increase was 3%. And so this index, just to give it a little bit of clarification, looks at lumber prices in the Minneapolis area, looks at Portland cement prices in Minneapolis, looks at and steel prices across the country. So it's a national steel price on that end of it. And then it looks at labor costs within the Minneapolis metro area as well too. So, and that's what that increase was. And as I mentioned, that's a higher increase than we've had before, but I assume that's kind of related to some of the current tariff stuff that's in the works on that end of it. So then lastly is our sewer access charge in our water city and water rec deferral program. And that's a deferral program for these charges that we just kind of talked about, being able to defer those and pay those out over time. And so the council enacted an ordinance back in 2017 implementing this program, and then we would have to look at the interest rate each year. Staff is proposing a reduction to the interest rate this year from 3% to 2.88%, and that's based off of the 10-year municipal bond rating, AAA bond rating at this point in time. So here, just getting back to the utilities a little bit and looking at the rate impacts. And so on the left here is a chart that shows 9,000 gallon average. This would be a low user that uses about 3,000 gallons per month on the city when we considered a residential household that has 1 or 2 people living in it per se on that end of it. And you can see some of the bigger charges are related to the infrastructure, and the infrastructure here I didn't split out. It would be split out between a water and sewer pieces of it. I just, for this chart, combined them, similar to what it was done in the past. Excuse me. And then you can see the recycling there is increased as well, to up about just about or 19% or so on that end of it, and that's really related to that organic recycling piece of it. So we are increasing the utility fees this year fairly substantially, try to get our numbers realigned and get those fixed fees in place to ensure that we have a good revenue stream moving forward and a consistent revenue stream. And if you look at the 15,000 gallon one, is more of that average, or kind of a 3 to 4 or 5 person household on that end of it, and you kind of see the percentages are pretty similar to that side of it. But monthly impact is going to be, not $10 to $12 depending on which size household, and then quarterly it's about $30 to $35 change on that end of it. So, and here's just a slide from our consultant that did the utility rate study, kind of placing some of our peer cities along with some neighboring cities in here, just to kind of see where Minnetonka lies with our utilities compared to some others. It should be noted that the cities on here, these are their 2025 rates, not taking into consideration any increases they may have for 2026. And you can see that Minnetonka is kind of in the middle and then leans kind of towards the higher part with 2026 rates in there. But then again, we are trying to stay on the front end of our infrastructure, and I think the council's been consistent with that over the last decade as well too, of making sure that we're being proactive on our utilities and our infrastructure improvements to make sure that our assets stay in good working order. We're also looking to I'm working with communications to put out a big messaging in the Minnetonka memo in January. So we're going to put in a copy of the revised utility bill. And so this is kind of a snippet of what that utility bill will look like in the memo. And you can see on the right side here, this is a residential household that used 15,000 gallons of water for the quarter, and had 10,000 gallons of sewer consumption. So this is a summer one where we base the sewer off the winter usage, and so we don't make sure that if you're watering, that usage doesn't go into the sanitary sewer, so we don't bill you for that. So every spring we do kind of a look back to see what your average sewer consumption is over the winter time, and assume that that's really what you use throughout the year on that end of it. And so you can see on the right hand side, this is how the city bill would look. And so our water usage is there. City sewer usage is broke out from the Met Council sewer usage. So I don't know if you know or not, but Met Council charges us to process all of the sanitary sewer waste that goes through the system. And so we get a bill from Met Council for $6 million now. I think it's probably somewhere in that ballpark. And so we pass that in through as a direct charge on the utility bill. So that Met Council sewer service charge is a direct pass-through. So money collected on that gets passed over to Met Council to pay for their processing of the sanitary sewer waste. And then we have the water infrastructure and the sewer infrastructure fee broke out, like we talked about. And then there's the stormwater recycling street. And this account has streetlights, so there are some utility accounts that have special ornamental streetlights in their areas, and so they pay for those special lights in those areas as well too. So not all residents have that, but some do. And then you have your state water testing fee at the end as well too, which that is also going up for next year as well too. So it's not a lot, but it is going up. So with that, staff recommends opening the public hearing and then looking to adopt the attached resolutions to enact the various utility rates and set the deferred interest rate. And all these rates would become effective with the new bills issued in January. We issue those at the end of the month. So the due dates are usually the February 20th or so, something like that for all the utility rates. The SAC or the water and sewer access charges would be separate from that, would be effective January 1st of 2026. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for questions.
Mr. Nelson, thank you. That was a lot. And we understand that these things cost money, and the costs are typically not going down. But Council, any questions on our utility rate changes? Anyone? Councilmember O'Malley, I see you're tempted to raise your hand there.
Actually, not so much a question, but a
Okay.
comment when we come to it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, then what we'll do is open the public hearing. And if anyone would like to comment on these utility rates and related items, please come forward, state your name and address, and we'll listen to your comments. Then we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have to make some decisions. So welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. One thing that caught my eye in...
And you are?
I apologize. I'm
No
Luke Van
problem.
Santen, 2148 Sheridan Hills Road. One thing that caught my eye in the presentation that just concluded is the new level for the 30,000 plus gallon water usage tier. I would suggest that that rate, as proposed, be doubled. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on our utility rates for 2026? Let's say I didn't officially open the public hearing. I probably should do that. Open the public hearing here, but anyone else would anyone else like to comment? Otherwise, I'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back for conversation at the council level. Anyone? All right, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for comments. And Councilmember O'Malley, I believe you had some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciated the, kind of clarity in terms of the percentage increase. It was a lot, but, kind of having that, 14% across the board. And I'm sure as we communicate, that'll be helpful as well. I just wanted to kind of comment and reiterate, how much, I appreciate that we are looking forward, because other cities that have not done so and haven't been as good about maintaining and upkeeping their, vertical and horizontal water infrastructure have had things recently surrounding close by cities where they've had water mains break and other kind of catastrophic failures of their systems where residents of those cities were special assessed $10,000 to $15,000 per household, and so that is something that we obviously want to avoid, or having, being prudent with our spending now and reasonable so that we don't end up spending twice or three times as much to clear up a disaster, some catastrophic failure in the future. So I think that's important to keep in mind, given that some of the other cities that we saw in that chart are younger cities, and they don't have the amount of aging infrastructure that we have. So that's another factor that, I think is important to kind of reiterate and help people understand why we are looking at this. And the other thing that probably hasn't been pointed out is that the state of Minnesota now with the stormwater, this is something relatively new that hasn't been as regulated before. And now we are being much more careful about stormwater runoff and things like that, making sure that we're, collecting it and releasing it in a more responsible manner, especially important here in Minnetonka. So I appreciate all the work, that goes into that. I understand that it's, an increase, and that's not fun for any of us, but, I'd rather pay a penny now than a pound of flesh later. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Malley. Anyone else? Councilmember Calvert.
Just very briefly, a couple things. I just want to thank staff for working, especially on the water utility tiers. I think it's really helpful on the clarity of the billing moving forward. I think it'll be really helpful. The other thing I just want people in the viewing or in-person audience to know is we're not discussing this at length because we had a detailed study session on this. So it's not even that we just read our packet and showed up here tonight, but we had an opportunity to hear from staff in a study session so that we could ask questions and get clarity ourselves before we came to the meeting tonight. So I want to thank staff for preparing preparing us for that, and just wanted the community to know that that's why we're not having a deep discussion. We already had the opportunity to do that in another meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Just responding to the comment from the audience, I am not unsympathetic to wanting to, kind of promote conservation by raising, kind of fees on higher tiers and higher usage. However, given what is already happening and that we have a lot of residents on fixed incomes who are already, struggling in some cases, I think it's prudent for us to kind of see how this goes and look at that in the future, however.
Any other comments? I'll make a few because I usually do. The 13 to 14% increase in our utility rates is daunting. How many times have all of us heard from residents said, well, inflation is at 3 or 4% and you're raising rates a double-digit number. And, that is indeed true. It's going up more than any of us would like it to. However, it's one of those things where, that graph of when most of our utility, our underground infrastructure was put in was in the 70s. And, I was in high school in the 70s, and I'll tell you what, I look a lot different now than I did then. And, the same things are happening to our pipes. And, they don't age well. And I just, Councilmember O'Malley talked about some things that happen in neighboring communities. And I know that a mayor friend of mine told me about waiting around in people's basement in knee-high rubber boots, waiting in raw sewage, because kicking the can down on infrastructure improvements usually exacts a toll. And I know that some years ago, before we were really intentionally investing in not only catching up but getting ahead of our aging infrastructure, we would have over, and Will, correct me if I'm wrong, over 100 water main breaks a year. And 100 water main breaks, they typically run $10,000 a piece. So 100 times 10,000, that's $1 million. And when you are patching a water system, you're not making it better. You're just making it good enough to get by. And so it really is intelligent for us to invest to stay ahead of the curve. And we haven't always been ahead of the curve. I mean, 100 water main breaks is more than any of us wants to have. But the number of water main breaks has been falling because we have been aggressively investing in our underground infrastructure. And I'll add that our consultants told us that Minnetonka is unique. We are more aggressive on this front than are most cities. And I only have a couple weeks left as mayor, but I still do not want to be waiting in in raw sewage in somebody's basement. So I think this investment makes sense. I hate to raise rates as much as we are, but I think it's better to do that than to fall behind and have the kind of catastrophic failures that some of the neighboring communities have had. So that's my little speech. Thank you for bearing with me. But anyway, with that, is there a motion from anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. One more comment before. There was a slide that showed the inflation for like the cost of steel, which I think was 18%. I mean, it was in the high double digits, and so there is real inflationary pressures here. It's not just us raising rates.
Right.
So, but with that, I move to, let's see, where are we? Adopt the attached resolutions to enact various utility rates and set the deferred interest rate.
Very good. Is there a second, Councilmember Romali?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romali. Anyone else have a comment before we vote? Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn. Yes. Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So that brings us to item 14. Now, we've been here an hour and 10 minutes. Does anyone want to take a break now before, because the next one is going to be fairly lengthy? Would you like a break, or Councilor Coakley, should we, we'll take a 5-minute break, just give everyone a break, and then we'll get into it. Thank you. mics on? I think we're ready. So again, item 14A is part of other business, and it's items relating to the 2026 operating budget and property tax levies. And I believe this will be a shared report from Mr. Funk and Mr. Nelson. Mr. Funk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That is correct. I will kick us off this evening, and then about halfway through the presentation, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson for some of the more intricate details of tonight's budget. I'll start with more of a high-level presentation, and then we'll kind of filter it down from there. Excuse me. So for tonight's action, Mayor and Council, as you noted, we'll go through the presentation. Staff recommends that at the end of it that you receive public comment on the proposed budget and the levies. And then there are 3 resolutions for your consideration. The first resolution is to adopt the 2026 budget and the 2025 revised budget. That same resolution also sets the tax levy for year 2025 collectible in 2026, and then consenting to a special benefit tax levy of the Minnetonka Economic Development Authority. The second resolution then is setting a tax levy for the Bassett Creek Watershed Management District for year 2025 collectible in 2026. And then last, a resolution relating to the 2026 non-union employee wages. And all those resolutions do need 4 votes. As with every staff presentation, we do point out where there is strategic plan relatability. Of course, as we're speaking with the budget, this does relate to one of our pillars in our strategic plan related to financial strength. And really all 6 of our strategic priorities do come into play, and I'll talk about those here in those coming slides. Obviously, there is a financial consideration because Council, with your approval of the tax levy for next year, that has lays out the roadmap, if you will, for 2026, our priorities, and all the expenditures that we'll again talk about in the upcoming slides. Really now to kick us off this evening, first really just want to point out our whole budget process. And really for the audience listening, this is not new information to the council. I've got a slide coming up that really illustrates the time we spent this last year, as we call it, our budget season, which tends to be about 8 months of work on behalf of the council, collaborating with staff on tonight's process and tonight's vision for next year. So it's really a systematic approach. And really this starts off with our vision, mission, and values. 2025 is the first year of our new 3-year strategic plan. As we look at 2026, that really propels us in year 2 of that 3-year plan. So really it starts with the vision. And the vision for everyone's benefit is Minnetonka is an inclusive community committed to excellence where all residents, workers, and visitors are welcome in a beautiful, sustainable place supported by quality, dependable city services. So that's the vision that's been created, that's been supported then by our mission statement, which reads, provide quality public services while striving to preserve and enhance the distinctive character to make Minnetonka a special place for everyone. We did establish then 4 guiding principles. Those are noted on the slide as well. And those are, we earnestly commit to a beautiful, sustainable, and healthy environment as a vital part of stable, prosperous, and thriving community. We responsibly deliver excellent public services and provide quality opportunities to ensure access to all we serve. Third, we ethically uphold community trust through proactive, inclusive public engagement, transparent communications, and careful stewardship of our financial, natural, and capital assets. And then finally, we nimbly lead our city into the future by anticipating community needs, pursuing service innovation and adaptation of new technologies, and forging collaborative partnerships with all sectors of our society. Really, that vision, mission, and values then feeds into, if you will, our strategic plan. And Mayor and Council, I know you've noted that a couple times here this evening. Our 6 pillars in our strategic plan are financial strength, safe and healthy community, sustainability, resilience and natural environment, livable and well-planned development, infrastructure and asset management, and community inclusiveness. And I would just note, again, council, I know you know this, but for those that are here this evening or watching on TV or will watch the replay of this, our strategic plan is well laid out on our website. So anyone can see the progress on our strategic plan. So I encourage anyone to visit our website, very detailed in terms of our actions, our desired outcomes, and lots of metrics, because we do measure a lot of what we do to ensure accountability into our process. All of that then really is the framework for our budget, which again is our mission, vision, our values, our community survey that we rely on, and then long-term planning documents. And I'll illustrate our long-term planning documents on the next slide. That ultimately then sets the groundwork for more detailed work plans. And so annually, our department directors work on our work plans. Those include strategic action steps, our goals, our indicators, capital improvement planning. And so a lot of detailed work happens in our annual work plans. And then also we have reliance on our boards and commissions. And council, coming up in January, our boards and commissions will be present, and they'll be reporting to you on their specific action plans as it relates again to the budget and the body of work for 2026. So that's again a high-level summary of our approach to our whole budgeting process and how that all relates to one another. I do want to then talk about commitment to long-term planning. And I think as illustrated by Mr. Nelson in the comments here just a few minutes ago, just in terms of the city's commitment to making sure that we're sustainable long-term. Sustainable meaning financially sustainable. And so there's a lot of work that we do at the city in making sure that we're looking long-term for the city and for our residents. We do not look just 1 year at a time. So even though our budget's 1 year at a time, we look long-term at all of our systems and our processes. Just some of the documents, and I'll quickly go around this wheel, that really shape our budget. We have a trail master plan. In our trail master plan, we have a real long-term approach to our trail system and prioritizing trails in our city. We have our climate action and adaptation plan. Our Sustainability Commission works on that plan, and so it's our commitment to our long-term sustainability matters. We also have then our business and community survey. Again, that document is instrumental in understanding community attitudes and feedback from the community on all the services that we provide. We also then have our public safety master plan, and we'll talk about that in some of our upcoming slides, and our commitment to ensuring the long-term viability of our public safety departments, both police and fire. We have the assessment, renewal, and replacement plan. We also have our strategic plan that I touched on. We also have our natural resources master plan, and that plan outlines all of our goals for our open spaces in the community and how we approach ensuring our greenery and our open spaces are projected long-term. We have also our park space and trail system plan, our post plan we often refer to it. That's really a document that's guided by our park board, also with our natural resources management plan, guided by our park board. They look at those plans in terms of our park system and looking at our 53 parks in our city and the long-term usage of our parks and the capital equipment needs of those. We also then have our capital improvement plan that takes a look at a lot of our equipment. And again, I'll touch base on our capital improvement plans, which is a 5-year document that looks at all of our asset management. We have our economic improvement plan that looks at our business climate and all the investments that we're making in housing and affordable housing. That really, again, feeds into our decisions and discussions here this evening. Then our comprehensive plan, which is our long-term visioning document. That's our comprehensive look at the city and all the tools in terms of streets and infrastructure and roads and trails and parks. So it's our comprehensive plan that's developed every 10 years. And then last, facility planning. Council, you've been working on and had presentations from staff in the last year and a half on a lot of our facilities in terms of a number of buildings here at the city, ranging from our community center to the Marsh, Williston, our Glen Lake Activity Center. So again, facilities that feed into our budget. I say all this because of the complexities here at City Hall, the complexities of our organization and the amount of effort that it takes to really manage all of our assets and to really look, again, long-term in making sure that we're viable as a city long-term. Some of the budget goals, again, not to be too repetitive, our budget, as we approach our budget for 2026, some of our goals does reflect our city's mission, vision, values. I know I've already said that. We look to align our council priorities in the strategic plan in our budgeting process. We also, again, utilize our community survey through this process. And something that, again, the mayor and oftentimes our staff and you as a council talk about is our commitment to excellence. And excellence comes with values, and it's a values proposition for the city. And where do we look to invest in terms of our service delivery? As we get more specific in the coming slides, we look at managing our core business of the city. Oftentimes we refer to it as our business as usual. What are the costs that are driving existing infrastructure today? And so as we break this down, as we look at our own inflationary factors, just like folks have experiencing in their own homes and their own businesses, our wages and benefits for employees. We have increased costs in our service contracts, state mandates as an example, our own energy costs going up with electrical and gas and heating our facilities. All of that is looking at a base increase of our tax levy next year of 4.7%. Again, we'll look more deeper into these numbers into the coming slides. I also want to be point out to you and to the public that we really conceptually take a zero-based budget approach. And what I mean by that is we, as a staff, budget really from ground zero every year. We don't take any of our operations for granted. As staff, we look at really starting from scratch every year. So we're not just building in costs just for the sake of building in costs. We really take a look at staffing. We look at personnel. We scrutinize every line item in our budget, ranging from, again, some of the things I've noted, from staffing to service level contracts. All those expenditures are built every year from the ground level. Also, looking into next year, reflect the city's commitment to our public safety investments with their public safety master plan. We're estimating a levy increase of 2.7%. And then also this budget reflects a long-term strategy for financing our facility needs. So I touched on that wheel of options, or the wheel of explanation of our long-term commitments. So we're looking at a 0.7% levy increase for commitment to long-term financing for fire stations and perhaps community center in that conversation. Again, it's a commitment to our long-term planning. And then lastly, I just want to leave everyone with knowing that our next year, our approach is going to be more grounded in priority-based budgeting. And Council, I know we've talked about this extensively in our study sessions. That really is a desired outcome. Also in our financial strength pillar in our strategic plan is looking at how we can best align our expenditures with our priorities. So from a staff level effort, we're going to be engaging in that process. And really our budget process will look a little bit different next year as we look to assign more costs to programs. So we'll all have a better understanding of, again, those cost allocations and where they're going in terms of our expenditures. Oops. Sorry about that. The mouse is a little touchy. So overall, with our entire city budget, oftentimes we're asked, what is the city's budget? And this really illustrates the entire city budget. All of our funds in total is roughly 124 million. That expresses the expenditures. Really, we break down our expenditures and we think about this 124 million. I often use the word buckets a lot, so think of two buckets. The first bucket is illustrated on the left-hand side of this graph, which is our governmental funds. That's the first bucket. Our governmental funds are those funds that are supported by property taxes. The second bucket is in that purple circle, which is enterprise funds. So that's a separate, again, kind of a separate bucket. In our enterprise funds, that's where you'll find in our earlier conversation here this evening, our water and sewer funds, stormwater, environmental, recycling. This is where Williston Center falls. Our Grays Bay Marina are all funds within enterprise funds. In total, that's about just shy of $31 million of that 124 million. Now going back to governmental funds, so that bucket, there's then four funds or four buckets within that bucket, if you will. And I'll just quickly go around this wheel. Starting at the top in that yellow circle is special revenue. Our special revenue funds are those that are noted there. It's where you'll find our cable TV fund, ice arena, the marsh, our affordable housing trust fund, our electric franchise fund, our HRA, and a few others. And so in total, those special revenue funds total 7.3 million. Next, in that more aqua-colored circle is our capital improvement project funds. That's where we'll find expenditures in our 5-year CIP, such as our streets, technology, investments in equipment, investments in our parks and trails. So capital improvement is that, again, kind of aqua-colored circle. Excuse me. The next circle at the bottom is the brownish colored circle. It's debt service. That's $1.5 million. That's where we have our general obligation debt. So that's principal and interest payments really regarding our public safety facility that was constructed about almost now 6 years ago. And then last is the general fund. That is $60.1 million. That's that bluish colored circle. That's where we tend to spend most of our time, and that's where we find our 8 departments. So with police and fire, we'll find legal, finance, community development, administration. We have a slide coming up that shows that in greater detail. But our general fund is typically where we spend most of our conversation because that's where most of our tax dollars are allocated. And that's what that graph is over on the right-hand side. So on the very right-hand side of this is tax dollars allocation. And so this really relates to then governmental funds. So going back to the governmental funds in the 4 that I just mentioned, when we break down the property taxes of those 4 funds, that blue part of the circle, and I'll use my mouse so everyone can follow along. I assume everyone can see this. So about 80% of our proposed tax levy in this blue part of the pie directly correlates to the general fund. So again, that's where part of the reason we spend most of our time with the general fund is that's where most of our tax dollars go. And so that's to that general fund. The next piece of that pie is in this yellow portion at 16%. That relates to then, and I'm sorry, they're not color coded, but that really relates to our capital project fund. So 16% related to our capital project fund. 2% is then our special revenue accounts. And so part of that 2% is for our HRA levy, the marsh, and the ice arenas. And then last 1% is debt. So that 1% little piece is related to debt service. So hopefully that kind of illustrates from a high level perspective all the different funds we have in the city, the governmental funds versus the enterprise funds, and then again where a portion and the portions of our tax levy go. Whoops. We do, as I mentioned earlier, we spend a lot of time on our budget. This does start back in March, and so what this graph illustrates is the meetings that the council has had throughout this year, starting back on March 24th with director presentations. What's on the right-hand side of this then also correlates to the previous slide that I just talked about. So we want to just point out to you and to the public of when we had conversations and which part of our budgets were discussed. So for example, on March 24th in those director presentations, all parts and all phases of our budget were discussed. On April 28th, we had community and business survey information. That was more related to our general fund and our capital project fund. On May 12th, we had an official budget kickoff session. That was a study session where we focused primarily on the general fund, our debt funds, and capital project funds. In June, we had discussions, our capital improvement plan and our economic improvement plan. That's again kind of noted here by those X's indicating which funds were discussed. Then in August, we had an operating budget study session, again focusing on our general fund and our debt funds. In September 8th, September 8th regular council meeting, there was a preliminary levy and budget adopted. All the funds were hit on except for our enterprise funds. Then was discussed, our enterprise funds were discussed on October 27th, more of our utility infrastructure. And then in November, our operating budget study session, all of our funds were discussed. And then here we are tonight. And so it goes without saying, we've spent a lot of hours, if you add up the hours, considerable hours spent really discussing all phases of our budget. So tonight, again, is our budget discussion where we will receive public comment. Then on December 22nd is an alternate budget approval date. Again, this slide, what it does is show that all funds, so that 124 million that was shown 2 slides ago, this breaks this down by revenues and then expenditures by program and expenditures by category. In terms of revenues, taxes or property taxes fund generally about 49%, but rounding up roughly half of the revenues for all of our funds. The other bigger category is then fees and charges, and those are really the utility fees that you set and that we discussed earlier. So a lot of the fees then also pay for those costs related to those special revenue accounts. We also then rely on obviously other revenue sources, license and permits, intergovernmental revenues, and then other incomes. When we break this down, expenditures by program, Streets and utilities is the largest piece of this at 47.4 million or 38%. Next is public safety at around 24% or 30,521,000. Parks environmental at 11% or 13 million. Recreation 11,906,000. Development at $6,984 or 6%, and then general government at 11%. We further break that down differently than expenditures by category, and we often look at where, in terms of program and then the actual cost by category. In this example, personnel is 45%, capital outlay of 27%, service charges at 18%, supplies at 4%, and then debt service at 6%. Again, budgets can be evaluated so many different ways, and so we can slice and dice it a lot of different ways, but we try to keep it in a way that everyone can understand. This here is very similar information, but we take a look at just the general fund alone. So the previous two slides, the general fund is roughly 61 million. This takes a look at just the general fund because this is where most of our tax dollars live and most of our expenditures that are supported by those tax dollars. So when we look at just the general fund, taxes comprise about 78% of the general fund. The other thing that we really pay attention to, and Council, I know you don't know this, is over in license and permits of 4,107,000. That's the community development activity. So the permitting that we do, the growth that we see, developers that come forward, we really rely on those building permit fees to really supplement the general fund. That always makes it hard because when we do our forecasting, or one thing that can make it hard, when we do our forecasting, if we forecast slower growth in the city and permit revenues go down, that's really gets backfilled by taxes. And so we're really cognizant of how we work with developers and how we work with improvement projects in our city, because that growth is important and really in terms of how we look at our revenue side of the equation. Then looking at, again, the expenditures by program, just in the general fund, public safety is the largest portion at 46%, which is at 27,729,000. Very common. Most cities, public safety is the largest expenditure. It is for us, and generally what we see is public safety in that same kind of percentage as compared to many of our comparable cities. Next is our general government at 16%, 9.694 million. Streets and utilities, 8.754 million. Parks and environment at 5 million, which is 8%. Recreation at 4.7 million, or 8%. And then development at 4.162 million. And then again, expenditures by category. Council, I know you've heard this from staff before, but personnel is our largest expenditure in the general fund. We'll illustrate that more in a coming slide. 78% of our costs are related to people. We are in the people business. We're in the service industry, and so that's why we see a lot of our largest expenditure is tied to our personnel. We show this graph is not to benchmark, but to really illustrate where does Minnetonka compare to many of our comparable cities. This graph illustrates a 20-year look back, and it compares Minnetonka to, starting on the left from Blaine all the way down to the right of Eden Prairie. We've done research and really taken a look at how do we compare to other cities. And over the last 20 years, the aggregate increase is 99%, as noted there. We're slightly below that average, or 96%. So we are below the average aggregate, as noted there. I know that's meant to make people feel good or bad, but it's about positioning and where do we compare to other cities. As you hear from staff, other cities have different needs. We have our needs, and our budget, again, is really wrapped around our strategic plan and our own goals. Every city has their story, depending on infrastructure, depending on debt service, depending on priorities they may have. Again, this just really illustrates where we compare to our other cities. One takeaway I'd say is we're not certainly the highest tax city compared to our comparable cities, nor are we the lowest. We kind of fall in the middle, and one could argue that is our commitment to excellence. Excellence does come with a cost, and this does fit within the goals and priorities outlined in our strategic plan. Diving a little deeper then into next year's proposed levy, and this is really our drivers for next year. When we look at these drivers, and I'll go spend a little time on this slide because this really talks to what is driving then our levy, projected levy increase of next year. As noted earlier, next year's proposed city tax levy is 7.91%. What this does then is illustrate what is driving that 7.91%. I'll start with the second line, and I'll come back to the first one here in a second. First, looking at staffing and COLA. So our cost of living adjustments and market rate adjustments for staff based on our pay system plan is $1,457,000. That has a budget impact or a levy impact of 2.6%. Health insurance costs are rising. The city's health insurance next year is just shy of 9%. That is a shared cost between employees and staff. For the city's share, that is $480,000 or just shy of 1% of the levy. We do have a new state law that came into play this last year, which is the Minnesota Paid Family and Medical Leave. That is, again, a state law that came into play that is required not only by governments, but by all private businesses in the state of Minnesota. There are some exemptions to that, but mainly affects everyone doing business in the state of Minnesota, even governmental entities. There's an estimated cost of $300,000. That, again, will be a shared cost between the city and staff. So for the city's share of $150,000, that's 0.3 of the tax levy. We are asking a staff for a non-paralegal position to support our law enforcement, and so that paralegal will be housed in our legal department and would support, again, the efforts of our police department in the work that they do. That paralegal position salary and benefits roughly calculated $115,000 or 0.2% of the levy. Again, I want to come back to this. Now I'll come back to this first line item. So this is the difference of about $400,000, and that expenditure really relates to other inflationary costs of the city. So I alluded to earlier, we have rising costs for our own electrical bills, our heating bills. We have service contracts that are increasing, and other costs that are increasing outside of the city's control. So that's where that falls into play. So really, when you look at cost of just doing the business as usual, really nothing new added to the city except for the position as noted, looking at a levy increase of 4.7%. Moving on then to the other budget drivers, the ice rink and the marsh, looking at a $400 tax levy to support those operations. That has an impact of 0.7%. We do have a decrease in the levy, so we were able to carry over excess funds from the general fund to the capital improvement fund. So we're able to reduce the capital improvement levy by $513,000, or a savings in our levy of 0.9%. We then have our investments and our commitment to the public safety master plan. That is $1,464,000 or 2.7%. And then our facility improvements, as noted earlier, increasing the levy by $405,000. That will, as part of our long-term planning efforts, as we gear up for potential bond issuance for improvements to the fire stations and perhaps the community center. So a total levy of 7.91%. When you factor in the HR levy, which is a separate levy of $300,000, the net levy effect is 7.87%. Looking back then at a 10-year levy history, again, we work really hard at trying to control our levy. We do have rising costs every year related to staffing, related to our union contract commitments, to our health insurance commitments, and to other priorities of the city. So naturally, we would see that increase in our tax levy. This is color-coded. That breaks down some of the things that are our main budget drivers, as I alluded to earlier, which is our capital improvement plan. That's that blue box. The operations of the city, that's that general fund portion, is the orange, and then debt service is that gray. So those are our biggest drivers of the tax levy, and those are noted on this slide. So not only do we look back and give you a sense of what the levy has done in the last 10 years, we also then look forward. And so part of our financial planning, Mr. Nelson and his team look at our long-term financial management plan, and we look at what our future levies would look like. And so what this represents is, as we look forward, again, at 2026, 7.91%. We do have, in looking at 27 and 28, those are the last couple years of the investments in the Public Safety Master Plan. And then we do see tax levy relief coming out in 2029 and 2030. And what this really illustrates is the impacts of that investments in our Public Safety Master Plan. So that's, again, going above and beyond what our normal general fund operating increases would be. We do also do some kind of similar to the last slide I showed you a couple slides ago. We do take a look at then in 2026 what's happening with some of our neighboring communities. As you see, we're about in the middle of that. Again, kind of broken down as we've been talking here this evening. About, I said, noted earlier about 4.7%. This slide says about 4.5%. So it's about 4.5, 4.7% for our operations, investments in the Public Safety Master Plan at 2.7%, and then our debt service commitment of 0.7%. We don't know how other cities break down their budget drivers, but anecdotally, what I can tell you is that as I talk to my colleagues in other cities, what's driving these levy increases in other cities tends to be staffing. We're seeing staffing increases in public safety in other cities. That has a lot of explanation in what's happening in Woodbury and Edina. And I don't like to name off of these cities, but I do know that in talking with those city managers, that's what's contributing to a lot of the growth in these tax levies is inflationary pressures and increased staffing for public safety. At this point, I'm going to turn over to Darren. Again, hopefully you're getting a sense for we're starting out wider with the budget presentation this evening as we'll start to narrow down into more of the intricate details. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson, who will further represent the work that he's done with our directors and myself as we look into, again, some of those more finite details of those budget drivers. So with that, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. You did a great job of going over this budget, so I will try to keep it briefer on my end here. So looking at the Public Safety Master Plan, that's been our driver of the budget here for the last 3 years or so. And looking what makes up those drivers for the 2026 budget are, we added 9 firefighters in 2025, and those were mid-year hires. So we hired those, they came on board July 1st-ish or so of this year. And so we funded those with the 2025 levy halfway through the year. And so since they're now full-time employees throughout the entire year for 2026, we need to fund those for the entire year. So that's about an additional cost of about $630,000 to make those positions funded for the entire year for 2026. Another project that's been driving the Public Safety Master Plan is our Axon service agreement. And this is for some tasers, body and squad cameras, training equipment in our records management system. And so this has a cost of about $615,000 for 2026. And this is a 10-year agreement. The cost will come down in future years a little bit as the implementation of these various projects, including the records management system, takes place, and we're able to phase out some older software as well too. So we'll have some savings there that we'll recognize over the next couple of years on that end of it. But that is a big chunk of our Public Safety Master Plan for the upcoming year. And then we also have a community engagement officer, which is a cost of about $140,000, and that was also called out in the Public Safety Master Plan as a need for the department there. And then lastly, we have drones as first responders, and that was a newer program that we initiated this past summer. That's about $300,000 a year as well too for the next 9 or 10 years on that end of it. And that first year is being funded for 2026 is being funded out of the Capital Improvement Program or the CIP. But we will need to probably bring that into the operational budget for next year for 2027 on that end of it. So, and that drones as first responder program or those DFRs, they did supplant the need to hire some additional police officers as well too. So we'll be able to recognize some savings or some cost neutral positioning anyway on that program. So what else is in the budget outside of the Public Safety Master Plan? So as Mr. Funk mentioned, the non-union class and compensation study, that is in here as well too. So that the cost of living adjustments are built off a 3% COLA and then a 0 to 2% market adjustment based off of the bargaining unit or the non-union wage scale per se on that end of it. And wages are a big part of our general fund as Mr. Funk mentioned. So that's $1.45 million of an impact, or about 78% as Mr. Funk mentioned within our general fund. Health insurance, that was also mentioned, so there's a cost share there, about $480,000 cost to our general fund for 26, and then the Minnesota paid family medical leave impact as well too that becomes effective January 1st of of the new year. And then we have the additional FTE for the legal department, and so that's about $115,000 there. And then lastly, we have been looking for the last few years, our cable franchise, or our cable TV special revenue fund is mainly funded by franchise fees from Comcast, through franchise fee through customers that they have on that end of it. And as more people have cut the cord per se on cable TV, those franchise fees have been reducing over the years. And so we've had a concerted effort to really move staffing from our cable television fund over to the general fund over the last number of years. I think we got that complete. It was either 25 or in 2025 or 2024, we were able to transfer that last position over to outside of the cable TV fund and over to the general fund. But there still are some items within the cable TV fund that have kind of accumulated over the years. So our Summerfest program, or Summerfest Festival, is in the cable television fund along with Spooktacular and our farmers market. And so we'd really like to get those out. Those are really general fund. Those are programmatic programs within either recreation or other departments on that end of it. So we really like to get those in the general fund. We just don't have a way to pay for those at the moment. So we move the programming over to the general fund, and then we kind of subsidize it with a transfer from the cable TV fund, with plans in the future to kind of minimize that transfer or reduce that transfer over the next couple of years to try to minimize the impact on the tax levy for those various events and programs. So as Mr. Funk also mentioned about the facility improvements, and so council, you're well aware of this. You've looked at a community facility study both back in 2024, and then we reviewed that again earlier this year in 2025, looking at not only the community center but some of the other facilities as well too. And so last year at the preliminary levy, we had initially we had dollars in there to remodel the Marsh and the Wilson Center and other facilities, community facilities, and we ended up taking that out at the preliminary levy time. And so those dollars weren't in the final levy or anything like that, but obviously there's still a need and some costs out there. And one that was kind of brought up was the community center remodel. That project had been slated to happen kind of right before we bought the Marsh, and obviously with the purchase of the Marsh, we put the community center refurbishments on hold, and so that those refurbishments still kind of probably need to happen at some point along the way. And so looking for a way to try to fund those on a piecemeal or on a savings account basis anyway on that end of it. And so looking to start with the levy for this year with a 0.7% levy increase to put away about $405,000, which could be funding either the community center or community facilities, or as Mr. Funk mentioned, the satellite fire stations as well there too. So so we will have a need for both of those as well too. So looking at a remodel of Fire Station 2 is our biggest need at the moment. That has a range from anywhere from $2.5 million to kind of refurbish that to $9 million to actually to rebuild that entire facility. And so financing those facilities is challenging. We did have an ask into the legislature last year to fund the Marsh and the Opus open space area, which would, if we got that funded, that would have allowed us to probably fund some other projects as well too. But unfortunately, there was no legislative bonding bill last year. We did submit another bonding bill this year for a fire station. We kind of thought the needs were better chance of receiving funding from the state if we looked at something on the police and fire side or the public safety side of things versus maybe more so the recreational side of things on that end of it. And so we did put a request into the legislature for $5.33 million to rebuild Fire Station 2. And so we'll have to wait and see how the legislative session rolls out to see if we're successful in receiving those funds. There is a big ask across the entire state on that end of it. It's billions of dollars. So I'm not sure if our $5.33 million is there or not, but we're going to do our part to lobby for it and do our best to raise our hand on that end of it. And then the other financing option out there, which has had a moratorium over the last couple of years, is sales tax. And so the city does not have a local sales tax. There are a number of cities around the metro, around the state, that do have a local sales tax. The legislature had been seeing a big increase in asks for sales tax, and so a couple of years ago they put a moratorium in place, and so they could study it and kind of come out with a recommendation on moving forward on what the process would need to be or what would be eligible. That 2-year time frame ended at the end of the last legislative session with no change in law there. So It is kind of still open to back to the old practice now of needing to go back to the legislature to ask for approval before you would go to potentially to your voters and ask for a sales tax there. So which basically leaves your last financing source of property taxes. And so looking to know that we have a fairly substantial levy increase again with our public safety master plan, and that's a couple years remaining on that project as well too. Looking to kind of step into these facility improvements that we need. We know we need the fire station. We know eventually we'll need the community center at some point down the road. And so we looked at increasing the levy by this 0.7%, or about $405,000 to dedicate towards future facility improvements. And so this would be a 2-year step. So there'd be $405,000 this year and an additional $405,000 next year, which would equal $810,000, which is about the principal and interest payments on a 20-year municipal bond at that point in time. So it gives you some options. If you start here, we have, a little bit of savings that we could generate from that as well too, from a bond that we paid off earlier. So we'd have a little bit in the kitty to begin with there. So moving on to the general fund, just wanted to show briefly, I know we've some charts and graphs and pie graphs on the general fund and some of our other funds, but just wanted to briefly kind of show you the revenues and expenditures and kind of the detailed programmatic areas that this breaks out. And so if we look at our 26 budget column, that's the $60.1 or $60.2 million of revenues. The $47.6 million is property taxes associated with that, and then you have all your other revenues that Mr. Funk mentioned earlier, making up that total revenue amount. Then your expenditures are broke down here by program as well too, by function, by general government, public safety, streets, parks and environment, etc. on that end of it. So that brings us down, if you're looking at the 2026 budget column, we get a surplus of revenues or expenditures, over expenditures of $78,200. And if you look down just 2 lines further, there's a transfer out to other funds of that $78,200. Those are some operating transfers that we make. One is to the Community Investment Fund for repayment of the Minnetonka Art or Minnetonka Music Association building from a number of years ago. And then the remaining is a part dedicated to ball field fees and things like that. So we do balance the budget each and every year, so we bring it down to that zero difference between our revenues and expenditures. But if you look, there's a transfer to capital project funds of $2.55 million. And so those are reserves in our general fund that we ended the year in 2024 with, that we're able to move to our capital project funds to reallocate for one-time purposes, which a lot of our street improvement projects or parks and trails or capital equipment, those types of things. That's where we're able to reduce the CIP levy by that 0.9% by able to transfer these reserves out of the general fund over to the capital project funds. A year ago, we weren't projecting that. We were projecting that we were pretty much done with our transfers out of the general fund, that we didn't have the reserves available to be able to do that in the future, and that the CIP would probably have to stand on its own and not have the luxury of having some additional transfers. We had a good year in 2024. 2025 is looking the same way as well too. So crossing our fingers that we end the year in a good note there as well too, to help kind of supplant some of the capital project funds. We have a lot of capital project funds and we have a lot of projects, and they're not all sufficiently funded at this point as well either. So that would all be good news there. And I'm just going to touch briefly on here. So here's the other kind of bubble or a bucket that Mike was talking about with the special revenue funds. These are all of our special revenue funds here. What I really wanted to kind of call out is the first line there under general property taxes. And over on the far right, you have 3 columns there that have numbers in the general property taxes. The first one is the Housing and Redevelopment Authority. So that's our HRA. So that's that special levy that we it's not work. Is it not working right? Okay, sorry. So that's our HRA levy. That's our special levy that shows up as a separate line item on property taxes. And then the Ice Arena and the Marsh Fund. Those are 2 new levies for this year. The Ice Arena Fund, in the past, we have been transferring dollars from the general fund over to the Ice Arena Fund to help subsidize that fund, as it has had some needs with some capital needs and some operating needs in the past. The Ice Arena Fund will be redoing one of its ice rinks, Ice Arena B this summer, or this spring. We'll be redoing the refrigeration system, so the ice rink will be down. Our revenues will be less, and so we expect our expenditures to be less as well too, to a certain extent. But we're assuming that we're going to need a little bit more subsidy in the Ice Arena Fund for 2026. And then the Marsh Fund, we're looking to subsidize that by $200,000 there as well too with property taxes. Here are all of our capital project funds. So we got lots of different buckets, lots of different funds, and all with a dedicated purpose and use on those. And so here, if you look at the general property taxes line, and you follow it all the way over to the far right, the total capital project funds total there is $9.3 million. So that's our CIP, our capital improvement program levy that we're levying amount. So that's the breakout of where the different dollars go amongst the different funds. Obviously, our street improvement fund gets a majority of that at almost $5.9 million. And here's that other bucket. Here's the enterprise funds. There's no tax dollars in these funds, but these are just the 5 or 6 that make up the enterprise funds. And then you can see the environmental, that's our environmental recycling fund. That actually has a negative cash balance. We're forecasting for 2026. And that's really where we need to catch up with those organic recycling rates that we talked about earlier as well too. We had a loss that we're accumulating right now, and now we'll recoup that loss over the next 2026 and 2027. So we look at homeowner impacts, and really what happens with property taxes and with values is that they're shifting values amongst different property types. And this happens every year. Some years are better than others, depending on which category you're in. But if you look at single household residential, that increased 4.1%. That's been about the average for the last couple of years, somewhere in that ballpark. Might have been a little bit less than in prior years. But if you look at some of the other areas that are seeing a decrease, so look at our commercial area is down 0.5%. So we're hearing stories, Minneapolis, St. Paul area, where the big commercial buildings are vacant and the taxes are going away. Well, that's not necessarily the case here in Minnetonka. So we do have some buildings that are vacant, but the property value doesn't go down to zero either. It does get reduced, but it doesn't go down to zero. And we have different segments of the commercial property areas that are actually doing really well on that end of it. So small commercial facility or buildings are doing really well, whereas large office complexes aren't doing as well on that end of it and such. But what happens is that the property tax burden shifts. And so no longer the commercial and condominiums and apartments are seeing a little bit of decline in value. Well, now that shift is going to be taken on by single household residential, lakeshore, townhomes, those types of things on that end of it. So no matter if we kept our levy exactly flat, all these property owners are going to see a shift in their property taxes, either up or down. Nobody is ever going to really stay exactly equal unless it was by chance on that end of it. So it's really dependent upon what your property does in comparison to the rest of the properties throughout the city. And you can see a median valued home, which is valued at $521,300, will see an increase of about $168 or 9% for this upcoming year. And so here I wanted to just kind of show what that impacts. So that $138 that we see here on that this is the 138. Oh, okay. I apologize for this. I meant to do the $168, but if we look at that 25th percentile home, which is valued a little bit less than that, we'll see an increase of about $138. And here we break this out according to that slide that we looked at earlier, what that impact is across all those different line items. And so you can see that staffing, the COLA and market increase accounts for a big piece of that of $46, but our public safety investment plan also accounts for the same amount of that $46 piece of that increase. And so these are all the dollar amounts that make up that $138 across the different areas, theoretically, and what that increase in taxes would pay for across the city. And here's just another graph that really shows kind of the homeowner impacts and that shifting of value. You can see the light blue is the residential. That's been increasing over the last 4 or 5 years, and then the middle part, the commercial industrial, has been shrinking on that end of it. The apartment part did decrease this for 2025, but It has been increasing over the last few years as well, though, too, with the addition of new apartments being added within the city. That brings in new value that then is able to spread the tax burden across all that new value. So when we talk value, we talk both new construction and value increases. And it's new construction that really helps spread the tax burden for the rest of the existing tax properties throughout the city. And I wanted to include, since it's the mayor's last budget meeting, and he always talks about a way to try to explain taxes and values of properties and all that kind of fun stuff. We're trying to find a way to help simplify it, and I don't think there is a simple way. But I did find a slide through the Minnesota Association of Assessing Officers that provides an example of what if you had 4 homes that were all valued at $100,000 in 1 year, the first year in 2024. And so your levy is $4,000, so it's $1,000 split evenly across those 4 homes since they're all valued at $100,000. And that levy for the next year remains flat at $4,000, but the values of those properties all change. So some of the properties go up. For instance, the first property goes from, on the top, goes from $100,000 to $150,000. And so what does that have in it on your taxes? And so that has now you owe an additional tax burden from the total value in the city. And so your taxes actually go up about 16% on that end of it. You look at the next example where the value remains exactly flat, so you would think, okay, my taxes aren't going to do anything. The levy is exactly the same. What's going to happen? Well, what happens is that there was more tax value added to the total, and now your $100,000 is a little bit less than the total value that it was the year before, and so your taxes actually decrease by, in this instance, by $200 or 20%. And so then you have some of the other examples here, the bottom two of somewhere in between that $100,000 and $150,000 example on that end of it. So you can really see that no matter what the levy does, it's these outside pressures that put a change in your property taxes as well too. So it isn't just, yes, it is the city levy, it's the county levy, it's all the levies that impact it as well too, but that's one of the characteristics or one of the factors that go into calculating your property taxes. Your value and your proportionate share of the value compared to the rest of the city's value is that other factor, and then you have to take the two combined to kind of see where your levy is going to be at. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Hopefully it's an example somebody can look back at and try to make some sense of a little bit on that end of it, but I wanted to throw that in there. So we look at the HRA levy. HRA levy we've talked about it several times throughout the summer. That really hasn't changed. We're looking at levying $300,000 for the upcoming year. That's based off of market value, and we could levy based off of state statute amounts. We could levy up to $2.5 million in that HRA levy. We've always been well below that amount, and it's been $300,000 now for the last year or two on that end of it. And so council has reviewed that. They approved the EIP in September and have recommended no changes since that time. So a little bit about our budget and communication and feedback. So we always encourage input from the public on our budget, and so we do. We have made a concerted effort on Minnetonka Matters, which is our communication tool on our website, to try to garner that feedback. We put all of our budget documents out there. It goes out to anybody that's signed up for that. We also use other communication methods through our Minnetonka memo and our social media. And then obviously our Truth and Taxation meeting is tonight, so those notices all went out in mid-November with the proposed property tax statements. And staff has shared all of our budget comments with the council as well too. And so tonight's the night for public input, official public input on that end of it. So I think that's probably about our last slide on that. And I do want to just touch on property tax rebates as well too. I know our tax levy is higher than we want it, higher than what we would prefer to have it, but it is going for things that we have a need for within the city as well too. But we also want to make sure that property owners are aware of property tax rebates. There are a couple of them out there. A couple of them are, or one of them is income-based for sure, but there is one that if your property taxes go up by over 12% and $100, no matter what your income is, you are eligible for a property tax rebate there. So when you're preparing your taxes this spring, make sure that your tax preparer or who's ever doing your taxes, or if it's yourself, that you take a look at this and really take advantage of this. The property tax refund program for I know for fixed income individuals can be a very beneficial program and provides substantial relief on that end of it. So I want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. We do promote that in when we have our valuation notices that we send out in the spring through assessing. We usually put a note in there on that, and then we also communicate that through the Minnetonka memo as well too. But can't reiterate that program enough to make sure that just to check and make sure to see if you're eligible or not, because it is worthwhile. Oh, and so I think that is all I have for me. Mr. Funk, do you have anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mayor and Council, it does conclude our staff presentation, and we'll turn it back over to you for questions and then comments from the public. Or questions
Well,
from the
very
public.
good. Thank you, Mr. Funk and Mr. Nelson. That was a lot there. Council is quite familiar with it because we've spent a lot of time with you on this, but it's a big topic. This is one of the more important evenings of the year because it's important for us to hear from the public. But Council, any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Anyone? Like I said, we've been through this quite a bit. So this is an opportunity, if you have comments that you'd like to make on your tax statements and the tax that and the city budget, please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you want us to hear. What happens here tonight, we passed a preliminary levy, and that was that 7.91%. As Mr. Nelson's new slide indicated, it's not just so simple. If we take a 7.9% levy increase, everyone's taxes are not going to go up 7.9% because it's those other valuation factors that may cause your tax increase to be meaningfully above or meaningfully below what the overall levy is, because it's what your property value represents. A lot of people think, well, it's a mill rate system, and if my house goes up in value, I'm going to pay more tax. If it goes down in value, I'm going to pay less in taxes. That's not the way it works. The way it works is that your value represents a proportion of the city's total tax value. And so you pay your share. I mean, if you, if our total valuation is $1 billion and you live in a house that's worth $1 million, 1/1000th of $1 billion, you would pay 1/1000th of a levy increase, and that would be your responsibility. However, it's not that simple because we have all these different property value classifications. And as Mr. Nelson showed, some go up more than others. And so it affects the share that you owe. And I think his slide demonstrated that pretty well. So it's complex, it's difficult, but there is not a direct correlation between your value and your taxes because of these other factors. So complex, difficult, but it's not a direct correlation between your value and the taxes you owe. There are more factors involved. So please come forward, state your name and address, and let us know what you would like to hear. You would like us to know. When you received that preliminary valuation, that was based upon the 7.9% preliminary levy. If we were to decide to lower that or increase it, we could do either tonight, and that we can't increase it because the preliminary levy is the maximum we can do. But if we decided to lower it tonight, that would affect your taxes. But the preliminary levy is the most we can levy, so that's 7.9135%. Was it 9? Yeah, 7.91%.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think it was 7.933, I think it was. We actually did lower the final proposed levy
to 7.91.
A smidgen, right.
All right, pardon me for that. So that's the maximum, and some of the decisions we could make tonight could impact that in one direction, only down. But we've been through it a lot, and I think our budget's pretty tight, but that's part of the conversation tonight. So please come forward and let us know what you want us to know. Yes, it is. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Luann Tolliver, and I live on Waichuwood Road. I'm here tonight to comment on the city's budget. I've been coming to these council meetings this time of year, several years in a row. Sometimes I've been the only person in the audience, so it's good to see other people here tonight. First, I'd like to establish that I've been a Minnetonka resident since 1980. First lived in Williams Lane, and then in 1994 moved into my current home. And I've been an active citizen and served on various Minnetonka boards and commissions, along with having served regionally on the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District for 21 years. And I've also served the state of Minnesota on the Board of Water and Soil Resources, being appointed by Minnesota's governor for 2 terms. And I currently serve on the Minnetonka Charter Commission. And I love Minnetonka. For the most part, I think the city does a lot of things right. But I feel there's room for improvement. Example, the value of my house raised over $56,000 this last year, and my property taxes increased 14.8%. The city's assessing department added taxable items that have existed on my house since my house was built in 1972. My front stoop is now called an open-air porch, and it's now a taxable item. That stoop was built when the house was built in 1972, but now I'm going to be paying extra taxes on it. A back patio that existed since the 70s has now been added as a taxable item. So suddenly reclassifying and adding items that have existed in our homes for over 50 years, and it's escalating our home values. And this feels like a city that's trying to push its seniors out. And this concerns me. It's a real concern. And at the same time, the city continues with large budget increases, not only adding our value, increasing our values, but now also getting it on the other side with the large budget increases, with absolutely no end in sight, which we saw tonight for the next few years. We used to have a council member that was very budget conscious, Dick Allendorf, and with every council decision all year long, not just in December, he kept staff on their toes, urging staff to find ways to accomplish things more economically. Before Dick, it was Doc Renicky. I'm thinking there probably isn't a single council person here that knows those people, and possibly most of the staff. But we cannot continue on this spending path. So which one of you is going to be that budget conscious person for the future? We need someone. And I have ideas, but it requires changes in thinking. First, challenge city staff. Challenge them to be budget conscious. Rather than rewarding staff on grandiose visions of ways to spend our tax dollars, reward staff when they come up with ideas of reducing spending and eliminating waste. We see this in the newspaper every week of the waste that's happening in our state. Have every department do an examination on how they can cut costs. Recognize that staffer who comes up with the most significant cost savings. Second, stick to must-haves in the budget. Must-haves. We've heard about it on our utilities, must-haves. But there's nice-to-haves in there too. And then eliminate the don't needs. Eliminate the don't needs. My opinion, the Marsh is a don't need. The Williston is a great facility. We've had it for many years. We got along without the Marsh for a long time. The Marsh should be owned by a private company, and I oppose additional spending on this, and I encourage the city, sell it. Sell it. Also, now's not the time for the city to be buying additional land. Now's the time for the city to be hunkering down with everything that's happening in our country. We are all feeling the pinch. Third, we're adding more staff to implement the master safety plan, so what other city positions can be eliminated? It's a balance. We just can't keep adding and adding personnel. Are there other city positions that can be combined to eliminate staff? Can we share more city services with other cities? I'm sure other cities are feeling the pinch too. And then staff salary increases need to be limited to inflation. I read that our city manager received a 7.25% increase, salary increase. Unacceptable. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but hey, I'm a nice person too. I serve my community, but Social Security, they're still only giving me 2.8% increase. So when looking at tonight's budget, I encourage you, only pass the must-haves. Hold off and reprioritize the nice-to-haves. And in 2026, take the challenge to do a deep dive into cost savings so that future budgets are aligned closer to the percentage increase that Social Security deems as the real cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tolliver. Is there anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Tom Stockert, 5524 Dominic. I'll be brief. In 2024, the budget projected a 3.43% increase in 2027. This year it's 8.91% in 2027. And in 2024, it said the taxes were going to go up 1.63% in 2028. Now that's 7.3% in 2028. Every budget for the last decade has projected years 4 and 5 with reasonable increases. It hasn't happened. There will be no reasonable increases in the budget until the City Council says we need a reasonable budget increase this year. Over the winter, I'll be reviewing the budget in greater detail and will continue to be a lonely voice ahead of some very tough decisions current city spending is creating. 5 to 6% increases, excluding public safety investments, are unsustainable. Though not noticeable in this room tonight, media and, well, I guess it is now, media and residents throughout the metro appear to finally be taking notice about increases in city and county spending. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Stockert. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen. This is my first ever city council meeting, and I'm pretty excited to be here. I'm nowhere near as esteemed as my fellow citizen here with her
Kristen,
experience.
your last name?
Kristen Gorder.
Thank you.
Yep. I live on Dominic Drive, and I appreciate all of your service and your efforts to manage what is a very difficult public budget. Earlier this evening, many of our council members, Calvert, Wilburn, and Ramley, raised that many people are hurting. You even suggested that we donate to the food shelf. In addition to the plea for charitable donations, we heard Mr. Nelson discuss the increases to our rates and our fees outside of the property taxes. And not just an increase on one item, right? It's an increase on all of the items, utilities, stormwater, recycling, et cetera. That is approximately 14%. The 2026 city budget has raised concerns for me personally due to a significant property tax increase across the board of the 7.91%. Appreciated varies by home value. While the city emphasizes that these funds will maintain essential services and support the priorities such as public safety and future community facilities and fire station improvements, the impact on the homeowner is clear. Mr. Nelson also discussed the impact of commercial property values decreasing and that burden shifting to individual homeowners. Unfortunately, I, as an individual homeowner and as an individual earner, can in no way make up a commercial property tax deficit. What amplifies this concern for me is the city's multi-year financial plan, which projects an annual levy increase ranging from 7.4% to over 9% through 2029. And as a budget owner in a corporation, so I do this same process every year, granted I don't start in March, but I do this and I am required to keep my budget flat or down. And specifically for 2026, I'm being asked to reduce my budget year over year. I am being asked to find ways to do more with less, and that is literal. So when we talk about a business as usual plan, as referenced by Mr. Funk, I am unclear why we're starting priority-based budgeting next year. I would urge us to actually throw out the business as usual and start priority-based budgeting now. I want to thank my fellow homeowner for her recommendations on how to bring the budget down to a more reasonable level. But really, in the end, many households in this city are already facing economic pressures. This trajectory that has been presented raises questions about long-term affordability and whether alternative cost-saving measures were fully explored. I believe the council should reject the budget, sharpen your pencils, and bring the costs for the citizens down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Does anyone else want to comment on this? Now, I'm not going to beg, so if I'm going to ask one more time, if you don't come, we're going to wrap it up. All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments. I'll bring it back to the council. So, council members, comments. I think we're at that stage. So, what are your thoughts? What are your comments?
I can try to start. So, first of all, I want to make sure that everyone in this room and watching knows that we all live in Minnetonka and we are also taxpayers. So when we raise your levies, we raise it on ourselves as well. And you may notice that I have a few blonde highlights of my own. My husband's been retired for some time. And so the cost pressures on people on fixed incomes is very, I'm very aware of those cost pressures. And so just talking about, some of the things that we have done to save money and the idea of must have versus nice to have versus don't need. So, we have said no to things. As was mentioned in the presentation, there was 2% in the levy for this year suggested for improvements to this building, and we said no because we couldn't afford it. And just for the record, I do know Mr. Allendorf because I sit in his previous seat. We also invested in drones as first responders, in part because our wonderful police chief said that it would help. First of all, it would help us do many things, including make our public safety more effective, but it would save 2 law enforcement officer positions and the benefits that go with them. As far as the marsh goes, yes, it was an initial cost outlay, but I have said this in so many budget meetings over the last few years. We did a facility study and a recreation study about the needs in the city, and we needed another pool because we didn't have enough lane time, lesson time for the people that were signing up for swimming. So this is just one example of one kind of facility. To build a new pool would have cost $25 million at that time, so it'd be a lot more now. We got that whole building, 2 pools, all of the exercise equipment, all of the offices, 6 point something acres of land on the creek, and trying to acquire property along the creek to protect the creek has been a decades-long goal of the city. So we also, in that facility study, discovered that we needed office space, and it accomplished additional office space, additional meeting space, which we also needed, 2 pools, all of the exercise equipment, meeting rooms, which we needed, and more space for senior activities and so forth. So we accomplished much of that for pennies on the dollar, just taking the pool alone. So sometimes you have to invest to see the benefit, and that's that is how I view that investment. So we have taken a look at, what do we need, what do we want, and I think we've been pretty prudent. And I also want to say that we are a growing community. We're not shrinking. And to serve that community, it's not a zero-sum game. When you have more people in the community to serve, you need more people to serve them. You cannot keep loading workload on the staff and expect the same level of excellence that makes people want to live here. And so all of that is an investment. But I know that all of us, you may not believe it, but we all feel the pain. I live in an 1,100 square foot house that desperately needs a new kitchen. So I understand, I understand the struggles. I'm a municipal employee. I am not a rich person, and none of us get rich sitting up here. So all of that to say, we have sharpened our pencils, and there are some people that have been, writing in social media and are taking some of the facts and figures from our budget and interpreting them in ways that are maybe a little inaccurate. And so I just want to say all of us up here have studied this budget for 9 months, and it's a very difficult time. All of the inflation that we're feeling, the staff tried to tell us about tonight. So just the cost of pipes for this big project that we're talking about, they said the cost went up 18%. So somehow we're supposed to absorb that without paying for it, and it's just not, unfortunately, it's not realistic if we're going to pay for the infrastructure that we need. And that infrastructure that we invest in helps give us a AAA bond rating, which gives us very low interest rates and saves taxpayers money on those big projects. So I'm not going to wax poetic anymore. I've studied the budget, and I'm in favor of the budget. I am proud of the investment in public safety. My husband's a retired wildland firefighter and emergency manager, and public safety is job one for this city, and so I am proud of the investments that we're making. I wish it didn't cost as much money, but it does, and I am so grateful to live in a city that has wonderful fire and police service, and that is the biggest part of the levy increase, aside from just straight inflation. So I'm supportive of the budget, and I just want to thank everyone that came in and weighed in and expressed their opinions about the budget. And please stay in touch, and if you want to talk at a future time, my number's on the website.
Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really appreciative of the folks that are engaged on this and the comments that we've received, and I don't take any of it lightly. I will say that, over the course of campaigning over the summer, I knocked on thousands of doors. I talked to thousands of people, and the number one thing I heard is that people love it here, and I do too. And the second thing I heard is people asking for more trails, asking for faster fire response, asking for I just had an email tonight from somebody who wants a neighborhood park, their trails plowed, which I think is a legitimate request, right? But people have things that they want done that we tell them no to all the time because we just can't manage those pressures. And I know that there are folks out there who want us to do less, but I don't think we can bring the budget down significantly without making significant sacrifices to our way of life. This, you know, and that is by and large not what I'm hearing our community asking for slower plowing times, for their inspections on their home remodel to happen slower, for phone calls to be returned from City Hall slower. I'm not hearing people willing to make those sacrifices. And that is something I'm willing to consider in the future. You know, is there attrition that we can not rehire for open positions in order to save budget, but that means all of us as residents would have to sacrifice. Our staff works incredibly hard. You see them here tonight. There's more than a dozen staff members here working. They'll be here. I anticipate we will be here past 11, as will these staff members who've been here. I get on the phone on Monday mornings with Mike at 8 a.m. So my point is that in order to maintain the city and what people like and what is important to us as council members, this is the budget. This is the lights on budget. There are certain things. I run a business too, and we're facing very similar pressures. Insurance rates for the city, we're lucky they're only up 9%. My business, they're up 21%. So some of the things that we pay as a city, pipes, are not necessarily reflective of the inflationary increases that I might be paying as an individual at Target. So I want to consider, I'm not comfortable with the budget projection going forward. I am comfortable with the budget for this year, for the commitments that we've made to public safety, for the commitments that we've made to our fire stations, to the fact that we have to pay these medical insurance premiums. It's just something that we have to do as employers. I agree that we need to make tough decisions going forward, and we've made tough decisions this year. I believe the first conversation we heard about a budget was over 10%. So I think we've done the hard work. I also wanted to clarify, you know, I would argue, and I've always taken a little issue with the priority-based budget label. We have always attempted to budget based on our priorities. That has been our goal. It's been tied to the strategic plan. There is a budgeting method that is being presented to municipalities that is called priority-based budgeting, that we're going to use some of those methodologies. Not that we haven't, I think talking about it suggests that maybe we haven't budgeted based on priorities in the past, and I don't think that is the case. So while I wish the levy was lower, I don't think we can continue to manage the city in the way that our residents expect and bring that levy down at all.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Other comments? Anyone? Councilmember Wilburn?
I'll try to be succinct. I think Councilmember Shack sort of put into words a lot of what I was thinking. When it comes to our priority-based budgeting, the different residents have different priorities, and so for some people think the marsh, we don't need the marsh, but I still get emails from people, thank you so much for having the marsh, and the marsh is critical for me. And so it's again, as what Councilmember Shack was saying, like what are residents willing to give up, and a lot of these services that we're providing and that as part of the budget are things that people are not willing to give up. So as we continue the discussions, I invite everyone to get involved early. We start start looking at the budget in March. Get involved early. Go on Minnetonka Matters and share what for you is. What are you willing to give up if that's where we're at in trying to bring down some of these numbers? Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, I do support the budget. I say this time and time again. Me choosing to move to Minnetonka, coming from other cities and just coming from another state, realizing that to me, Minnetonka is one of the best cities to live in. I've lived in different states and I've lived in different cities, and I see the difference how Minnetonka is ran compared to other cities and other states. And if you came from where I came from and you compare it to St. Louis, Missouri or East St. Louis, Illinois, and you see how Minnetonka is well kept, from the roads to the parks that we love so much in our community, to just our police responding, our first responders responding to calls, to emergencies. I can tell you, I don't, and I tell people this all the time, I don't like to compare Minneapolis to Minnetonka because it's a whole different ball game, but I have a sister who lives in Minneapolis who tell me if she called the police, she doesn't get response sometimes. And the response is very, very slow. And so when I think about the services that we have in Minnetonka, for me, I'm willing to pay more to be comfortable, for my children to be comfortable. And I know it is hard, when you see your dollars that you're working really hard for and they're going out the door to more expenses, to the trash bills, to the water bill, to the light bills. And I know how that feels. I moved to Minnetonka in the affordable housing program. I pay taxes just like all of you do, and I pay taxes on the land that I don't own. So I feel it all the time. But I know that I chose to move to Minnetonka, and I chose to move to Minnetonka because I wanted a beautiful place to live in. I wanted to have a place where I did receive certain services, because I came out here and I realized, wow, this is another ball game. Like in Minnetonka, I see what Minnetonka offers. So for me, maybe I have to work a little harder. Maybe I have to find a job that pay a little bit more. For me, that's what I had to do to stay in this city. And so I was willing to do that. And as Councilmember Wilburn said, maybe get involved a little sooner, start looking at the budget. I chose to get involved because I wanted to know what was going on. So for me, I think it's valuable to be in a city that offers so much. And yes, it is hard for all of us, not just in Minnetonka, but across the state. It's hard for a lot of people right now because our incomes are not going up with all of the cost of living. But at the same time, are you willing to give up your services? Are you willing to give up your emergency response to not to pay the bill? So, you have to make a choice, and we made a choice in our city based on what we heard from residents. I know when I first started going to the march, we didn't have as many people attending the march, but I can tell you our city staff has done a wonderful job with increasing the numbers, with the amount of folks that are participating, coming to the march. When I go to the march in the evening time, it is full. It is very busy. And so that tells me that our city staff is doing a wonderful job with the increased amount of numbers of folks that are attending to the march now. And people are asking about the march, like in other cities, like, what is the march? People are really interested in that. So I think the march is paying off. Maybe it's not fully paying off at this point, but the numbers have increased and it's doing a lot better than what it was when we first purchased the march. So I am in support of the budget, and I'm support of the services and the style, the way of living in Minnetonka. So I support the budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Anyone else?
Well,
go ahead, Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I support the budget as well, and I couldn't say it better than my colleagues up here. So it would be a waste of time. So I appreciate everything everyone said, and I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember Mailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this brief. Concur with everybody else who's spoken up here. I think also regarding the because we've been talking about the marsh just a little bit. Marsh is just a couple of years away from breaking even operationally, just so that's out there. I think that's important. Williston already does break even, and then some, and we're looking to do the same with the marsh. Like so many people, it's not just a place to go and work out. It's a community gathering space for people. I'm there several times a week. It's in my ward. People come from other cities to use it, and there's everything from mahjong to book clubs to whatever. It's kind of a kind of heartbeat of our city right now. It's becoming more so even than I would say than Williston at this point, especially for the many seniors in our community, and we are going to be at 35 to 40% over 65 within the next few years. So we do need to program with our elders, and I'm about to be one of them, in mind. Also agree with the value for the money. I've also lived in other places, everything from Washington, D.C. to New York City, other places around the country. And whether it's permitting, talk to me about Washington, D.C., Julie, or other places, this is a city that people want to do business in and people want to move to and live in. And part of the reason that they want to live here is because of all the services and amenities that we provide. Do we have to be mindful of what we're doing? Absolutely. Do we have to take up on a state level kind of some of the things that are happening with our state, with the property tax system, which a lot of these rules are set at the state level? Yes, and I've been talking to several state legislators about this and what we can be doing to provide more property tax relief. So, in addition to becoming involved at the city level, kind of early on in the process going forward, I would also encourage people to also start talking to their state legislators and their state electeds and officials to let them know how you feel about this, because this is a problem across the country. It isn't just here. We've talked about how inflationary pressures aren't the same as when you go to Target. It's, we're talking about healthcare and all of the other things that are I won't repeat what has already been said. We do need to find a way out of this. We are in an economic, really difficult time right now. Everything from tariffs and other things are really going to starting to rack our economy, and they're only going to get more so. So for now, unfortunately, I think, nobody's happy about this. Nobody's thrilled about this. I'm glad we're not at 11 or 12% like some other cities are around here, but I do think the money that we're spending is well spent and wisely spent. We are combing through this every single, practically study session from March on. I have spent tens and 20s and probably over 100 hours looking at this budget over the course of the year. And that's just me as a council member. Our staff spend much more. Can we do better in the future? Probably. And I invite people to talk about what you would cut. Are you willing to cut public safety? Are you willing to get rid of that 2.7% or 2.5%, bring us down to under 5% to sacrifice public safety? If so, let us know. Next year we can consider that and just backing off that program. But for now, for this budget, I am going to support it, even while we look at, continue to look for ways to economize in the future, and hopefully the economic situation and inflationary and tariff situation will improve by this time next year. So with that, I will voice my support for this budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Councilmember Wilburn?
I just had one quick question, because throughout the budgeting process, we'll hear from people well, maybe just don't pass the preliminary budget if enough people don't show up, or just don't do that. Just give it. Statutorily, we have to pass a budget. We have to. So even if we got rid of the budget tonight and we would have to have something before the end of the year. Legally, we have to pass a budget. We can't just not, by state law, we can't just not pass a budget. So I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that.
Thank you, Councilor Wilburn. Is there anyone else? Councilmember Calvert?
Just one more thing. So there have been some significant increases in certain salaries, and Mr. Funk's was mentioned tonight, and the thing that many people out in the community don't understand is that there were caps on the salaries of city managers that were lifted after, I don't know, a decade. And so it was it was a long time. And so to make sure that we're competitive in the future, it is important to keep up. And it's the same reason that it's very uncomfortable when you sit on council and you raise your own salary. But if you want to get people to run for these offices that, you know, are halfway decent, we don't do it to get rich, but it's a lot of work. It's almost a full-time job, and you can easily make it a full-time job. And most of us have full-time jobs. So, you know, as far as salaries go, the city council also had not raised their pay for many, 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 many years. And it was getting increasingly difficult to recruit good candidates. And so there are reasons, and they are uncomfortable reasons, but they are very legitimate reasons. So while I know it's shocking and it can be hard to take, to be competitive, if God forbid anything happened to Mr. Funk and we had to recruit, then we'd have to start sort of from scratch on the whole salary thing to begin with, because we have to approve it. So I just wanted to take a moment to explain that, but I appreciate people paying attention to that, and I truly appreciate the engagement here. And I think the whole idea of people getting involved early and telling us specifics, people occasionally do tell us specifics of what they're willing to get rid of, but then we have many more times those people saying that's something that they're not willing to get rid of, and that's what we have to balance up here.
Anyone else? All right, I've got a couple of comments. And first of all, I want to thank everyone for showing up and for sharing your opinions, both here tonight and in your written comments that are part of the packet. And I've received numerous emails. And, you know, setting the budget, a lot of time and effort goes into that. And I think we do a good job of it. But I don't think anyone sitting here is really comfortable with a 7.9% levy increase. And I've really had to study the budget to come to terms with what we're doing. And you know, I appreciate some of the terminology used by the people who've spoken here tonight, because I do think we do think in terms of must-haves, nice-to-haves, and don't needs. I think I think that's a good way to segment the budget. And one thing that I've noticed is that, you know, it's easy to start new things. It's hard to stop doing things, because people come, you know, probably none of the services that we provide are used by every resident. There are many services that are used in our city that, you know, a small proportion of the city use them. I mean, how many people have been swimming at Williston this year? Well, I think if we did a survey, we'd find out that it might be 25% or 30%. So they're a majority of our city. So, well, I don't have to pay for that, because why am I paying for something that I don't use? But we are a city that's committed to excellence. We care about the health and well-being of our residents, and we have to have diverse services provided. Even though I'm old enough, I haven't gone to the senior center yet. No, I probably will start doing that next month or whatever. But I mean, we don't all use the services. But to be attractive and competitive, a community, we have to offer those services because that helps the health and well-being of our residents. And we are committed to excellence, and I think we do a really good job of demonstrating that excellence consistent with our strategic plan. But, you know, getting into the numbers, I think it's appropriate. And so I look at the operational levy which is 4.7%. And people can correctly say, well, inflation, my Social Security is going up 2.8%. I get Social Security, my Social Security is going up 2.8% next year. So 4.7% is more. But then I go, well, how controllable is that? I mean, our staffing in COLA and market, that's going up 2.6%. That sounds pretty much like the COLA I'm getting in Social Security. 2.6, 2.8, that's competitive. But then we have this darn thing, health insurance. I mean, you know, what do they have their hair on fire and they're shutting the government about? Health insurance and the way health insurance costs are going up. You know, that's a reality. The city does not get to choose. Well, listen, it's going up too much, so we're just going to stop offering health insurance to our employees. That's a good way to lose them all. So, you know, we have to compete, and we have to compete for employees, and we have to compete with the market. So, you know, the operational levy at 4.7%, I think, is reasonable, and I support that. But then we have public safety investment, 2.7%. We did a public safety master plan, and you wonder, well, what is that? Well, we looked at our public safety, and ever since I've been on the council, and that is 23 years, I've looked at our police department, and I realized, yeah, from a staffing perspective, we are understaffed relative to all of our surrounding communities. We have just as many needs as our surrounding communities, but we were really pretty lightly staffed. We were doing more with less. And we're not playing catch up for the sake of catch up, but we're recognizing that you know, I mean, one of the things our officers deal with all the time is mental health. We've added social workers and mental health professionals to our police department so we can keep our communities safe and deal with the needs that our residents struggle with, or even visitors. I mean, we don't limit our services to just people who live here and pay taxes here. We provide services to people who work here or visit here too. We don't ask for an ID before we pick them up in an ambulance or help them in an accident. So, you know, I mean, I'm a very strong supporter of public safety. And it's important that we are competitive and we're doing a good job. And we made a decision 3 years ago that we were going to support this public safety master plan. And the biggest part of it is not police, it's fire. And recruiting paid on-call firefighters is very difficult. We could pay a lot more and we still couldn't recruit them because, you know, lifestyles are not working very well for being a paid on-call firefighter. So we are going to a combination department and we are hiring full-time firefighters to supplant our paid on-call firefighters. We would like to stay as strong and paid on call as we can, but we recognize to provide the services and reduce the response times that are to keep our community safe and safer tomorrow than they are today, we are making investments there. And that decision was made a number of years ago, and I support it. And you know, we could slow it down. We could say, well, we'll reduce the pace of hiring, but all that says is our response times are not going to come down as quickly as they need to. And you know, I mean, our response times will never be as good as I would like them to be. You know, a fire, now we don't, you know, most of the calls our fire department does are not fires. They're public safety, they're medicals, they're all sorts of things. But you know, my sister had a stroke last year, and she lives in Southern California. She got prompt public safety response. And she had a stroke on Thursday, and she was taken to a hospital by EMTs. They did surgery that same day, and she went home the following Tuesday with no restrictions. It's almost a miracle. But I'll tell you what, the surgeon told her, if you hadn't gotten that prompt response, you'd be dead. That was a widowmaker, or a widower maker in her case. But quick public safety response is vital to our health and welfare. So, you know, I support the public safety master plan. So now, you know, I support the operational levy at 4.7, and then I support the public safety investment at 2.7. So that takes us to 7.4. out of the 7.9. And to me, the only thing that is on the bubble is, do we want to pay that debt service on our facilities improvements? We definitely need new fire stations because we have a combination department and we need places for firefighters to live. And most of our fire stations, other than this main fire station and Fire Station 5, have no place for overnight facilities for firefighters. So we can't execute the public safety master plan that we're committed to without new firehouses. So we're talking about setting money aside to get the ball rolling on that. Now, we don't have to do that this year. If we kick the can down the road on that 0.7%, we could reduce the levy from, say, 7.9 to 7.2, but that need is not going to go away. It's just going to be delayed. And oh, by the way, every time you delay something in this day and age, the inflation brings the cost higher. So now it won't be, next year it won't be 0.7, it might be 0.8 or 0.9. So I really appreciate the comments that, we have to cut to the bone and we have to get rid of the nice to haves and the don't needs, and I fully agree with that. And I think we need to be more rigorous at looking for those things. What things can we stop doing? Because there are things we can stop doing. I think we look pretty hard, but I think we need to look harder. I agree with that. But the basics of this plan are sound, and we've gotten rid of the unnecessary spending in this plan. And I really do support the public safety master plan. And we as a council decided, we made that decision already. And I give staff credit for spreading it out. So that's kind of my story and I'm sticking with it. Would I like the number to be lower? Yes, I would. Do I hope that next year we get more rigorous on doing it better and tightening our belts and finding more things that we can stop doing? Yeah, I would like that. I hope that we indeed can do that. But to say I don't support it, the only thing I could say is if we wanted to reduce the levy tonight, we could kick the can down the road on some of that debt and maybe only do half of it or do part of it. I didn't hear people saying that they wanted to do that, but that to me, that's the only flex we have in the budget right now. If it was so important for us to drop the levy, we could go down to 7.2 and delay that debt. But that debt will cost more next year when we go back to get it because we're doing it for long-term improvements that we know we need. We're not making it up. We really need them. We need those 24-hour fire houses to reduce our response time and keep our residents safe. And to me, that's not negotiable. So if anyone wants to make a change, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to support this budget. So that's where we are. So, our action. So, recommended action. So, it's we received public comment, a resolution adopting the 2026 budget and 2025 revised budget, a tax levy for 2025 collectible in 2026, and consent to a special benefit tax levy of the Economic Development Authority. That's the HRA levy, which has no increase in it this year. A resolution setting a tax levy for the Basket Creek Watershed Management District for the year 2025 and collectible in 2026. And then a resolution relating to 2026 non-union employee wages. Would somebody like to make that motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion of the previously referenced resolutions.
And is there a second? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Does anyone have any last comments they'd like to make? Otherwise, Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, that takes us to, better find my agenda again. 14B. So we've still got some important work to do here. Item 14B is a resolution for the Excelsior Boulevard Improvement Project. And Mr. Manchester, I believe that is your report.
It is. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is the Excelsior Boulevard improvement project. I did want to introduce a few folks that are here this evening. So Mr. Phil Olson, our city engineer, is here, as well as Mitch Hatcher, our engineering project manager. And then we have two folks from the county, Drew McGovern, the project manager, and Jessa Travojevic, who is the division design manager for Hennepin County.
Welcome all.
Our recommendation proposed tonight is a motion to adopt the resolution receiving the feasibility report and approving the concept layout, ordering the improvements, and then authorizing the preparation of the plans and specs as well as the easement acquisition for the Excelsior Boulevard project. It does follow our strategic profile and includes the street and utility improvements, cost-effective way to improve the surface and extend pavement life, support the strategic profile in our desired outcome 5.2, for our safe, quality, and well-maintained road system, as well as 5.3, enhancing safety, walkability, and connectivity of the city's trail system. The project location on Excelsior Boulevard, which is County Road 3 also, is from County Road 101 to Eden Prairie Road, and also County Road 4. Just to kind of get some background, the project development process, this trail segment was identified in the city's trail improvement plan. At the same time, the city was tracking a large water main replacement along Excelsior Boulevard, and Hennepin County was also tracking a roadway reconstruction at the same time. So Minnetonka and Hennepin County have been collaborating on the work in this area just to look at how we could work together and maximize economy of scale on a project of this type. In September 23rd of 2024, Council did amend the CIP in order to put together the feasibility report and begin looking at this project to take us to this point tonight where Council could consider any next steps on a project. The background on just our trail improvement plan, we have a number of segments that most of you have seen, but for others here, we have 71 trail segments totaling 42 miles in our plan. There's a number of segments and factors that we look at as we prioritize those. In 2018, Council and the city did move forward with a gas franchise fee to expand the construction of these trails further, looking at safety, connectivity, and then trails as a mobility option as well. The trail improvement plan, the segments for you tonight are actually segments 7 and 8 and have been included in the budget since 2022. This segment of trail does connect a number of areas of the city. There are two village centers at 101 and Highway 7, as well as Glen Lake. There's a number of schools, churches, library, and parks open space in this area. For this project, we did send out around 2,100 notifications to 2,100 properties just to let them know as the project began to get them signed up for the project page. That certainly equates to 4,000 to 6,000 on average individuals that may be using this trail. This is around our half-a-mile distance to the trail. We do have a trunk water main in this area. It's a 24-inch and 18-inch, which is quite large. It connects to a number of wells in the tower, serves a large area that tracks through this entire Excelsior Boulevard piece. Certainly, if we were to reconstruct water main, it's something we want to look at. To get to the water main, we get to the street, so a lot of times it requires significant street work, storm work, other work that's associated to get to that pipe. The sanitary sewer is in fairly good condition in this area, and it does have limited storm sewer. The existing roadway is Hennepin County's road. Certainly, it's aging pavement, something they've been watching. There's curb and gutter and storm sewer is not consistent through the corridor. There is not a sidewalk or trail in this area generally, and they're always continuously tracking safety improvements on their roadways. When the project started, we did do an existing conditions feedback review with a number of different factors. As you can see, the circles on the top, we did receive 183 comments from 48 commenters and 560 clicks. There's boxes on the left side. It shows that there's support for the trail is what we found, and the reconstruction as well as intersection improvements at Scenic Heights. Further, we identified themes, the Excelsior Boulevard reconstruction, the trail, and then Scenic Heights. We did look at individual areas to take feedback on as well as part of our feedback process just looking at specific projects and what type of feedback we would receive as we began to look at a project of this type. Some additional themes that we received, we did have support for roundabouts, sight lines, tree preservation, pedestrian refuge areas for crossings, and then safe corridor lighting, as well as other connections and native plantings. The preliminary concept does include a trail on both sides, which is proposed at this time. There's median refuges, roundabouts, intersection improvements, boulevards, safety features, which I'll get into as well as we get going, as well as stormwater features and stormwater treatment. The proposed improvements include a full reconstruction of Excelsior Boulevard to county standards. It does propose multi-use trails along both sides, which is the county's general practice. If you recall, Shady Oak Road and County Road 101 also received pedestrian access on each side, which is something we always look at as part of these projects in partnership with the county, as well as intersection improvements, and then traffic calming and utilities as part of it as well. There is a full pavement reconstruction with concrete curb and gutter proposed, a 6-foot bike lane or shoulder along the roadway, in addition to the trails, as well as traffic calming and safety. We do partner with the county on the intersection analysis, and so as a project of this type is being looked at, we look at traffic signal warrants at intersections. There were traffic signals in this area at Woodland Road and Williston Road. As part of that review, it was found that those signals were not actually warranted based on a number of factors, which I have listed here. Low volume traffic for the 8-hour volume, the 4-hour volume, and then peak, as well as crash history. And so we look at warrants on traffic signals just to help us identify if the signal actually makes the intersection safer. And in this case, the volumes do not support the signals that were put in previously. That said, we did look at roundabouts in place of those signals with Hennepin County, which are being proposed at 3 locations at Scenic Heights, Woodland Road, and Williston. Just some stats on roundabouts. They reduce crashes by 60% and then fatalities around 90%. They eliminate head-on collisions generally, and then they slow traffic more often coming into the roundabouts. They also improve pedestrian safety in addition to that speed reduction. So when we look at a corridor of this type, by installing 3 roundabouts along the corridor, it certainly slows traffic when those intersections are in play at those locations. The pedestrian safety, slower speeds, reduces conflict points, and then it reduces crossing distance for pedestrians moving across those roundabouts because of the medians that they're able to have refuge on, as well as the shorter crossing distance of those lanes. And so similar to property impacts of other intersection types, with a roundabout there aren't generally turn lanes, and so the area needed is not a huge difference. Most of the other intersections are stop signs at the side streets. There would be considerations for intersection alignments for sight distances at Highland and Whited, as well as West Mill, and then, as mentioned, pedestrian crossings to improve safety. There's a number of crossings proposed that include center median refuge locations. The crossings are listed. It would include 101, the Purgatory Park Underpass, West Mill Road, which would not have a stop, essentially roundabout or intersection control, Woodland, Highland, Whited, again with no stop control, and then Williston and Eden Prairie Road. The trail improvements, it's the standard practice as mentioned before to propose both sides. It does eliminate the need for neighbors or residents or businesses coming from the side streets to cross Excelsior, which is something we're always looking at avoiding. If we can keep more people off of a major corridor of this type, it's certainly preferred and much safer. There are retaining walls proposed as part of the project. The project does also propose an extension from Williston to the east through some of Glen Lake to Eden Prairie Road to make a connection there, just as part of the trail to connect that area. There is an overlook we are looking at around Wing Lake, and then the pedestrian crossings as mentioned before. There is a segment where the trail is not proposed on the south side between Spring Lane and Clear Springs Road. This would limit some impact to natural resources, and it would allow the utilization of the Purgatory Underpass. And so it would allow a trail connection still, but that segment, by leaving it out, would help with natural resource impacts in that area. Any retaining walls that would be considered where needed, cut or fill, would be similar to other projects that the city has completed. The water main replacement, it's a critical trunk water main, as mentioned before, connects to a number of properties in this area. It's something we want to make sure, as the discussion earlier tonight, this is critical infrastructure, and emergency repairs on a pipe of this size could be pretty concerning to the city. And so it's something we've been tracking. We want to make sure we're ahead of any replacements. The sanitary sewer is in really good shape in this area. There would be a couple spot repairs, and then there is a Met Council interceptor that we would coordinate with Met Council if needed. That pipe could be lined if needed in the future as well. Stormwater management, there's limited storm sewer in this area. The project would propose curb and gutter as well as storm sewer infrastructure, and then it would add and expand. There's a number of stormwater areas, ponds that are currently existing. It would also look at underground stormwater treatment as part of the process. So it would be an area you could see these yellow existing tubes. Essentially, stormwater is filtered into those, and then it absorbs naturally back into the ground to recharge the groundwater. Overhead burial would be proposed as part of the project. The city would assist in burying 2 properties. There would be new cabinets, and burial would need to begin ahead of the construction of the project in 27 to stay on a 27 schedule for construction if council chooses. Easements, there are a number of easements that would be needed. Homeowners would be worked with directly on easements for anything that would be needed for the project. Stakeholder coordination, we've met with a number of businesses, churches, the Scenic Heights Elementary, the library, individual property owners. Hennepin County does propose to contribute financially to this project, so they would fund 50% of the trail costs and stormwater, and then 100% of the street costs, and so that's a huge benefit to the city. There's a big economy of scale on a project of this type, so if the street is reconstructed, that's a great opportunity for us to take advantage of. The grading is done, there's no retrofit or piecemealing things together. It allows us to construct a trail at a much lower cost than if we were to do a standalone trail project. I'll go back here. Sorry, there is one other item. So Hennepin County is looking at mill and overlay projects in 2026 on Eden Prairie Road from Excelsior to 62, and then also Excelsior from Eden Prairie Road to Shady Oak in 2027. An informational meeting was held for the project on August 26th. There's been a number of one-on-one meetings which would continue. Tonight is council's consideration of this action for the feasibility report. If council chooses to move forward, we would look at final design and then bidding in early 2027. Just like any project of this type, there's a number of property impacts. These are very disruptive projects. This will need to be phased in a couple different phases. Property access would be maintained during the project. Traffic control would be up. We'd certainly have notifications as well. And then we would coordinate any notifications also on the other county projects. Driveways, landscaping, lighting, retaining walls, all these things, private sprinklers, utility replacement, trees. I mean, certainly that's a big part of these projects. We would minimize all those to the greatest extent possible. Construction hours in the city are generally 7 to 10 Monday through Friday. And just a number of photos, just of some of the projects we've done. We continue to do email and communication updates, newsletters, project signs, so you're able to sign up for a project of this type, and we would send out notifications. We did send out one for this meeting tonight to let folks know that council would be considering this, and I think a lot of those folks are here as well, so we're glad they've been able to come. The project website, we always have a project website where we provide our updates, and so anyone signed up can log on here, or we can blast notifications out to keep people informed on what's going on. So a recommendation tonight, as mentioned before, is a motion to adopt the resolution, receiving the feasibility report, approving the concept layout, ordering the improvements, authorizing plans and specs, and then authorizing easement acquisition for the Excelsior Boulevard Improvement Project, number 27305, and I'll turn it back to the mayor and council for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manchester. Council, questions on this large road and trail project? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe this morning I was a little hot under the collar about the trail on both sides of the road when I spoke with Mr. Funk, and I understand in an ideal world why that would be the gold standard. I do have concerns, looking at our trail to-do list, and it feels to me, and I get that we're not the sole decision maker in this, but it certainly feels to me that when we have $100 million plus worth of trails that we would like to build, that building on two sides of the street on Excelsior seems excessive. Now, I also understand this is a county requirement. I would say the dynamic on the roadway between, comparing Excelsior to Shady Oak, I think is a different kind of situation. I mean, do we have any room to negotiate on eliminating one side of the trail? It's just so much money going into that. Obviously, Hennepin County money is our taxpayer money as well. And I'm just so sensitive to that spending and the environmental impacts and all the easement acquisitions and all the other things that go along with building out on both sides of the road.
Mr. Manchester.
Yeah, great question. Mayor, Councilmember Shack. We always have an opportunity to negotiate. We haven't negotiated that or had that conversation. It's certainly something we could talk to the county about. They're here. I don't think they're prepared to talk about it this evening, but if that's the direction council would like to give us, certainly something we could pursue. I don't know what they'll say necessarily. In the past, we've put pedestrian facilities on both sides. It is a definite safety benefit. There is a huge economy of scale, so we get, I understand it's all, paid for through taxes, and so the cost to build a trail with a reconstruction project is significantly lower. The county would fund 50% in the future if the city were ever to consider, coming back and wanting to build a trail on the other side without a reconstruction. The county likely wouldn't participate in that. So it would be something, now's an opportunity to take advantage of that if it's something we wanted to consider. But, certainly if the council would like us to consider that or pursue that, we could take that direction tonight.
Councilmember Foster Bolton and then Councilmember Coakley.
Yeah, so that's pretty much my question too, is to build on one side of the road instead of the other. Could you, you don't know what the county would say, but is it a requirement? Obviously it's not, right? It's not.
Mr. Manchester.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Foster Bolton, it is a requirement from the county at this point. Certainly we could negotiate from them. It's their road. If it's something we want to pursue, we'll certainly pursue that. But yeah, all previous projects, the county's Complete Streets have asked us to construct on both sides on their road. Certainly we'd have to discuss with them. It's probably a big decision for them internally as well. I don't know what they'll say, but we can certainly ask. I will say, we took this to the neighborhood meeting with a trail on both sides. I don't know if that'll change opinions from others. There are certainly people that did express interest on both sides. It might be something we need to take public feedback on again too as well. It certainly could alter support, or I don't know what that would do, but it's certainly something we could do.
Go ahead.
Just one more question. So the money that we would save by not building 2 trails, could we use that for something else?
Mr.
Mayor.
Manchester.
Yep. Councilmember Foster Bolton. The county would only participate in 50% of the trail construction, so their money would certainly be reduced, and so we'd have to look at the overall numbers. It wouldn't be an apples to apples change.
Other questions? Councilmember Coakley?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I had a question about the roundabouts. There's 3 roundabouts that's proposed for that area: Woodland, Scenic Heights, and Williston. And today I was trying to get to Vantage program at 8 o'clock this morning, and it took me literally like 30 minutes of trying to get to the Vantage program. And I'm very familiar with roundabouts. St. Louis had a lot of roundabouts. And so now, Minnesota is starting to get more roundabouts, and roundabouts do slow traffic down. However, where we're proposing to put the roundabouts would really back Excelsior up really bad. I think where the position is, and I'm not no road designer or anything like that, but my experience with roundabouts, to me, would really back Excelsior up even more than what it already is, and it would back it up even farther down Excelsior, going back toward past Scenic Heights School, past Hilltop, So to me, the congestion is really at the high school area. So I know that this is we're too late for this, but what I noticed, which I always thought this was going to be a problem, that Vantage program, when we did that parking lot over there and people driving through Clear Spring to get over to Vantage, oh my God, it's a mess. Like, I try to drive around, I try to go up 7 to get around to come back on the other side to get to the Vantage program, and it was just a lot. And so I really think that we need to focus in that area. And I don't know if a roundabout, I was just sitting here visualizing what would a roundabout look like on, sounds really horrible, but I'm like 101 in Excelsior, because right there is where all that traffic is at. But if you put that roundabout on Woodland, Scenic Heights, or Williston, that's just going to back the traffic up even farther down Excelsior. So I don't see it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. So I just think we should be really thinking about some other way of doing that, because it just doesn't make sense.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a couple of follow-up questions and then some additional questions. I also have lived in places, Washington, D.C., for example, that has a lot of traffic circles. And I'm just, can you speak to that issue about traffic backup? Because that's not something I've ever experienced with traffic circles. So can you kind of clarify that, please?
Sure. Mr. Manchester.
Mr. Manchester.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Raley, Councilmember Coakley, we have looked at the roundabouts. That's part of our modeling and our analysis. In this case, we have met with Scenic Heights School. That would be part of this, to look at some internal improvements on their site to help with the roundabout. And we wouldn't propose the roundabout if we felt like it would make it worse. And so we do feel like it could make an improvement with that partnership with the school. And so, there's always the chance. There could be some delays in the roundabout, but it wouldn't be anything more than a signal. What we're seeing right now would be less, certainly. But if you're waiting at a signal, there's delays there as well. So the roundabout allows it to keep moving. Right. But there would be some work with the school we'd look at.
So it's not a question of the roundabout so much as is it kind of dealing with the school and the traffic issues there?
Correct. It's a combination.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could just ask one more question. What about, I'm hearing some concerns about two things, both the property that could be taken because of the roundabout, but from your presentation, it doesn't seem like that would be as much of a concern. because it, given the fact that there's no turn lanes, that it's not really taking up significantly more property for the owners adjacent than would a traffic light. Is that correct?
Correct, Councilmember Mailey. They'd be similar. There are easements associated with them, so there are some impacts. I don't know that it's significantly more than if it was a traffic signal, though.
Okay, I would, kind of hope to maybe see kind of the number of property owners affected and by how much, if that's possible. Sure. And then similarly with the bike trail on both sides, I was noticing, like on Minnetonka Boulevard, which is also a county road, there's a smaller grass strip between the sidewalk and the road and the street. So I'm wondering if that could be one way to kind of reduce the width, and or looking at, kind of just creative ways maybe to narrow that, and again, kind of have a better understanding of what the property owner impacts are and what could be done to narrow that. I'm personally not a big fan of 101 between 7 and Minnetonka Boulevard. I do think Minnetonka Boulevard, on the other hand, has been good, and I like the idea of more medians and things like that. So anything that can traffic calm, that would be good. But again, trying to address those concerns about the street width, if there's some ways that would be possible to play with design and have a better understanding of what kind of the property owner impacts would be for that, and if there's any way to mitigate that.
All right, other questions? Councilor Calvert.
Thank you. I have a few questions. One of my questions has to do, there was, in the packet, it talked about, in one section, the water main is considered too large and that we're going to reduce the size by inserting a smaller pipe basically inside the larger pipe. And so my question about that is, right now, clearly they're saying there's plenty of capacity for that water line. But I don't know what goes into thinking about like future capacity needs, when we think about places like Opus, and we did the big study and, so we knew what the capacity would be. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council. We have a model of the city's entire water system, and so when we do a project of this type, we run the model, we look at the comp plan, we work with Ms. Wishnack and Ms. Thomas just to make sure we're understanding what is happening in the future. We've certainly got some contingency in there as well. Just the amount of water being used, has changed over the years, and so we feel like we're not concerned about capacity. So we look at reducing the lines just to keep the pressures well. We just make sure we wouldn't reduce them if we had any concerns of anything in the future being a concern. So we're comfortable with doing that. Plus, it reduces costs on a project of this type. If we use less material, it's certainly something that's a lower cost to the city as well.
Thanks. And then there's another section in the feasibility study that talks about how the sewer section by Purgatory is in good shape and isn't going to be replaced, which is great because that saves money. But, after going through that whole R&R study, and I don't know how old it is. Like right now it's in good shape, but I don't know how old it is. And I asked Mr. Funk this morning if we forego replacing it, are we missing an opportunity just to update it so it has a longer life?
Sure, Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council. We look at everything. We do potholes as well just to make sure that, if it's sanitary sewer, generally that pipe has a much longer lifespan than others. And so we would be comfortable. There's other methods of replacing those in the future too, as far as lining goes. It's easy to line between manholes on a sanitary sewer, so it's something, even if it were to fail in the future, there's other methods that we could do to replace those.
Okay, thanks. I still have just a few questions. In reading the community comments, there were people that were concerned about, supporting the businesses through the disruption, and also people with disabilities not having access to their driveways. And I was just wondering, are we too early to be, do we know how we're going to support them, or is it too early right now?
No, Councilmember Calvert, just like on other projects, if there's disabilities, we work directly with the homeowners. If we were to go through a driveway or poor curb or driveways or anything like that, we do half at a time just to make sure the access is there. And then other improvements, anybody that needs specific medical attention or anything like that, we just work directly with them to make sure they have it. As far as businesses go, we've talked to Ms. Wishnack as well, and her folks would certainly support us on the project to make sure we're working with businesses directly also.
Thank you. And then one last thing. So we're talking about, negotiating some of the big stuff. And then when you talk about some of the smaller stuff, people did bring up having sort of wildlife friendly curbs. So like ribbon curbs instead of, taller curbs. And is that something that we can ask for and get? Or is Hennepin County going to tell us what kind of curbs we get?
Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council, generally the county would want to decide on their roadway. Certainly something we could discuss with them, but it would be their decision.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Coakley.
I just have one more question. I know I attended a community meeting. Cindy's here at Cindy's home, and there was staff that was there who was taking a lot of the questions and answering a lot of the questions. And one of the things I know that I heard at the time that I was there, folks were concerned about their yard space being taken up. And so my question in regards to that, we talked about tonight possibly having the trail on one side of the road. Is there a way to shift? Because, I always was concerned about Excelsior not having, somewhere for folks to walk at and ride their bikes. I talked about that many years. My son would walk down Excelsior when I didn't want to drive him, back and forth. And I was always concerned about, people walking on Excelsior possibly getting hit by cars, because there is nowhere for people to walk. And so now we do have this opportunity, and it is a really good opportunity, but I do have concerns about people yards being taken up, especially when on Excelsior, some of the yards are pretty small, and I can understand why the residents were saying, hey, they have a very small yard, they don't want their yard to be taken up. So is there a way where you can shift trail one side of the road to the other side at like maybe half of the road, or Excelsior so many miles, or on one side? That might sound odd. I don't know if people do that, if that is a such thing, or if that's a design, but maybe half of side of the road is bikeway, and then other side, depending on where people homes are at. I don't know if that has happened, but is that a possibility?
Sure, Councilmember Coakley, Mayor and Council. Anything is a possibility, of course. We've always tried to stay consistent, to one side, only because, then there's less crossings. But, we could certainly look at a corridor. If council has specifics they'd like us to explore, we'd be happy to do that. My preference would be to stay on one side, try to minimize the impacts as much as possible. Every project we do like this, unfortunately, has impacts to residents and properties, and we try to minimize them as much as we can, but there's a lot of competing interests on these. There's natural resources, impacts to properties. Most of the reason these trails weren't constructed originally is because there wasn't the space necessarily, and so lucky enough for me, I'm here to help do that, maybe. If that's a win or a lose, but we would certainly try. if there's directions specifically you want us to look at, we could, but I prefer to keep it on one side if that's an option.
Okay, one more quick question.
Go ahead.
I just got another question about the roundabouts. Is there any other options other than those roundabouts? I don't know if there's something else
Sure.
that could
Good
possibly
question.
be there.
Yeah, Councilmember Coakley, I mean, the 2 traffic signals the county has indicated the warrants aren't met and they do not want to reinstall those. The other options would be stop signs, essentially. That's why we did look at the roundabouts. From my perspective, we put roundabouts in at Ridgedale. I think they're great. We had the same concerns at that time as well. There's a number of folks that did not like the roundabouts. They've worked well, but I understand, it's certainly different than what was there, but the stop signs from our perspective would not be ideal. But we could certainly explore if there's anything we're missing. I don't know that there is, but certainly could.
Any other questions? I've got a few, Mr. Manchester, thank you. As you think about one side of Excelsior versus both sides, and the fact that the county, that standard for the county on county roads, one of the things that I think about is your comment on the warrants not being met for stoplights. And to me, as I compare the 2 examples provided, Highway 101 and Shady Oak Road, they seem to be much higher capacity, more traffic, faster speeds, and the idea of crossing either Shady Oak or Highway 101 is daunting from a safety perspective. And when I look at the map of and my experience with Excelsior, it begs the question to me, several questions. I mean, one, what kind of roadway is planned? I mean, is it going to be more like what it is now, but updated? And I know that there have been good maps, but I'm, in terms of really what's going to be there, is it going to look more like 101, by Super Target and things like that? Or is it going to look more like the way it is now and be, a relatively lower traffic? So then you start thinking, okay, I mean, I can really see why the county would insist on a trail on both sides of Highway 101 and a trail on both sides of Shady Oak Road. When I think of Shady Oak Road between 62 and Excelsior Boulevard, I don't put Excelsior in the same category. Now, I'm not an expert, but that's one question I have. Is what's the traffic look like and what's the road look like compared to those other roads where the insistence on having a trail on 2 sides? I mean, that's nice, that's a luxury, and it's certainly safer. But on the other hand, it's a lot more expensive. There's a lot more right-of-way acquisition. So, I'm curious about, what a comparison between the roads in Minnetonka where a trail on both sides of the road has been required versus what we're going to see at Excelsior, because I think that's relevant. I'm not lobbying one way or the other. I'm asking the question in terms of how much capacity and what do we anticipate, because we don't build roads for now. We build them for 10 and 20 and 30 years from now. So what's our anticipation, and what are the assumptions that are going into that road so that the decision that we make is appropriate? And I'm not going to fight for a one side trail or the other side of the trail. I want us to make the right decision, but I also don't want us to apply a standard that is not say, well, that's the way we've done it, and then the standard we're applying is not appropriate here because the road's just not as big or as busy or as straight. So those are the kind of concerns and questions that I've got about that. It's kind of a statement, but I think there's some question in there too, in terms of what are the comparisons.
Sure, Mayor and Council. I mean, it would look very similar to today. It would be updated. The road is falling apart. It's something that needs to get repaired, and so the opportunity is there. The county hasn't insisted certainly that we have the trail on both sides. I mean, it's something they certainly strive for. I don't think staff here at the city has been opposed to that necessarily. It's definitely safer, but we understand the comments tonight. So I mean, it's something you'd like us to go back and talk to them about. We're happy to do that. Like I mentioned before, there's a a huge economy of scale to put a trail in at this time, and that's why we looked at it. So, you know, by reconstructing the road, you're essentially building the trail at the same time. And so,
Right.
you know, paving it is really not that much more. And so it's just something we wanted to make sure we got in front of you. You know, there's been a lot of trail projects we've done over the years where people have asked us for trails on both sides. And so this isn't a new thing necessarily. I mean, if we do go back, if you're asking us to go back, I don't know which side we would pick. I don't know who will like that more or less. So I can't speak to that yet, but certainly something we could explore. There's probably some more engagement we would have to do if that's the direction you'd like us to go.
And I would just say that I'm not convinced that the council is saying, let's do that. I think it's let's get some of these questions asked so we know what we're up against. Clearly, there's more right-of-way acquisition with a two-sided trail than a one-sided trail. I think we would all agree that a two-sided trail is going to be safer. There's you know, no two ways about that, and we believe in safety. But does this road rise to the level that some of the other roads where we've implemented that solution, is it really appropriate there? Because again, I think we would generally say there's not a lot of space there. And so, you know, what are we having to give up to get a trail on two sides? That's a question. So again, I think those are questions that we have, not boy, we got to do it one way or do it the other, is kind of the view I would share. And I don't know if the rest, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe, and this is an unfair question, I recognize it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If we talk about, you know, economies of scale, which means it's not like you're going to do only one side and it's going to be half the cost. I hear what you're saying with that. So are we talking about maybe it would reduce that trail line item by 25%, or is that a realistic spitballing here number?
Sure, Councilmember Shack and Mayor. Yeah, I would say at least 25%. It's not, you know, it's certainly not nothing, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money, and so it's something we want to make sure is in front of you.
Great. Very good. Anything else, Councilmember Calvert?
I had two other questions. One has to do, several people brought up the fen, the whited fen, and somebody had mentioned that the pipe, the stormwater pipe, drains directly into the fen, and you know, there's justifiable concerns about protecting it, and so I wanted a little more information about that. And then my other question has to do with, in the feedback summaries, there were items in dark blue squares, and then there were like suggestions, like requests that were in sort of gray squares, like a request for a sediment catchment system or similar improvement to protect the wetlands the storm drain discharges into, or the request to extend the project limits to Eden Prairie Road, Beacon Hill Road. What are we looking at there, and how are those requests incorporated into the planning?
Sure, Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council. You know, the fen is part of a, you know, wetland area, essentially. There is storm sewer in that area. It's something we would certainly protect and make sure that, you know, Leslie Yutker, Natural Resources Manager, would certainly be part of that to make sure we don't have any impacts with construction that would impact it more than anything else. As far as, you know, there is a connection essentially at Williston heading east, which would be something that a lot of folks requested. It goes through Glen Lake. It also does connect the whole corridor to the LRT, you know, if you were to go one end to the other through the way, but it's a smaller connection. Essentially, it's not a huge cost to the project, certainly would add some more cost, but it is something where we were working with the county on to make that connection as well. Just since we were there working, it's right adjacent. It's a very small add to the project, which is why it was included.
Any other questions? council? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to, this is not a public hearing item, but we will take brief public comment if anyone want to comment on this. We're interested in hearing you have to say, because we want to get this right. So please come forward, state your name, address, and please be as brief as you can. But thanks very much. Good evening.
Evening. Dwayne Stobie, Lakeshore Boulevard. 23 years before that, I was over here on Woodhaven. I was a mountain bike coach for 7 years for Minnetonka. I currently volunteer with MCEC. I'll be teaching a class in the spring for mountain biking at Lone Lake Park. I've ridden all over North America. Mountain biking, one option that might be an option for this road would be to put a paved trail down one side, a mountain bike trail down the other side. Specialized Bike Company put out a report. You had mentioned mental health. They'd put out a report, kids that mountain bike 2 times a week can reduce their ADD and ADHD medicine by 50%. There's a lot of benefits to that exercise. It's leading right to the high school. The middle school mountain bike team for Minnetonka has been first for the last 3 years in the state. The high school this year was second. In the last 2 years before that, they were first. This late summer, I rode for the first time in Bentonville, Arkansas. They have trails that go right alongside the roads. They have some of the top race teams in the country, some of the top racers in the world. California is doing the same thing. They have very top teams. You can look up Bear National, some of those teams. Minnetonka has, when I started coaching 9 years ago for Minnetonka, there was 30 kids on the team and 3 coaches. One of them's here. One of the other ones is. So I started coaching with them. The team built to 105 kids. They cap it at that. They will not take any more because they don't have the room. Lone Lake Park is too small for them to ride in. So they have to go out to Monarch to ride. So other teams will go there that are smaller, but it's too much pressure on the course for them to ride there. They now have average about 30 coaches showing up at every practice. Not only that, it's a family sport. What does that do for family health? So I just wanted to point out a few of those things. You have a real opportunity there. It would make it narrower. Your trail dollars would stretch a lot farther. Having, a very simple mountain bike trail on one side. How are those kids going to feel in school? There's a junior at Minnetonka High School. She's the fastest woman in the state. Her dad was the 11th fastest mountain biker at one point in his life in the world. So you have a real neat community here, and you can get people involved, to help maintain them, that sort of thing.
Well, thanks for the suggestion, and you're right, we do have a really neat community here.
Right.
Thank you. Good evening, welcome.
Jan Rabbers, Dawn Drive. And I did attend the August session, and I was at first pleasantly surprised that there was going to be two sides of the trail. And but I've since changed my mind, and I do wish that we can negotiate with Hennepin County. That's one thing. Another thing is I have a question about concerns about the fragility of Wing Lake. And is construction going to be a concern for damaging Wing Lake even more? And number 3, please consider environmentally conscious lighting for all along Minnetonka or Excelsior Boulevard. We can have protective lighting, but we can also have environmentally controlled conscious lighting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Richard Strosahl. I'm a resident of Havenwood of Minnetonka, which is just a little bit west of County Road 101 on Old Excelsior Boulevard. I probably should have stood up during the item 8 on your agenda. Comments not related to anything else on the agenda, but this was what brought me to the meeting, because we had made some comments on the interactive map that was offered. Comments were again late after the project was already pretty well developed. But since we are a little bit west of 101, there's no access to cross 101 from our facility. There's a library over there, there's a park over there that some of our residents would like to take advantage of. When 3.5 years ago, when my wife and I first moved in to Havenwood, my wife was, "Oh, gee, look, there's a library right across the street. I'd like to go there sometime." But she had some mobility issues. She used a walker, and we discovered that it was not safe for her to try to travel over there. We could take the car and drive across the road, but that seemed a little silly. But anyway, I wanted to. I have no opposition to the project, and I don't really promote the project necessarily, but I wanted to address the fact that somehow we need to get access. I did notice on the comments that were continued on the concept plan that you folks will have reviewed. There is a comment to the effect that it would be nice if we could include safe crossing for Minnetonka High School students across 101. Is that comment incorporated into the plan?
Mr. Strauss, direct your questions here.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
That's all I had to say.
Okay.
I just want to do it, since some of my partners over there at Havenwood were hoping that someone would stand up and address the issue. I did.
Well, thank you for raising that. And I know I was at Havenwood just the other day, and so I know exactly where you are. And I had a similar experience not too long ago in the city where I think I was having something done on my car on just north of 394, and I decided my car was going to be there for an hour, and so I walked over to Ridgedale because I had some things to do there, and it was really difficult to walk there because there were not crosswalks that were usable. There were lights that had the crosswalk sign, but there were not crosswalks there, and I felt very insecure crossing the road there. And I think being mindful of that, because I'll always walk rather than drive if I can. I think it's important for us to be mindful of that in different locations of our city, particularly where we have facilities like Havenwood, where we have seniors who would like to be mobile. And if we don't have crosswalks where we need them, that's a problem. So just a general comment. I appreciate your comments, so thank you for coming. Is there anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Cindy Iden, 16824 Excelsior Boulevard. I actually really do appreciate all the work. It's clearly, this has been a project in the works for a long time. A lot of pieces come together to have this happen. I have written many comments, and you've all received my comments, and I appreciate you taking time to read them. I am in favor of looking for alternatives, so thank you so much for bringing that up. Look for alternatives to not having it both sides of the street. We have, you know, where I live, I am right next to a new build that's a large duplex type of building. And in order for that building to go in, previously it had been a lot that was backed up to the wetland. It was not a buildable lot until the city decided it would be okay to move those people closer to the road, which was a change in the city standards at that time. And so this building was pushed closer to the road. This has only been like 6 years ago. And so these are the same people that now are having most of their front yard cut off. And one person has already, their house is on the market, they've already bought another house in Eden Prairie, and they have decided that is not a livable place for them to be. And, you know, this is a you've got 2 families in there, and there are children. I would love to have a walkway, a pedestrian walkway. I watch people walking up and down and riding their bikes. I want someplace for them to be safe. And I also want our houses that we have bought and that we have invested time in to continue to be livable places. My place is going to be impacted, not as much as theirs. My place is going to be impacted. I see the traffic problems being a concern as you get closer to the roundabouts. I also happen to like roundabouts. I don't know what all the solutions are. But I think that we could mitigate some of the problems if we had it only on one side. And as you know, I've given you my comments in more detail, but thank you. I appreciate the conversation, and I really do hope that we look into that possibility.
Thank you, Ms. Iden. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Ann Hosfeld at Glendale Street, right in Glen Lake. And I wrote the letter that was added to the packet this morning, so hopefully my issues about the roundabout in Glen Lake are on your minds, and I won't repeat all that, but just to summarize that, I think the roundabouts that are projected to be installed are driver-centric and not pedestrian-centric. And my concerns as a pedestrian is that I would not feel safe having to make eye contact with people that are moving through the roundabout before I can step in the crosswalk, and I feel that's what I'd have to do. Right now, the traffic signal is a dedicated time. If you hit the button for a walk sign, and I can cross and have whatever, 20 some seconds. So for me, I don't think, I hear the statistics, they're safer for pedestrians, but as a person, I would not feel safe and can't use that intersection anymore because I don't want to have to negotiate with someone coming on saying, can I go? So those are my concerns, which are in my letter. The other issues I have are kind of questions that I will see if they're interesting for you to ask of city staff. Why spend the money to take out the traffic signal? I understand about the county having said they don't merit being there, but is there a cost in keeping them? They talk about they're safer. Well, the statistics show there's only 1 crash in 2020 at the Williston intersection, so it doesn't seem to need to be safer. The feasibility report also stated that it would improve pedestrian safety and having designated crossings, like, well, we'll add a crosswalk there for you. We already have a crossing at that traffic signal. Why do we need to change it? And so again, the question is, why is there a need to do anything? Isn't it cost-free to leave the traffic signal there? That's one question. Another question is, can I get a sense if the roundabouts were really being presented by the county first, and the city says, okay, well, we'll look at that and accept that, or is this something, the roundabouts as being a part of this project plan, is that something that the council has sort of, through discussions on their own, thought, roundabouts are needed, they would help traffic? I'm just kind of curious how much you can push back on the county if they really, really want roundabouts, because I feel like I'm a voice that I don't want that. I think it's bad for pedestrians. Who is supporting those in this project? Another question, and this is just a specific question, about the Evergreen Academy. this is a question, isn't there an easement through their parking lot? John Kramer, when they were selling that, said you can leave through that parking lot, Kramer's parking lot, to get to Williston because there's an easement. And the Academy was listed in one of their comments as saying, or I think in the feasibility study, that they don't like people driving through their parking lot and therefore they support the roundabout. It'll get traffic out on Excelsior Boulevard. Well, is there an easement still and they really can't prevent drivers through their parking lot? That's a specific question. I have another question that's not related to the roundabouts, but it's related to the mixed-use trails. What are mixed-use trails? Are they shared by pedestrians and bikes? And is that safe? I really don't know the answer, but I know that if I'm a pedestrian and I feel like on the same roadway that bikes are on, I'm at risk for being hit, and they maybe say on your left, but can I get some sense of how safe are mixed-use trails if they're shared by bikes and pedestrians? And another question then is related to the stretch on Excelsior between Williston and Eden Prairie Road. From the map, the long, colorful map that shows the bike lane in the north and south, it's currently 4 lanes, and that's a big issue. 2 lanes becomes 4 lanes through Glen Lake and then ramps down to 2 lanes on the other side. And there's been talk about, can we get it back to 2 lanes? I don't have a sense on that, but it looks like the the trails on the north and south will take up 1 lane, and therefore it will reduce that section from Williston to Eden Prairie Road to 2 lanes of traffic. Is that correct? And my question then is, traffic coming from up to Eden Prairie Road on Excelsior from the east, driving westwards, and there's a traffic signal there, will that have to then merge into 1 lane? What is the solution for that? So in addition, I think that ends my comments and questions if they are something that can get answered or discussed. But to reassert my fear of being a pedestrian when roundabouts are driver-centric, and just as a personal comment, I drive a lot of the roundabouts on 150th that are, the bridge is being built, and they've got these roundabouts behind Eden Prairie, and you don't see pedestrians. I know they're there. I know there are crosswalks. It's just the mind is focusing, I don't have to come to a stop. I need to merge into traffic and look left and right. Oh, that's right, there may be pedestrians crossing. And it's not a choice, it's like a mental, where's your focus? I just don't think crosswalks at roundabouts are safe.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me out here. I feel your pain. I was on planning commission for a while. These things get late. My name's Steve Clinton, 17320 Excelsior Boulevard. I have the lot that is just to the north side of Purgatory Park. So I have about 330 feet of frontage on Excelsior Boulevard. The city or county's proposal at this point takes the highly treed buffer that extends from me all the way, quite a ways to the east over to the next road, clear cuts everything. 100% gone. So now my house turns from being near on Excelsior Boulevard to on Excelsior Boulevard. The current plan puts the proposed retaining walls at the border of the right-of-way, which means that now they have to come onto my property to build their retaining walls, install their tiebacks. I have other significant trees that are just on my side of the property line, and ones that are within, the 15 feet of the easement that you're going to be seeking. The drip lines, root lines, all of that are all in that area that's going to be having equipment running on it. So as a local, property owner, what are my guarantees that the remaining pines and oaks that are all stacked up along there, what if those, if you start driving on those roots, it's, it's over. So without, I guess, and I did speak at the open house to the city. They basically said there's no tree replacement plan that is associated with this project at all. Mildly surprising that when it comes to putting in these bike lanes, that the tree protection ordinances of the city basically are, it's not applicable at that point. As a builder, I go to do work in the city. I certainly have to deal with all those. If there's challenges with trees, I have to redesign. Similarly, you know, if I can't even only imagine if I went up to the planning and said, hey, I'm going to build a retaining wall right on city property, and I want to operate on city property to be able to install it, they would say redesign your project. You can't do that. You have to operate within the confines of your own right-of-way. So I guess, and then the last thing is that the process of this, I missed out on a lot of the beginning stuff. I was rebuilding my house, and there was a house fire and all that, so I was a little busy. So I got into it. We was notified about the neighborhood meeting in August. The project website, I have not seen an update since that August. At the open house, the staff took individual questions. They did not allow any public questioning when they did their presentation. I filled out the card that asked the city to have an on-site visit. I have not seen anything from the city as far as that, and then I get a notification on Friday that 72 hours from now this is going to be recommended to go to the county. So just not what I'm used to from the city and city staff as far as communication. I can probably own some of that. It's from, you know, through inattention, but it just doesn't seem like it's gone through the steps since that August meeting to you know, and maybe some of the other homeowners have been contacted, but at least my immediate neighbors, we filled out the cards. We haven't heard from the city yet. So,
thank you, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you.
We'll follow up on that. Is there anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Luke Van Santen, Sheridan Hills Road. I'm here to share how much I support a trail on both sides and how much I appreciate the city and the county working together to put in roundabouts in replacement of light systems. Mostly with the roundabouts because they are safer. They do present certain challenges for pedestrians, but by getting rid of those light systems, we're lowering the operating costs probably for the county, but lowering operating costs for long term. Adding bike trails on both sides is definitely safer, and if it gets to the point of trying to figure out which side to put it on, who are you going to ask to sacrifice? Which side wins and which side loses then? All in the name of maybe saving a little bit of space. So again, support fully both sides, and I support fully all of the roundabouts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Brett McGraw. I'm actually a resident of St. Louis Park, but I frequently ride to Minnetonka, both for recreation, but also to frequent businesses in Minnetonka. Unmet Brewing on Excelsior Boulevard there is one of my frequent spots. I want to, two things. One, really do support the trails on both sides. The biggest issue with having a trail on one side is when you have a destination that's on the other side of the street and it's mid-block. How are you supposed to get there? So you pop off the trail and cross mid-block, or do you cross at the closest crosswalk before you get to your destination, but then you're riding in the road, or walking in the road if you're a pedestrian. Trails on both sides, while they're not always feasible when they can be, are extremely beneficial and really good for safety. And then as far as roundabouts go, roundabouts are extremely important. Not only do they reduce long-term costs, but they decrease accidents greatly. Roundabouts typically reduce crashes by 60% and serious crashes, including injury crashes, by over 80%. And as far as pedestrians, I walk through roundabouts every day. We have the roundabout by the rec center in Minneapolis, or in St. Louis Park, the roundabouts on Louisiana and Highway 7. It's much easier to cross a road as a pedestrian or a cyclist with a roundabout because you only have to look in one direction. So you're at the crosswalk, you look, make eye contact with the driver, and you can cross. I've been hit by drivers who run red lights, turning right on red. I've almost been hit on my bike numerous times by drivers making left turns when I'm crossing. Roundabouts eliminate all of those conflicts, and they make it safer for everyone. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGraw. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lori Doms. I live at 16601 Excelsior Boulevard, right near Sienna Heights Drive. I came today to state my concerns with the current design, most notably the decision to install trails on both sides of the road as it results in encroachment into established yards, reducing usable space and altering property boundaries. It's a disruption of long-standing landscaping, including mature trees, gardens, decorative features, and irrigation systems. It's an interference with driveways, creating awkward transitions in some locations and potential safety hazards for vehicles entering and exiting homes. And it has a significant reduction in homeowner privacy as the trail brings foot and bike traffic closer to the living space. I am a mom with 3 young kids. The reason we bought our property is because it sets back from the road. The surface space that this plan requires is concerning, and the fact that we might have more foot, pedestrian, and bike traffic in the front yard means I'm not comfortable having my kids play there. Also, as a mother who has children that go to Scenic Heights, Everbrook Academy, and also Clear Springs next fall, I live on Excelsior Boulevard. This is going to impact my life drastically in the next 3 years. I'm more concerned about the safety of children walking. However, I would not let my kid walk to school by themselves at that elementary age anyway. I pay for busing, and that seems to work just fine in our neighborhood. But I also have been one last year to get to my bus stop. I had to cross Excelsior Boulevard with 2 young children in a double stroller and another one walking alongside me, walk down the road about a half a block to our closest cross section. And you know what? I was never scared. I mean, it was fine, but it would be really nice to have a sidewalk or a trail, but just on one side of the road. I think it's just overkill doing it on 2 sides, and with everybody's concerns about budgets, I mean, let's look where we can cut and what really do we need in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. She's still in training.
Good evening.
I'm Terry Bevins, 16801 Excelsior Boulevard. I am definitely impacted by the roundabout, but I support it. There are many ways to make those roundabouts pedestrian friendly with one, you only have to look one way, flashing light if you need it. My understanding on the trails was that it was a multi-use trail, and yet there was still a bike lane also, if I could be wrong. But so long as you have a multi-use trail and you still need to have a bike lane, they can be on either sides of the road. Because one, our postal service workers have got to be able to not back traffic up while they deliver the post offices or any other Amazon or whoever. That just needs to be taken into consideration. And still you have the use for both your bicyclists and your pedestrians. There's a solution for all of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Are there any other comments? Quickly.
This has Cindy Iden, 16824 Excelsior Boulevard. These have not actually come up, so I would just like to bring a point of concern at West Mill Road. I am confused whether there's going to be a crosswalk there for people to get over to Purgatory Park. It didn't look like it, and it just seems like that if we're going to look for safety, it seems like that would be an appropriate place to make sure people could cross the road to get to Purgatory Park. The same thing would be true down at Whited, where that's a fairly dangerous area, and I would like to see if there would be some more control in some way for people to be safer there.
Thank you. All right. I will bring it back to the council, and staff, I don't know if there were a good number of questions there. I don't know if you have any comments that to kind of relate to some of the questions that were asked. Mr. Manchester, I'll kind of toss that your way.
Sure, I can kind of run through. We noted the mountain bike. There was a request on lighting environmentally, so it's something we'll make sure to look at. We heard both sides. One side, there were some questions on leaving the traffic signal. It's certainly something that is rusting out at some point, so there is a cost to remove it. It becomes a scrap metal situation, so that would be the cost, essentially taking it down and scrapping it. Mixed use trails, what is that? Essentially the trails that are proposed are mixed use, so they would be open to biking, walkers, all types of multimodal transportation. Tree replacement, certainly something that could be considered. The tree ordinance wouldn't require it. It's a linear project, but we have on other projects done tree replacement offered through the tree sale. So there are things that could be done there. Landscaping, something we would continue to consider. Impacts to construction, it's always something top of mind. Roundabouts, the function of roundabouts, we're very comfortable with the pedestrian access, like I mentioned before. Those are my notes. If I missed something, though, happy to touch on it.
All right, thank you for that. Council, anything that you felt staff missed, or do you want to just have a conversation? So go ahead, Councilmember Calvert.
There's a question about the easement at the academy and the number of lanes, and reducing the lanes from 4 to 2.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Calvert. I'd have to check on the easement. I don't have it in front of me. And then reducing lanes, we would try to keep the general same lane configuration based on the traffic study.
All right, and then Councilmember Shack.
Thank you. I just had a question procedurally. If would it be still be possible to go forward with the resolution with the understanding that when it comes back to us for approval, that would include alternatives or the possibility of trail on one side?
Councilmember Shack, Mayor and Council, certainly that's the direction you could give us. Unless Mr. Funk or Mr. Nilsson have concerns, we wouldn't have a concern if that's the direction, and we could certainly take it back to the county and discuss with them. I don't know what they will say. The initial information they gave us is they would like both sides. There's a feedback process generally with what they have, but certainly something we could ask them.
Mr. Funk? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just add to what Mr. Manchester is mentioning. In terms of the trail on both sides, I think staff would need some direction from council on that. I think earlier in the conversation, council asked some questions and staff can bring back more information about the trail on both sides. So I think we have that written down. I would want to inquire with the council on your level of public engagement, because maybe ask Mr. Manchester to pull up the one map early in the presentation. It shows call it a bubble area of the project. Because I think at the beginning of this, Mr. Manchester referenced that there are over 2,100 properties that have been notified by the city when this engagement process started. So it's serving more people than just those most impacted living on Excelsior Boulevard. And so I think what comes to mind for staff is if answering the question of one side or the other, whether that's north or south, that would likely raise a whole new host of folks either opposed or supporting either one side or the other. And so I would assume there would be some level of additional public engagement needed to take place, because I think we'd want to signal as a city to the community and to those 2,100 properties that the plans perhaps are being reconsidered instead of both sides of Excelsior Boulevard looking at one side or the other. So that could take some time in terms of seeking public engagement. Again, as Mr. Manchester mentioned, we'd want to reach out to the county to understand their perspectives on that. Because again, their design standards require both sides. And so certainly there's a conversation with the county and gathering more information, but then there's also a timing question of what type of additional public engagement you want to participate in, and then notifying residents and start a conversation around which side, north or south. And again, you're going to have different opinions on who would support that or one or the other.
And then I would just add, Mr. Funk, I mean, you know, I think, I mean, we've heard a number of interesting ideas here tonight. I mean, one side versus two. Could you put a different type of trail on one side of the road than the other, and so forth? Different concepts. Now, I'm not saying we would want to explore all those, but I mean, kind of in terms of the process going forward, because clearly, if we're going to fundamentally change the project, then we probably need more public engagement, and that really probably is a pretty significant setback. I mean, this is a big project, and the trail need is significant. So I think we as a council have to indicate what course of action do we want you to pursue, and do we want to approve this tonight? Do we want to say, no, we need more information and let's come back and consider it another time? Or do we want, or is the council going to say, do we want to fundamentally redesign this project? And my sense is, I'm not sure we're there, but I think we have to provide some direction, and I don't think we've done that yet. And I don't know, I think we've heard a lot from a lot of people. We want to listen well, we want to do what's right for the community, but I think we have to provide you some direction. So with that, comments from council members, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that was really trying to organize my comments for staff, was understanding what might be possible. So I don't want to leave you hanging. But I like this project. I think it's very well done. You know, I was skeptical as somebody who lives very close to the Ridgedale Drive and drives downtown many times a week. That improvement is significant. The roundabouts have really changed how that roadway operates, and it really calms traffic, and it makes it much safer for pedestrians in that area. Now this is different, but I'm heartened that there's going to be, I think, some of the same benefits. I'm torn. I'm always a big proponent of the trails, and whenever we can get trails and whenever we can get partnership with the county, I'm all for it. I'm also just very sensitive to some of the pressures on the environmental impacts, and also on the funding piece. And if we can save a little money and that's an opportunity elsewhere, or if we could get that little bit of sidewalk on Old Excelsior Road for those folks, something like that. I want to leverage those opportunities as well. So, if it were up to me, and I certainly understand the engagement piece, I don't want to hold this up completely. I'd like to understand the possibility, I guess, of whether the county would even consider a trail on one side. It's been my understanding in the past, in looking at the Hopkins Cross Road and the Plymouth Road project, those that I'm pretty familiar with, that it starts to coalesce where it makes sense what side intuitively makes the most sense, and I think staff has some experience with that. So that would be, however that works, and whether we table this item to allow for that to happen, or whether we can, in the spirit of how we've handled some of these things in the past, is having alternatives offered when it comes time to move to the next step and approve the, whatever the next step is, approve the funding. I would prefer to do that. Maybe that's a little too complicated for the complexity of this project. I don't know. But those are my thoughts. And I really have faith that we can work something out that makes sense for everybody. I had one last comment, which is, to the homeowner who is disappointed in the communication that he's had from the city, I apologize. I can say, as having lived through one of these projects, you have a real opportunity, because if the city needs something from you, that conversation is going to happen where tree replacement and some of those things can be a discussion for the individual homeowners, particularly if the city needs an easement. So not to negotiate against ourselves, but that's the way these things go. So I don't think it's going to be a clear cutting of the trees and then you're out of luck. I think the city will do everything we can to make it right if that's the direction we take.
Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess for me, I would want more community engagement, and then also maybe come with some new ideas on how to go about with the roundabouts. And then I guess I'm not like totally against trails been on both sides, but the roundabouts, for whatever reason, I'm not comfortable with roundabouts, and not just my own personal opinion. But I would, as we're talking, I'm like, okay, well, I need to go tell my neighbors, because my neighbors on Pika, they always ask me about like what's going to happen with the trail. So in my mind, I need to go door knock on my neighbor's door and say, hey, this is happening, because no one has said anything to me about it this summer when I was door knocking in the neighborhood. And so in my mind, then I feel like if they haven't said anything, they probably don't know, or they're not paying attention. And so I'll be curious about what my neighbors would say. So I really will probably go out and just talk to the neighbors in that space to see how they feel about roundabouts and what's happening. So more community engagement, I think, would be really important.
Councilmember Wilburn.
Yeah, so I sort of landed in around the same place as Councilmember Shack, in that if there's a way to table it or whatever and come back with some some more information about what the cost difference would be if the county is even willing to consider one side. I am aware of the reasoning for cost savings, environmental impact, and the easements that would be needed. But also, as a cyclist, I will tell you that I will ride in the street before I ride on the wrong side of the road and then cross, and then ride on the wrong side of the road and then cross. It's just, so that's for a safety thing. As a cyclist, having trail on both sides of a road as big as Excelsior is a significant thing. But I don't know that we don't seem to be at a decision point tonight, and I certainly am not in the favor of us doing a big redesign and holding up this project. I don't think there's an appetite for that. But if there's a way to table it and come back and get some more input from staff, I would be in favor of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you. I largely agree with what Councilmember Wilburn and Councilmember Shack are saying. As far as the roundabouts, they actually make sense to me, so I'm supportive of the roundabouts. And actually, in terms of the tree loss, I drove down Excelsior today and kind of took stock of what was likely to occur and what it would look like. And being sort of known as the tree lady, I could really envision it. And But on page 82 of the feasibility report, it actually says, as many trees as feasible will be replaced. So it actually, there is a commitment in the FAQs. And so I was kind of surprised when people said that the trees wouldn't be replaced. There is no replacing some of the trees on that road easily because there are some very, very mature, high priority trees. But I'm glad we're going to be doing that. And I just, this is such a huge project, and when we did Tonka Wood, we had a lot of opportunity to discuss it, and this is huge. That was also a city project, it was just a city project. So the kinds of things that I'm sort of interested in is what is negotiable. I would love to see where we could having ribbon curbs and not the high curbs, because there are a lot of wetlands and ponds and lakes, and there are critters that go across. I want to know, is it negotiable about which side or the other? I know that there are things to take into account, such as which side are the schools on, which side are the utilities on, and all of that. But I just don't feel like I know enough about what our negotiating places are, but those are the kinds of things that I just don't think any of us really know the answer to. And I appreciate Councilmember Wilburn's comments about what it's like being a cyclist and only having the trail on one side. But I will say that just having a trail there will be a vast improvement. And I do really take to heart, and I was thinking it, and the mayor did articulate what I was thinking, which is that you set standards, and Hennepin County is a big place, and it encompasses places like Minneapolis and larger cities than ours. And as you go west, things get a little countrified. And even on Minnetonka Boulevard, it feels a little more urban than it does on Excelsior. And so that one size fits all approach, like this is how we do it on our county roads, I'm not, I really appreciate the mayor's comments about, does it really fit here? Is this really, what we want? So that's why I just want some more information about what's negotiable. And it's not, if they're just going to require two sides, then we have our answer. I don't want to hold this up. And I know that I also wanted to just make the comment that I know that there is a bidding window that we are trying to hit. So I'm very mindful of, trying to work through this quickly. And depending on what we find out about what's negotiable and what's not, then the need for additional public engagement. But I would want to move as quickly as possible because this is an important project and we do want it done. And I love the comment about the low light pollution lights, so which I know we do already.
Councilmember Mailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. I am in favor of the roundabouts. I am in favor of looking at curb alternatives if that's possible, given the proximity. Again, we have a unique situation here where we've got wetlands all around a park going part of this. So that would be nice to do. It would be nice to be able to work with Hennepin County, I think even on Minnetonka Boulevard, which is in my neighborhood. There's trails on one side of the road at certain points. So obviously that was done there. So is it worthwhile looking at this? There is a safety issue, so we're going to have to balance. I mean, this is always a question of balance. We've got competing interests here in some ways, and so there's going to have to be a compromise. And I think there hopefully is a room either, if it's not feasible or the county prefers not to have one lane on one side, and I understand the difficulties of then if it was to happen, then we're going to have to be careful with crosswalks, making sure that there's places to cross safely. If not, is there a way to do things that we've been talking about, like narrowing those grass medians? Combining even like Wayzata and Panaway, where you have a two-way bicycle lane, it's on one side, and a pedestrian lane that are separated. How can we squeeze that? Can we narrow lanes? Which would also have the effect of traffic calming, hopefully. So are there some creative ways that we can do? Are we looking at, either it's one lane on one side of the road, or it's, these two, much larger, taking up lots of property? Is there kind of a third way that we can look at this and try to get some of what, most people, nobody's going to be super happy with or going to be totally happy with this, but as our mayor says, sometimes that's the way you're kind of doing your job is when you're trying to get the most that you can get for as many people as possible. So I think maybe if we can go back and try to do that, massage that, check with Hennepin County, then depending on that, looking at ways that we can narrow the scope of the roadway and the width of the roadway through some creative ways, I think would be a good thing. We want to have safety for pedestrians. We want to have safety for recreational bikers, and especially the kiddos who hopefully will bike to school. When people say they don't see walkers and bikers now, part of the reason is because there is a safety concern. So we need to do that. And then obviously for the avid, on-road cyclists, kind of creating a space for them to ride. I don't know if we can also make a space for mountain bikers on this particular, that's going to be a tall order, but trying to accommodate as many of our users as we can, as safely as we can, should be the goal. And if we have to kind of, be a little creative on design standards, I think, what Hennepin County is interested in, I hope, is making sure that we're making safe streets for as many different modes as possible, especially non-car modes. So if we can find a way to nail that in partnership with them, that's what I would like to see.
Thank you, Councilmember Mailey. I think we heard from everybody. Councilmember Foster Bolton, do you have a comment?
I just feel like it's late, and I would just be repeating what people were saying, so.
All right. Well, I'll make a couple of quick comments. I mean, my sense is, and I think the general feeling here is we're not really quite ready to pull a trigger yet, but we don't want a total redesign of the project. We want to keep it moving. This is an enormous project and an enormous opportunity for the city. And the last thing we want to do is not indicate our appreciation to the county for how much of this is going to be funded. We want to be good partners. And so, I think that there are questions here that we would like to get answered before pulling the trigger on this. I get that's the general consensus of the council, and I agree with that. The whole question of one side versus two, how many times I've talked about how important public safety is in cities. And I really believe that. And, the safest approach is I think, this is a 50+ year project. It's going to be a change that's going to happen for a long time and go a long ways into the future. So I want to be careful about being short-sighted on this. But I think there are some good questions that have been asked by the residents and by the council that to move forward, we need to get those answered. And I would always, as far as tree planting and mitigation and things like that, yeah, I think, we want to hold ourselves to the same standards we would hold a developer to. And so, I think, because that's just fairness. I think that if we're going to make a private landowner do a certain way, but the city doesn't have to, our rules in my opinion, need to apply equally to us as well as they do to our residents. That's just fair and transparent and the right way to do it. As far as roundabouts go, I don't love them everywhere, but they're so much safer. 9 times out of 10, I will support a roundabout. There's a couple of places where I really don't like them. I really don't like them in Edina between Galleria and Target because it feels like you go 200 feet and you go around another roundabout. And I think that that's overkill. But you know what? We've put roundabouts in our community and we've made our roads safer. And you know, as long as I've been doing this, and we all know it's been a long time, I've talked about how important safety is and pedestrian safety and public safety. And so I'm going to support the roundabouts. I think they're the right thing. And people don't like change, and roundabouts are a change. And I'm not saying you should have roundabouts everywhere. But I think, particularly if you're talking about a choice between a stop sign and a roundabout, it's a no-brainer. And it's a long-term solution. So I think we're not that far away, but I think we need to get these questions answered, and I think we could come back fairly quickly, work with the county, and get a project done, and I think that's in the best interest of the city. I don't want to blow this opportunity. I mean, the cost sharing and getting this done, I don't want to have so many questions and make so many changes at the county. Said, well, gee, maybe we ought to reprioritize this project. There's something that they need over in another part of the county because this is going to be too hard. And I think they didn't threaten that. I just think that if we make it too hard, we may end up with the consequences of making it too hard. So I think, let's work on it. Let's. I would recommend tabling this now, but work hard at coming back pretty darn quickly with some answers that have been raised tonight so that we can move this forward, but do it in a way that we're more comfortable with. So that's my thinking. So if that's where everyone is, if somebody wants to make a motion, we'll get her done. And I don't know, Mr. Funk or Mr. Manchester, I mean, if you have some thoughts based on what was said on what the motion should be, please share it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. It makes sense that we table it for this evening. Gives staff a chance to visit with the county. I think that's certainly an important conversation, just in terms of the trail and that possibility, and then also some of the design standards that you talked about, whether it's the curb or the spacing between the curb and the potential trail. So we'll work with the Hennepin County on those design standards, come back to you with some of those responses, and then I think hopefully the next time we meet, we'll have an opportunity to move it forward, because I do think there's some timing of the essence, and certainly we all want to get it right. That's important for all of us. And so spending the next couple of weeks to do that, and we'll come back with some solutions. And Mr. Manchester, anything to add to that?
No, I think that covers it.
All right. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to table this item to allow additional time to explore particularly the issues we've discussed regarding the trail on both sides of Excelsior.
And is there a second? Councilmember Calver? Oh, Councilmember Coakley will.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. All right, we're getting there, but we're not there. So next item is item 14C, which is a resolution for the Cedar Lake Road and Ridgedale Drive Improvement Project. And Mr. Manchester, it's still your turn.
It is, thanks, Mayor. Our recommendation tonight is a motion to adopt the attached resolution, receiving the feasibility report, ordering the improvements, authorizing plans and specs, and then authorizing easement acquisition for Cedar Lake Road and Ridgedale Drive Improvement Project number 26209. This also follows our strategic profile 5.2 to provide safe, quality, and well-maintained roadway system. The project before you tonight on Cedar Lake and Ridgedale Drive is a mill and overlay project. There's a number of different classifications and pavement management strategies that we use. This is one, it's not a full reconstruction, so as we just talked about on Hennepin County's piece that they were proposing is a full reconstruction, take off the bituminous, the gravel, everything else that goes with it, and rebuild essentially from the ground up. This is essentially a maintenance strategy where we look at overlaying the road. The project spans from Hopkins Crossroad to 169. The existing conditions, it's currently a 3-lane. It's got 12-foot lane widths in each direction with a center turn lane. There's a 6-foot sidewalk on the north side, 6 to 8 foot striped bike lanes, and then it has existing signals with pedestrian crossing and buttons at Hopkins North Middle School, Greenbrier Road, and Royals Drive. It does have aging retaining walls, and it is adjacent to Hopkins schools. The proposed street improvements range from a number of pedestrian crossings, overlaying the pavement, and restriping. The circle in this drawing indicates a signal replacement, and so this is a mill and overlay project, but the city did coordinate the signal replacements at the same time just to make sure we're doing the work in conjunction and we're not doing a mill and overlay and then coming back and working on signals a year later. This red spot also is a storm sewer repair. There's a few repairs. We do repair curb and gutter and sidewalk as part of the project as well. Proposes a 2-inch mill and overlay. We would reduce the lane widths. Helps with our traffic calming. We would repair the curb, sidewalk, storm sewer, and then the retaining walls. We would increase the shoulder widths, bike lanes, so we would propose a 10-foot bike lane on the south side, opposite of the north sidewalk, and then a 7-foot bike lane on the north side. The signal replacements would be coordinated at the same time with the project. This would provide 5 crossing locations, 3 at the signals, and then 2 other locations that would not be at intersections, but we do find a large number of crossing folks when we looked at some of the data. So we would propose those. They do not have flashers right now, but similar to other projects, they'd be push button ready for the future, and then they would meet ADA upgrades, as well as we would place street signs at the same time. Some of the crossings do propose bump outs and median refuges, so we would look at just safer spaces for people to cross and shortening the distance. At the signal upgrades, it would be push buttons. They would be timed according to traffic. And then, as mentioned before, we would reduce the lanes for traffic calming, and the bike lanes would be 10-foot and 7-foot. Just to kind of show some of the locations, so Hedberg Drive is an example. There is no intersection essentially right where the crossing is, but it is a location that a number of pedestrians are crossing. And so we would look at adding a median in that area just to make sure the crossing was improved safety. Be push button ready in the future if we were to add a push button. So for example, on a project you saw recently for Tonka Woodcroft, we had upgraded a previous crossing of this type. We had a pedestrian ready, we added the signal later. Just a few others just to make sure we can cross. Greenbrier is a signalized. Royals is also signalized, so traffic does stop with the signal. And then at Ford Road, there were a number of pedestrians there, so it's another one we would look at to provide a crossing with a median at that location. And as an example, if you look at the green area along Ford Road, we are looking at adding a wider pavement area in that, just to make sure there's a location for a bus stop or others in those areas. We did have resident feedback at the neighborhood meeting. We had a few residents. They requested a protective concrete barrier curb on the south side. We did evaluate that installation. We're not recommending it at this time. It does propose some challenges with maintenance. So essentially what was asked for is, this is a mill and overlay project. We were asked for essentially a curb and gutter or small barrier curb that would be along where essentially the bike lane would run. So we were asked for a curb or a little small wall, essentially a curb wall, and it would separate the bike lane from the pedestrian traffic. So it does propose some challenges in maintenance operations. Generally right now the way we clear the bike lane is we run a plow through the street, we drop a wing down on the side, and we take care of everything in one pass immediately when we do the street. With that curb, it would prevent us from doing that, and so certainly we could still do it. We'd have to have a separate machine come back through, similar to how we would plow the sidewalks. It would also have to look at drainage related to it, so if we were to put a curb or some sort of barrier, it would change some of the drainage patterns slightly in there. And then also there would be a cost to that. We estimated around $160,000 to range for the entire width of the project. In looking at it, we would we don't think it's a bad idea to separate, certainly this bike lane, but we would prefer to do it through striping or other means is something we would like to consider as an alternative. But at this time, we're not recommending that. We did want to make sure council had that in front of them tonight as well. We have coordinated with Hopkins School District, Metro Transit bus service, and then Hennepin County Road 73 is their road. And then MnDOT, they do have a signal project that is also coordinated at the same time. MnDOT is replacing their signals at 169 right at the border of Minnetonka and St. Louis Park. So that project would also be coordinated around the same time, just to make sure the disruption happens around the same time. Another piece of this project is Ridgedale Drive and Cartway Lane. A mill and overlay in that area is shown on this project map. Here's some existing conditions photos. Pavement's deteriorated. There's multiple lane configurations in this area. They're 12-foot lanes. There's a 6-foot sidewalk on the south side of Cartway Lane. The existing signal is also coordinated to be replaced at the same time as the mill and overlay, and it would have pedestrian crossings at that location. We would replace the signal. There is some damaged curb and sidewalk that would be repaired at the same time. And then we would again reduce the lane widths for traffic calming in that area, as well as repair medians. There's impacts, certainly to like every project. This is a very busy area, so this is something we would have to coordinate with traffic control. There'd be lane shifts and flagging associated with it. We'd make sure that during the Cedar Lake project, the coordination would happen with the school. It is a very tight time frame, so there would potentially be some work occurring during school, but we would have to work with them to make sure that we have information out and make sure everything runs smoothly. The restoration, if any, would be seed or sod. Any irrigation systems would be repaired, and the work hours are 7 to 10. Construction impacts, similar to other projects, there's definitely impacts to projects of these types. The informational meeting for these projects was on August 14th. Tonight is council's consideration of this feasibility report and to consider authorization of plans. If you were to choose to go forward, final design would continue, and then we would look to bid in March of 2026 with construction following. Just kind of a before and after example of a mill and overlay will generally just replace the street surface, and do restriping is primarily the project. We did have community feedback on these, comment cards, letters. Mitch and Phil are still here. Certainly they're leading these projects as well, so it's getting late for them. Hopefully they're hanging in there. Our communications plan, similar to the other projects, we send out newsletters. We did also send it out tonight to make sure that anyone that was interested could come and comment on the project as well. So we would continue to provide notifications. We do have websites for both of these, the Cedar Lake project and the Ridgedale Drive Cartway, just so anyone that would like to sign up could continue to be informed. So I'll keep it short and turn it back to the mayor and council for any questions. Thanks.
All right, council, questions for Mr. Manchester and our team? Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, to get this in, well, you still had a word to council member and really sock it to me. I have a couple questions. One I think is simple, and I'm going to ask it now, but I don't think there's a way to address it here. But one thing that I've been hearing about a lot is that missing trail segment in front of Breadsmith, right on Plymouth Road and Ridgedale Drive and Cartway, all right in there. If we could look at an opportunity to just get that completed, I mean, I think it does impact the walkability. Probably not with this project, but it's our economic engine, and to send people back up to the parking lot to continue their walk, and that little segment is an issue. So I guess that's not really a question, because I know the answer. It's not a part of this project. The real concern, I don't want to miss an opportunity. Obviously, Cedar Lake Road is a dynamic road with a lot of commuting, and then the 3 schools, and a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of multifamily housing, affordable housing, and are there, opportunity, then I get that this is just a mill and overlay, but I feel like if we don't do anything related to improving the safety, pedestrian safety and the biking safety along there while we're doing this, we're missing an opportunity. You know, is there anything between a full trail build out? I mean, I'll tell you, the sidewalks in that area are crummy. And this little curb thing, which I understand that, you know, I understand the issues with that as well. You know, striping, how effective is that? I mean, are there other things we can do short of a trail that improves biker safety?
Councilmember Shack, Mayor and Council, you know, the bike lanes are a big safety improvement. You know, 10-foot lane is a lot of space for folks, and so we like that. This, you know, the county recently striped McGinty, and they did, you know, different striping that we haven't done. It's not, you know, it's not perfect, but they did some things with double striping to draw more attention to things. I mean, that's something we consider. We could consider painting different things for, you know, bikes or pedestrians. I mean, those are options too. We did provide the additional crossings. I mean, we wouldn't normally do those on a mill and overlay. We looked at some of those other refuge locations too on the south side, so we looked at those as well. We did work with Hopkins schools just to make sure that they were comfortable with what we were doing, and they have been to this point. And so outside of, you know, continuing to push it to a bigger project, I mean, we haven't done that. Certainly an option in the future, but we feel like we've done a lot more than we normally would with the locations of the signals and those other two crossings as well, just to pull people across and get them to the sidewalk. Councilor Foster Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, was in this area just a few weeks, months ago during school. I ran by there and like right when the parents were dropping off those kids, and it was a disaster. I mean, they are not obeying any lines at all. They don't obey the no turn on red. It's a parking lot. And I don't even think like a curb would help. I think that it needs to be like, those plastic poles that are flexible. Like, it has to be something that the cars cannot get in there, because right now, and I feel like if we make the shoulder bigger, it's just going to be more opportunity for cars to get in there. And I mean, it was backed up pretty much from 169, and cars, I mean, and the sidewalks are atrocious. And there were high schoolers walking to school on this. And at one point I was at Royals Drive, that right, and we were sitting there at a green light. We had the green light and we couldn't go because the cars were turning red, and I finally was like, stop. And this high school girl was, I'm like, is this like this all the time? And she said, every day. And so I feel like it's our responsibility as a city to do something about this, because I was appalled. I mean, I took pictures and stuff. There is nothing safe about that around the school. So I really feel like this is, like I said, I don't even think a little curb is going to keep those cars out of there.
Other comments?
I'll just sort of quickly add on to that I live near there, so I've ridden on that section of trail many times, heading into St. Louis Park to get onto the regional trail, and I would agree that like having what they do in Minneapolis with the bollards, some sort of physical separation it is not safe. It just isn't.
Councilor Calvert.
So, I mean, this kind of reminds me of many of the comments that people were making about scenic heights, because I've seen it. And it just backs all the way up to Excelsior, around the corner, blah, blah, blah. And so, if you have a roundabout, is that, there? But it's kind of the same thing on page 14 of the feasibility report. It talks about the curb divider, and it says the curb divider would allow for only a basically a 7-foot 3-inch bike lane to be added, which would prove challenging during winter clearing months, as a minimum of 8 feet is required. So we're looking for 9 inches here. And so, I'd have to really look at it. It's not something that I'm so not a spatial, I have no spatial IQ whatsoever. But, is it just a matter of finding those extra 9 inches so that you can get a plow through there? Or if you put a curb, is it just going to, break the blade? Or are we just going to end up scooping up the curb? I have questions about that. And, to Council Member Foster Bolton's point about, the plastic poles or something, there might need to be some kind of visible line. But if we do that, we get into the same issue with clearing snow and maintenance and so forth. So I just wanted to explore that a little bit.
Sure, and I can touch on that. Councilmember Calvert and Foster Bolton, as well as Wilburn. The delineators are good. We've looked into them before. We run into the same issue with the winter. We do have delineators on the bridge on Plymouth Road, but they're raised. And so those have done quite well. The delineators right in traffic, if you drive in other cities that have those, a lot of times they get destroyed pretty quickly, which is why we haven't used them. Certainly we could. Then we get into, it'd be similar with the plow. We'd have to plow around them essentially, and there'd be a row of snow, or we'd have to take them off in the winter and essentially put them back on, which kind of defeats the purpose. And so outside of them being there, we end up with a windrow of snow. There is kind of the unfortunate piece, but maybe that's a separator too. We've looked at it. We have talked to other cities that use them a lot. Within a year, you lose, depending on where you are, 60 to 80% of them, only because of just what they are. People aren't as careful around them because they're not as permanent. But they're certainly an option. It's something we could look into. But regarding the 7-point whatever that was, generally use an 8-foot machine in the area. We certainly have others we could switch to. It would just be something we'd have to make a change on to use a different type of machine.
And then, the other question to the safety issue around there is, the school district has some responsibility for, improving circulation there. And I didn't know if we're in negotiation with them or in conversation with them about that. It's an issue. I live right next to the middle school, Hopkins West Middle School, and I don't know, it took me about 5 minutes to get out of my driveway, and I was facing out.
Sure, Councilmember Calvert, Mayor and Council, we have been in talks with the school. They are looking at some improvements. Mr. Olson and Mr. Hatcher have talked with them. They don't have those in place yet, but one does involve signal modifications in the future and some other access they'd have to come back to the city for. So they are in the works of doing some of that. My time and being an engineer at the city, schools are difficult only because the amount of volume of people that come to them. You could build your way out of it, but you end up with, huge lane configurations that get used for 15 or 20 minutes, which is why there's always what there is generally around schools. You'd have to have a massive, you'd have to be 6 lanes across to accommodate it. And so generally they don't. And that's why there's a window of time where it's not ideal. Councilmember Maley.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. I talked to Mr. Funk about some things this morning, and I don't know if that was passed on or if they're feasible, but I was just wondering about the possibility of using rumble strips because they're plowable, and that might be an alternative. Is that at all feasible?
Sure, Councilmember Maley. we've had that request before. We haven't used them only because of the sound that they create to others in the area. You know, so if you put them in on a residential application or in this area, other people are going to hear them on and often, which is why we haven't generally done it. You know, normally when you'd see a rumble strip, it's on a freeway or other highway, and so there's
Right.
not as much residential or others
Understood.
around.
Yeah, thank you. And then just was wondering, because there's safe streets, and also MnDOT has some things about, you know, again, I know painting and striping can be effective in certain ways, and if you know, that might be possible again, you know, and signage, like more frequent signage about it. I think just educating is that a possibility, and or can we look at one of the things what we were talking about is what we're looking at on Excelsior Boulevard, which is maybe having a wider lane going 2 directions on one side. Is that also feasible as an alternative?
Sure, Councilmember Ray. I think we could certainly look at striping and signing, and we could look at the lane configurations. I don't think that's off the table.
Thank you.
Other questions? Again, I've got a few. You know, the interesting thing for me is we've got this transition from St. Louis Park, and they did a full reconstruction. They did a nice job, and it's great. But we're a long ways away from needing that, and the incremental cost of doing something like that, even if we said we were going to do it from 169 to Hopkins Crossroad, and do something like that. I mean, I think we're probably just in a totally different ball game from a cost perspective. I'm very sensitive to the reality of we've got these schools, but I think to the point that Councilmember Foster Bolton made, and you just made, Mr. Manchester, there are problems that you can't design to fix. You know, if the school district is not going to have a route on their property to mitigate all of those cars. I mean, I've been around a lot of our schools at entry and let out time, and unless there are solutions on the school property, it's just going to be a mess. It just is, and there's no designing around it. I mean, you know, you have to, you know, it'd be like building U.S. Bank Stadium because there's not enough place for the kids to sit or people to sit at the Pee Wee football game. I mean, it's just an overbuild and a ridiculous use of taxpayer money. But you know, the question I have is so the curb that we're talking about, how if and I understand that I'm not saying I like that question, but how extensive would you propose that being if that were a solution? I mean, where does that start? I mean, I'm really interested in being safe around the schools is what I'd like to do, and just curious how, you know, for $160,000, what are you really getting with that?
Sure, Mayor and Council. You know, I haven't done one since I've been here, to be honest. You know, we certainly checked, you know, other cities that do, but essentially you're putting a small barrier, you know, a concrete curb of maybe 6 inches tall ish in the area, and it would provide a physical separation. And if it snows, you know, it could be hard to see. It wouldn't be any different than another curb, but it would kind of be floating in a place where people would not necessarily be used to it. So you know, there'd be a little bit of a concern there. We wouldn't want people to hit it that aren't familiar with the area, you know, under winter conditions, but you know, that'd be some of the concern.
Yeah, I mean, I really see more problems with that than solution. The only thing I will say, and I know people are cynical about striping as the solution, but I live not far from West McGinty Road, and the county resurfaced that road, and they did put double lines, and they narrowed the traffic lanes, and they widened the bike lanes. And while it's not the be all and end all, I think it's substantially better than what was there before. And I think about the difference in cost. I mean, we're not going to reconstruct this road. I mean, that's the reality. And short of doing that, I think we have to find some cost-effective ways to make it safer. And frankly, I'm kind of a fan of what was done on West McGinty because I think it is safer, and I think that the narrower roadway lanes slow people down. Not a lot, but they slow them down. But that combination, to me, seems feasible because we're talking. We're not going to reconstruct that road now, and the solution, the interim solutions we've talked about, the kind of the halfway solutions are halfway, and they really don't solve problems. So I know I'm commenting more than I should, but it's getting late,
and it just seems that if we put it that curb, it's not a raised trail. It's just separated by this like bump in the road, and that to me also feels a little shaky.
I'm confident that that solution will be we will be able to take that out with snowplows. I'm confident we can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just seen too many asphalt curbs. Just they're brand new and they're gone. And while this would be more robust than that, I'm confident the same thing would happen. It's not a good solution. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at, DOT manuals and safe streets for, again, trying to find that compromise, that sweet spot in the middle of doing the painting where you even have solid, pink, striping, and then the delineators, like maybe at the school entrance or some places that, you might lose a few, but you're not doing it the whole way on Cedar Lake. Maybe we can, again, I just challenge staff, I guess, to think maybe a little bit creatively, like how we can do a combination of signs and, look at that and look at, do we reconfigure lanes? Is that feasible? I guess what I'd like to know is there a way that we can create some improved safety without spending a lot of money or creating other problems for plowing and road safety hazards? And I guess that's what I would like to challenge us and you to maybe look at a little bit more as we go forward.
So is there anyone, go ahead, Councilor Shack.
Thank you. So what, any of these options feel like they are kind of aftermarket options, right? Like, what are any of these made easier by the mill and overlay? Is there a scenario where we approve this project, go forward with it, and then have a more complete conversation about safety options for the road, including, I'm not as skeptical of the little curb thing because I've got the little curb thing right next door, and it does have the bollards on it or whatever, and it seems to have weathered very well over the past 5 years. I haven't noticed significant problems with it. Now it's just 100 feet. It's not that long. So I'm less skeptical of that. I think if it enhances or even has the opportunity to enhance safety for $160,000, it's something we should be considering. Is it hard to add that even after the mill and overlay's done?
Councilmember Shack, we could certainly, if you're asked, my recommendation would be striping to start. We could always add that. It would be maybe a little cosmetic. You could always cut something like that in. That'd be the only thing. It's always an option. It would be cutting the pavement out and putting it in at some point in the future. It could be something that could be considered. We generally would try to not do that only because it's a new road and we don't want to do it later. But I mean, striping, doing the delineators around the school seems very reasonable, you know, just if we want to try that to start, if we were maybe to stripe things and then use delineators in smaller areas where maybe the plows wouldn't be affected as much or they wouldn't get hit. Our main concern is the delineators on a long stretch and the curb on a long stretch because people don't generally know it's there under tougher conditions.
All right, we've got some biking interests that are still here, and I'm not really looking forward to hearing from a lot of you, but if maybe one or two of you could come up and make some comments on what you'd like to lobby for, because we'd like to get this done, and I really do not want to have to extend this meeting beyond midnight. And we've got one more item on the agenda. So if anyone would like to come forward, please state your name and address. If you don't have anything to say, I'm not going to beg you to come, but please consider coming forward and kind of sharing your thoughts on this. I know, Mr. Van Santen, you've written an impassioned letter, and we've read it, but I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you one more time, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you, Council, also. The first thing I want to say, which sounds slightly repetitive to what I just said, thank all of you for all of the amazing questions you've been asking tonight. It really, really shows how deep you've dove into this topic, and I appreciate the heck out of it. I also want to say thank you to staff, because I think they've gone above and beyond in talking with both me and other people about all of the different things that can maybe happen with this. So I appreciate that a bunch as well. I also wanted to say that the plans are really pretty good. We're getting some needed safety enhancements added in all of the crossings. And for people like me, a 10-foot shoulder is nicer than an 8-foot shoulder. The only thing about that is that that's for me, not for a third grader. So it's a good thing, but it could be better. Even if there isn't any bike infrastructure added to this, Cedar Lake Road is going to be way better for everybody who uses it. However, the proposed plans seem to rely mostly on the status quo with respect to transportation, and that suggests to me that maybe we aren't nimbly leading our city into the future. We're planning for what has happened in the past. And given that we have 20 years before we're going to do something more with this segment of road, that seems somewhat problematic, is maybe the diplomatic way to say it. So we really need to do something, and there's many reasons why we need to do that. The primary reason, as I said in my impassioned letter, is the climate around us is changing. Driving is the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Minnesota, if not the entire country. We also have a trail gap plan that allowed fillings of gaps just like this, except we didn't have enough ability to plan this one ahead of time because it wasn't a full reconstruction. It was only a mill and overlay. We've also had, that we've completed, we being the city of Minnetonka, trail segments on Hopkins Crossroad coming down from the north, as well as in the Ridgedale area on Plymouth Road coming up from the south. And if we don't do anything with these two places now, both Ridgedale Drive and Cedar Lake Road, we're just going to not maximize those two things that we've already done. So what am I asking for you tonight? I'm asking for you to vote no on this and return it for additional design consideration of the 10-foot wide, two-way, multiple use path separated by either, as was suggested by staff, a 9-inch tall, 6-inch wide concrete barrier, or as the city of Minneapolis does and has done recently along Hennepin Avenue, a 6-inch above the surface of asphalt and 3-inch embedment into the asphalt by 24-inch wide with bollards on top, separated lane. Minneapolis has a standard plate that they're willing to share, or at least they shared it with me, that could do this. Obviously 2 feet is significantly wider than 6 inches, but there's things like that out there. If you do vote no on that and it can go back for additional design review, then we can get into some of the things like, why did a 6-inch wide barrier change a 10-foot shoulder to only 7.3 feet wide? And we can get into the 12-foot lane, 12-foot turn lane. Maybe that could be shrunk down to 11, just like the 2 through lanes that are there now, that are proposed to be there now, and save us that 1 foot that we need to be able to get a truck with a blade through. In regards to, I'm sorry to keep jumping from Cedar Lake Road to Ridgedale Drive, but given that typical lane widths of 12 feet or preferably, and as are proposed on Cedar Lake Road, 11 feet, why does the plan show lane widths of 13 or 16 or even wider feet going through Ridgedale Drive? It seems like those could be narrowed up significantly, which would then generate some space for, you guessed it, bike lanes. And I'm somewhat hesitant to say this, but if you can't vote no, then maybe some of the other suggestions that have been put forward by council and by staff tonight can be implemented instead, like a paint buffered shared use path on the south side of Cedar Lake Road, and or painted lanes, or possibly sharrows on Ridgedale Drive. Regardless of your vote tonight, I hope that you will please prepare for the future for when similar things like this happen, because luck does favor the prepared. The first thing I think that would be good to have, and Mr. Manchester already addressed this, he said we don't necessarily need to use a truck with a blade there. We have other equipment we can swap out. If you didn't have that equipment, my suggestion would be to please include that in some budget in the near future if possible. There are things like Novoso.com, which is basically a snow removal drone that's been developed by a University of Minnesota graduate who has a business selling them now. There's also other more residential oriented models called Yarbo. Another thing that could be done is you could fund an additional maintenance position, and I'm very hesitant to say that after all of the discussion earlier, but that could provide a little bit of added resource to help clear these things when they become maintenance issues after being snowed on. The last thing that could be done to prepare for the future is having the recognition that many trails are used for transportation, not just recreation. And if we can have the transportation trails cleared with a higher priority in the winter, that would go a long way towards helping us drive less. And then maybe we wouldn't have to have such horrendous pickup and drop-off lines at all of our city schools. And I'll close with that, but I will say to all of you again, thank you very much. You've gone above and beyond, and I sure appreciate the heck out of it. And Mayor, it's been a glory talking to you one last time.
Well,
thank you.
And thank you for your service with Hennepin County on on the group that you're part of in terms of non-motorized transportation. I appreciate that work. All right, Council, what are we going to do here? Quickly.
I want to make a comment?
You may. Quickly, yep.
Our
articulate as that gentleman is. Hi, Mayor and Council. Michael Offyord from 10211 Cedar Lake Road. So I'm in
Very good, yep.
that area. I'm just, whoops, sorry about that. I just want to make sure that this is, when I heard that this is a 1 in 20 year project, there's nothing will happen in 20 years. I thought, holy Toledo, I didn't realize that. So I hope that the vision is a little bit, I appreciate what the gentleman was saying about just we worship the car in America, you know, and I hope we see things 20 years from now. Hopefully things will be a little different and a little less car dependent. I realize this is the burbs, it's not Minneapolis, but I hope we can still think beyond, and maybe the great dreamers and thinkers will go beyond just, you know, little projects, if that makes sense. And they also never, just one quickly, I never thought I'd be here 5.5 hours. I've never been to a meeting before, but it's been wonderful to be here. And thank you for all your depths. I'm very impressed with the depths of the people that are serving. I'm glad I voted for the right people. So thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, Council. Let's see. I guess we're done with the questions, comments. What do you think on this one? We've got a proposal in front of us. Are we in the same position we were on the last one, or are we? What are your thoughts, Councilor Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I think staff knows what we're going for, which is more safety. I'm not, this is a mill and overlay. I agree that, you know, we don't want to lose an opportunity to make safety improvements. I think we all agreed that we want safety improvements, and so I'm inclined to adopt the resolution with added direction on just ensuring that there is at least the striping and consideration of other bike safety elements.
Thank you. Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I am usually really decisive about these things, and I'm feeling very conflicted on this one. I mean, it's kind of personal to me just because it's such a complex area. I'm inclined to, you know, to support the majority of the council, whatever direction that goes. But I would like us, and maybe this is a note for next week, to talk about how maybe we want to have a better plan for how we deal with these types of projects, a policy, I suppose, from the council on prioritizing, especially where we're not going to see major reconstruction, prioritizing pedestrian and biker safety in areas and using the opportunity when we're doing mill and overlay, and particularly on our arterial roads. I think that's really important, and I think we've maybe been blind to that because we haven't had a project like this recently in the recent past. So those are my brief comments.
Anyone else? Councilor Wilburn.
So I guess my question is what our options are as far as if we approve this and as far as having input further down the road on what the safety, I just don't know like where we are, if it's something that we would need to reject or as opposed to just saying, let's go ahead with it. Let's take, I'm a little confused at what our options are.
And I don't, Mr. Manchester, I don't know if you have an opinion on that. If you do, you're welcome to share it. If you don't, then we'll keep going. But
yeah, I mean, not a lot to offer, Mayor and Council. I mean, certainly, if you have things you'd like us to look at, we'd like to know that. Ideally, you know, the striping is our preferred and the delineators, but, you know, if you have others, we'll certainly like that direction. We could certainly incorporate it. We do need to come back at some point here in the future with a plan, so you get to see this again before you move forward. I don't know if Mr. Funk has anything else he'd like to add.
He doesn't. Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree that this is a difficult one because I'm conflicted because I totally respect staff's recommendation on this. I also, agree that going forward, especially, or even here, this is an opportunity to kind of think about how we think about projects like this going forward. And I personally would feel a little bit more comfortable if I had more of a cost-benefit analysis, or at least a cost analysis for the impacts of the cost. I know the $160,000 to potentially put these things in, but the maintenance cost and some of the other issues going forward. Because right now I'm feeling like saying it's 11:30 and I'm really tired, and I just want to kind of make a decision, especially given what we just went through on Excelsior Boulevard. On the other hand, I don't want to give this the short shrift because I am tired and because of what we just went through with Excelsior Boulevard. So I hate to do this, but I am more in favor of tabling, not saying no, and getting information about this other option. I still feel like the striping and the painting and looking at lane configurations are still something that could and would be helpful. But, I'm looking for a way to be creative and try to meet some different needs here. And, if we can do that by tabling and taking another couple weeks to do this and come back in early January, if not sooner, then, I'm happy to do that. But like Councilmember Shack, I'm also happy to, if other people feel strongly that we need to move forward on this, it's not a hill that I'm going to die on this time.
Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Yeah, I'd like to table it too. Because I really feel strongly about the added barrier. So I'm not ready to authorize it or whatever.
Any other comments? I'm gonna take a bit of a contrary view. I think the timetable is tight. I think that this is a mill and overlay project, and it's not going to be anything more than that. But I would like to say recommend moving forward with it, but also challenge our staff to look at I think what safety improvements can we make? I've been impressed with the McGinty Road striping. I think that is effective. And then if there are some things we can do with bollards, and also ask the question, because I think we're facing kind of a fundamental issue here that is, okay, we are going to face, we have a pavement, we have a schedule, we redo pavement, and we don't redo it cavalierly. But at the same time, I think that we're running into safety considerations that are different than when the plan was originally conceived. And we're not the first council talking about this. And so I wouldn't even mind some secondary research, whether it's by our staff or by a consultant or whatever, to say, okay, when you're facing a situation where you don't have a full reconstruction, but you recognize that there are meaningful safety improvements that are needed, what new ideas, what technologies, what things can we add? Now, I don't want to hold this project up, but I want to ask that question to see how good can you make a mill and overlay project when you know that meaningful safety improvements are needed, and what's the literature say? What are what are people in different parts of the country doing creatively to satisfy this issue? Because we're not the first council talking about this. But I think we need to move this forward, or Cedar Lake Road needs it. And so that I would throw it out that I'd like to approve it with that challenge. With staff.
I'm kind of with the mayor on this one.
So that's where I am, but we'll need a motion and we'll have to see how it does. So Councilor Calvert, if you want to go for it, not to call on you.
I can try. I make the motion to adopt the resolution receiving the feasibility report, ordering the improvements, authorizing preparation of plans and specifications, and authorizing easement acquisition for the Cedar Lake Road and Ridgedale Drive Improvement Project number 26209 with the additional direction for staff to explore additional safety options.
I would second that, and I guess I would just put faith in my fellow colleagues that this will make it to our study session work plan for 2026.
All right,
I'll back you up on that.
We got a motion by Councilor Calvert, and I'll be observing from a distance, and a second by Councilor
great
Shack.
distance.
Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
No.
Wearsome.
Yes. So so I think we have a path forward, but I think it's it's challenging, but we're not the first council to consider this. So maybe it's a intern project or some such thing. So listen, we've got 20 minutes left, and
And
that
we
motion,
have EDA as well.
oh yeah, thank you for that. That motion carries. So that brings us to item 14D, and long-suffering Susan Thomas has waited all night for this. So item 14D is items concerning 7 Brew, a coffee and beverage business with a drive-through facility at 17501 Highway 7.
Thank you, Mayor Wearsome. Staff's recommendation on these items concerning, which are a conditional use permit and approval of final site and building plans, is to approve that, and 4 affirmative votes are required this evening to do that. As the council knows, the subject property is located in the southeast quadrant of the 101 Highway 7 intersection. The 12-acre site was originally developed in the 1950s as the 7 High Drive-In Theater, and then it was redeveloped in the 1970s with a large Kmart store on the site. In the several decades since then, a fast food restaurant was built in the corner. The Kmart building has been divided into several different retail and entertainment spaces, and a variety of seasonal uses have occupied the large parking lot. 7 Brew has submitted applications for construction of what I'm calling a coffee and beverage drive-through business. As was noted in your written report, 7 Brew is an Arkansas-based company. It has over 500 locations nationally, a handful currently open in Minnesota, but many others slated for construction are undergoing this same process. The Minnetonka proposal includes locating 2 structures, enclosed structures, within the existing parking area just south and west of the entrance, the eastbound Highway 7 entrance to the site. This mouse may have run out of batteries tonight. Let's see. Okay, here we are. So this is the blow up of the overall northern parking lot area, and then this diagram on the right is a zoomed in area. The main building, which is the easterly building, is just over 500 square feet in size, and it would contain the actual beverage making area, and then there is a roughly 300 square foot refrigerator building to the east. Neither building includes a customer service lobby or a service area, because that's the 7 Brew model is drive up or drive through service. Customers would pull up to the buildings. A server would come out of the building and take an order on, for lack of a better term, I'll say iPad, and then go back in the building, make the beverage, or one of their colleagues would make the beverage as folks drive through and pick up their beverage on the other side. So while it is drive-through, it is actual face-to-face service, no audio. I apologize for losing the words here. No radio or audio equipment associated with that. The proposed drive-through lanes could accommodate 19 vehicles. I would note that walk-up orders would be accommodated, but it would be done in the same way. You would meet a representative from 7 Brew, they would take your order and then make that. There's not an order window. This next slide gives you a sense of the scale of the proposed building. This is Culver's in the foreground. You're looking southeast to the building here. And then these graphics indicate the style of building from the front and then each of the side elevations. The building really in composition would complement that existing Culver's building to the west. In addition to the buildings, a few site changes would be needed to accommodate the use. There would be removal of parking spaces, installation of parking islands and plantings, so actually this decreases impervious surface of the site. Installation of an underground stormwater management system, again improving conditions as there's no existing stormwater management on the site given the age of the development. And then striping of a bike path from the Purgatory Creek Trail to the east to the 7 Brew location. As I noted, staff does recommend approval of the conditional use permit and the final site and building plans for a few reasons. First, the proposal does meet all conditional use permit standards that are outlined in code. Second, though the proposal would technically remove parking from the site, if parking were needed in the future, there's ample space to stripe parking on existing paved area to the east. Third, the traffic study that was completed for this project did not anticipate any negative impact on Highway 7 or site circulation. And just to step a bit into this finding, certainly staff and the city's consultants are aware of the various studies and the safety studies that have been done on Highway 7 recently and the plans for future improvement. The traffic study that was done for this specific project looked at existing vehicle trips on Highway 7 and how this would impact those in the AM and PM peak hour. Daily volume on Highway 7 is about 36,000 vehicles, so 18,000 of those vehicles are traveling eastbound on Highway 7, and this proposal would add 104 daily trips eastbound to Highway 7, which is a 0.5% increase. In other words, it's negligible. The study also considered gaps in vehicles traveling eastbound, so if I'm exiting 7 Brew, how can I get out onto Highway 7, and found that the average gap is over 8 seconds, 8.6 specifically, which is deemed more than adequate by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. And then finally, the proposal is consistent with that Highway 7 and County Road 101 Village Center plan, which did envision additional development on this site that would be located closer to the highway, further away from Purgatory Creek. Some of you may recall a previous proposal that we had for the site that was located right up against the creek. The Planning Commission did consider the proposal on November 20th. There were no members of the public that came to speak. The Commission concurred with staff's recommendation, which again is to adopt the resolution approving the CUP and the site and building plans. Julie unplugged something over here. So with that, I will turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Council, any questions for Ms. Thomas? Councilmember Wilburn?
Oh, well, it's more a comment then.
Oh, okay. Do you have a question?
I do have a question. So the Department of Transportation had some comments about access to the site, and they had problems with it. And so they're suggesting that we close off the right in, right out access to the site on Minnesota 7, and the entire circulation plan, it sort of revolves around that right in, right out. And so I'm just wondering, can they force it? Can the MnDOT force us to do that? Is that just a recommendation? And then, if for some reason we do have to do that, can we make contingent? Can we have like Plan B for circulation there?
Ms. Thomas.
Yeah, Mayor Worsham, I'll start, and maybe my colleagues will add on to that. The MnDOT letter specifically talked about existing conditions on Highway 7 and how under existing conditions they would like to see this entry closed. They did not say that the city has to close that. That would actually be a MnDOT action if they chose to close this. Staff's read into that, and our conversations with MnDOT, our conversations with our traffic consultant and city engineering staff is MnDOT was not commenting on this proposal. They were commenting on an existing condition. And our traffic consultants have suggested this adds negligible impact to the highway. That's not to say that as part of the Highway 7 road projects in the future that this won't be closed. And we have put the applicant on notice that that's something that may happen in the future.
Very good. Other questions? All right, Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I did have one question. This is a drive-up only location, correct? Is there any outdoor seating or anything that is part of this plan?
Mayor and council, there is, and the applicant may choose to speak to this, there's certainly bike amenities. Whether there's actual outdoor seating, I'm not certain. Again, the prototype, and I shouldn't even say the prototype, all of the 7 brews are specifically designed as drive-through facilities.
Right, I guess I wasn't talking about facilities, we're talking about native plantings and things like that, so, wasn't talking about patio seating or anything like that, more like, is there, in these native plantings, are there going to be benches or things like that? I couldn't really tell from the plans, or is there places, possibilities, potentials for that?
Mayor Weirson and Councilmember Romali, they're not showing anything in these native plant areas. We, by code, require a certain amount of native planting on all of our landscape plans, pollinator species, so certainly natives would be included. I think that there's opportunities for potentially some seating in a location here, and staff could certainly work with the applicant on that.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'm just assuming that the cars they're running the whole time. They pull up, they're running.
Correct.
They wait for their food and the car is still running, and then they get the food and the car is running. Right, yeah.
That would, yes, that's correct.
All right, Councilmember Wilburn.
So I'm not inclined to go against staff recommendations. I just want us, in our rapidly filling up study session discussions, to have a discussion around drive-throughs and our zoning, permitting around drive-throughs, what our plan is, the city is about that, and finding out environmental impacts, idle times, those sort of things for future projects.
Very good, very good. So, anyway, anything else? Because I believe the applicant's here. And if you'd like to come forward and make any comments, please do.
I'd like Wake up.
Well, it's all right. You know.
Appreciate you guys staying late very much. I'm Mike Gustafson. I represent the franchisee for Seven Brew. We have an area agreement for the Minnesota area.
Okay.
And we have 7 sites that are basically going for development proposals as we're doing here tonight. The particular question that you had asked about seating in the planning area, that's the first we had heard of that. Someone suggesting that it can be arranged. I'm not just complying and say yes to anything. Only thing is we look at in any capacity is safety for anyone and where it is, so on. There is seating underneath one of the overhead canopies. So there is a picnic table we put on every site. In some situations we do 2. But the seating in the, I'll call them the planning areas, we can accommodate anything within reason. I always worry about safety whenever we do things. And that's part of the business. We have several brands we work with, not only for the clients, but also for our staff. The bike paths you guys spoke a lot about bike paths. This actually, we have to restripe this as part of the agreement. I think it's in the 14 pages, which is fine because it's not, actually was never been continued across the entire lot to the Purgatory Trail. And we're going to go ahead and finish it out. It's supposed to have been originally the landlord, I think, was supposed to do with the owner, but he never fulfilled that. That is on our striping sheet that we have also. Is there any other questions or anything?
Council, any questions? I don't think so. Is there anything else you want us to know?
No, I appreciate your time and staying here late.
Well, I appreciate you hanging in. This is a long meeting. I'm not particularly pleased that it's been this long, but it is what it is. So.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good luck to you. So, any comments or motions that anyone, Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't love the idea of adding more drive-through only facilities in the city. I think, it's kind of to the previous conversations, but we haven't addressed that yet. I did believe we were going to direct the Sustainability Commission to have that discussion, and it sounds like that hasn't happened, so hopefully we can make that happen in 2026. But it meets the conditions, it serves a purpose, it's better than a tire shop, and so I would make the motion to approve.
Very good. Is there a second, Councilmember Calvert?
I just want to comment. It is so antithetical to our environmental goals, and it's such a single use. If for some reason it does, the business model doesn't work, and it is an odd business model when right now we're in the single digits and somebody has to walk outside to take the order and then walk inside to make the order, then walk outside to deliver the order while a car is running. I'm very conflicted about this one. So we can vote on it, and we have a recommendation from staff and from Planning Commission to approve it, and I'm deeply uncomfortable with it.
Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I totally agree. It makes me kind of very uncomfortable.
But we don't have an ordinance to deny it.
Right.
We don't, my comment would be is we don't enforce ordinances we wish we had. If it's important, then let's get it done. But right now, we honor the law that we've got. And I will tell you, having gone through we did not talk about any of this when the car wash went in. And guess what? You drive in there and you don't turn your car off either. This never even came up. It's one of those things. I'm not arguing for or against it. If this is important to this council, we got to have that conversation. So, got Councilmember Romali?
Just real quick, I agree. I'm not wild about this, but again, we have what we have. If we can get some seating in there, that's safe. I think that's a step in the right direction. And again, this is a conversation going forward.
Very good. So we've got a motion. I haven't heard a second. Councilor Romali?
I'll second.
All right. Got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
A reluctant yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. So that brings us to item 15, was appointments and reappointments, and we have none of those. And item 16 is adjournment with
I move adjournment.
Councilmember Wilburn.
Second.
And second, so we've got a motion by
Yes.
Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Calvert. And we don't have to call roll. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. And we have to do the EDA meeting, and we will do that. And so,
Do we have to extend the meeting?
well, I don't know if we do. Do we have to do it for the EDA meeting?
We have another one.
We have another one.
Mayor and council, yes, for purposes of council rule of procedure 8.6, you should just take a majority vote once you open the meeting to extend the time to consider the item.
Or could we wait till 12:01 and just call the meeting to order for tomorrow?
Yep.
Technical.
It's
The schedule today. Okay, well then we'll just extend the meeting. So, all right, so, Mr. Nelson, what should our, tell us again what we're supposed to do.
Mayor and council, it's there was a adjournment of the regular council meeting.
Call
You
to
should
order.
call to order the EDA meeting, take a vote to extend,
Very good.
a majority vote, a motion to extend the, pursuant to council rules of procedure 8.6 to extend the time for the conduct of the meeting.
All right, we'll do that. So I will call the meeting to order. This is a meeting, it is still December 8th, 2025, and I will call the Economic Development Authority meeting to order. And let's see, I've got to get the right agenda in front of me here. Otherwise, we'd do the Pledge of Allegiance again, and we're not going to do that. So, bear with me. So, Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Coakley,
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack,
Here.
Wilburn,
Here.
Calvert,
Here.
Romalee,
Here.
Weirson.
Here. Okay, we need to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Councilmember Romalee.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by, well, and it's Commissioner, excuse me,
Oopsies.
Commissioner Foster Bolton, Commissioner Romalee. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes, and we have the August 14, 2025 EDA meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
Have we extended the meeting?
Yeah,
Yes.
don't we need to do?
Okay,
let's
oh, excuse me, I'm so excited.
I make the motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Calvert made the motion and Commissioner Wilburn made the second. And Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. So now we will approve, we'll try the minutes. That is the August 14, 2025 EDA meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Wilburn.
I move approval of the November 10th, 2025 EDA meeting minutes.
And let's see, am I on the wrong? Doggone it. What's happening here?
Mayor, if you just look at the
Just look at
slide.
the big screen.
Okay, there we go. The November 10, okay. Thank you. And okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn. Is there a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Foster Bolton. And we are getting a little punchy here tonight. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Weirson.
Yes, motion carries. So we've got item 5A is the 2026 Housing and Redevelopment Authority HRA tax levy and budget. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you. Just a short report, Council, because it is $300,000. I don't want to skip over this too fast. I know you all know what's happening, but the public may not be aware. So the three expenditures that you have within the $300,000 is $25,000 for Homes Within Reach, which is the land trust. That's for ongoing administrative maintenance. You have $175,000 for pathways to home ownership. And then you have $100,000 that you will put into the housing loan programs. This is rehab as well as down payment assistance. So with that, Mayor, we are recommending adopting the resolution which approves the 2026 HRA levy.
Of $300,000. So is there a motion to approve the HRA levy? Commissioner Shack.
I make that motion.
And is there a second? Commissioner Wilburn.
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Shack and a second by Commissioner Wilburn. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Coakley? Yes. Foster Bolton?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Calvert?
Yes.
Romaley?
Yes.
Waresome?
Yes, motion carries. Let's see.
Adjournment.
Adjournment?
We have one
Okay.
more.
No, we have one more.
No, we've got assignment of the TIF note. That is the assignment of the TIF note related to Shady Oak Crossing, and Ms. Wishnack.
Just a little note in terms of why this is on your agenda. There's a change in ownership of the Shady Oak Crossing building. So
Right.
Ron Clark Construction was the previous owner. Well, they are the owner, and they are switching to and selling to at-home apartments, which they're already in Minnetonka on Roland Road. If you're not familiar with that company, there
Very
is
good.
affordability in that apartment as well, and the city is notified when these transactions occur because there's tax increment financing involved. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wishnack, for your succinct report. So the recommended action is we need a motion to adopt the resolution approving the assignment and assumption of tax increment revenue note related to Shady Oak Crossing. Commissioner Wilburn.
So moved.
And a second, Commissioner Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn, a second by Commissioner Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Coakley?
Yes.
Foster Bolton?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Calvert?
Yes.
Romaley?
Yes.
Waresome?
Yes, motion carries. Next item, I believe, is adjournment. Is that
I
no?
move adjournment.
Very good. And is there a second, Commissioner
I
Calvert?
second, and I honor Mr. Mayor's last full meeting.
yeah.
Well,
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Well, thank you. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Calvert. Ms. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. And I will say, one, I'm personally very embarrassed that we went this long tonight, and that we're wrapping this up after midnight. But I want to tell you, it's been an honor and a privilege to work with you all, and thank you.